my wife and I, before we had our children, we went there and we went to the watchtower. I remember, and because we drove up that way. One of the roads it takes you by the watchtower if you look at the map, and then we drove down. Then we drove over to the South Rim, and stayed there overnight. Went bowling. In their bowling alley that they have 4 lanes or whatever. And so it was cool. I mean, I love the Grand
That is
Canyon.
cool.
I love the Grand Canyon. I think it's really cool.
Lived there for 6 years and never went and saw the Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
I feel stupid.
I mean, I'm seriously, if you want to prove we live on a stationary topographical plane, that's where you go because you got no problem with land, you got no problem with water. You're looking over air, and so you can see what you're seeing. When you're on the South Rim and you look 21 miles, you're looking from where you're standing over air till you get to the North Rim. There's 21 miles worth of air you're looking through. And it's the other way, it's 70 miles looking through air on the East Rim looking to the West Rim. So you got no trees in the way, you got no water, you got no quote refraction, you got no optics in the way. You're just looking. And it's just like it's so easy to tell.
It's kind of funny too. That reminds me of the whole college experiment that they did, where they were like, "Oh, Kansas is flatter than a pancake," and it's like, do you see your logic here? Do you see how flawed your logic is here? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like,
Yeah.
one state's flatter than a pancake, but none of the other states are.
And I think Florida is flatter than Kansas. That's what I
Oh,
hear.
is it really?
Well, but yes, Kansas is very flat. Kansas is really boring. Anybody here from Kansas, I'm sorry. You got a really boring state.
God, I hope I never go. I don't think I'm ever going to leave where I'm at now.
How many flat surfaces on a sphere?
That's a good question. Have to actually look that one up.
Well, I know there's a mathematical formula for spherical level, so I know something you don't. So as long as the water stays the same height off the ground around the ball, it's just fine, and that proof of gravity. And so that's why the Suez Canal bends. We don't see it, and cool, man, because it stays the same all the way around the ball, which obviously the water would run down the sides. But no, it's okay, man.
Oh, no gravity.
Do you know that it's a globe because it has to be a globe? Do you know that?
It has to be.
I mean, that's the ultimate in begging the question fallacy.
That reminds me of there's a lot of artistry in the world. Or there's a lot of artistry to creating the world. And so what you're saying is it's Photoshop, and he's like, it has to be.
I mean, my goodness. I tell you what. I don't know. I mean,
I'm not buying it.
I know where they're coming from because on May 2021, I'm sitting in the driveway in Frisco, Texas, and somebody's texting me and they're going, 'cause I just started looking into this, this terrain theory stuff, and somebody asked me, "Will you look into the shape of the Earth?" And I went, "No," and because I'm not going to be uneducated and stupid like the flat earthers are. And I literally thought that to myself when I was in the car because I was just getting into train theory. And so it was just like I remember May 2021. No, I'm not touching this stuff. 6 months later, I got tired of studying virology. I left genomes and sequencing off until later. And so it's just like, okay. And then I said to myself, well, what else have I been lied to? I've been lied to about this. And it's just like, well, what comes up next after that? It's obviously what we're talking about here. And that when I found out we see too far, that was it. Then you just had to unlearn what you learned, learn new stuff, and just keep learning. and go from there. That's all you can do. But yeah, we see too far. We definitely do. I mean, that's it, man. That's why their side uses refraction so much because that's all they got. But we see too far, and so from there, if you want to learn about heliocentric history with Chris Sparks and heliosorcery, and with Omar Turbo and his 5-part series that he did in 2018, 6 hours 25 minutes. If you want to go over that, if you want to go, you want to learn some more measurements and observations, cool. And you want to do a little bit of relativity and to know how stupid their relativity is. Einstein, the big fraud, liar, thief that he was, pervert. And so, you can go into all that, and then you can have a conversation with people and have fun with them, and make fun of them because their belief system is insane.
Get you. I get you. I will be right back, guys.
Anybody home?
What's up?
Uh, that means no, I guess. The lights are on, but nobody's home. Said you are hungry. Does that mean you're hungry for? I'm going to make a guess. From your mouth. You're hungry for truth, and you can recognize it explicitly. All right. Don't you worry about that abscess.
I think he's away from the keyboard at the moment.
What's that, T-Dub?
I just said I think he's away from the keyboard at the moment.
He said
He'll be back
something
in
a
a minute.
second ago. I said, hello, anybody home? And he said,
Yeah,
huh,
he'll be back.
or something. I made some kind of a groaning noise. I guess that was supposed to let me know that he was alive and well, I guess. How you doing, T-Dub? Doing all right today,
Yeah,
buddy?
not too bad. I'm all right, thanks. What about you?
Yeah, hanging in there. Hot as shit here today again for some reason. Man,
Half your luck.
Hey, John, just don't go park in parking lots that have blacktop underneath them, so it gets 125 degrees when you step out of the car. Don't do that.
I did that once. And you
You
must have
did.
heard the story.
You did.
Yeah,
You did
it
that.
was
Yes.
horrifying.
Yes. Yes.
Yep. I was on my way to LA, stopped in Vegas for a minute. Brand new asphalt. I mean, there wasn't a car in the parking lot. They didn't have any cones up.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. I was away from the keyboard and I tried to talk to you, but I was too out of range for my headset thing to work. I got a wireless headset, so.
If you got a wireless headset, do you have a mic too?
On the headset, yes.
Oh, you're ready to rock and roll, man. We got to put you. We got to put
I
you.
also I
Yeah.
also actually have I was using a backup headset actually for a little while because I had to charge this one, and that headset kind of sucks. I sound way different on that one, I think.
We got to get you on the radio, man. We got to get you preaching our immovable, stationary, flat, plain Earth, to the radio station. The funny thing about the radio stations is that when you go to a radio station, you look them up, online. They all have FCC approval, and they have the date, when they got their FCC approval. They cannot even imagine putting somebody who believes like we are, because they lose that FCC license so quick. So they'll preach God, like they do on 89.9, 90.1 around here. They'll preach out of Chicago. They'll preach God, like he's like he's God. But heaven help if we got to talk about anything other than the globe. And guess what? This thing that happened 40 months ago, it's real too, man.
So the reason why I have a theory about that, the reason why they actually kind of treat us the way they do in that sense is because they think. Have you ever noticed? Like, do you ever hear cult talk on the radio? Like, they literally think we're a cult. So, have you ever heard any crazy cult talk on the radio? No, it's always religion based because
Yeah.
the only reason why this is because science hasn't just come out and said, "Oh, we proved." Let's just hypothetical here. Oh, we proved all religion is wrong. We proved it wrong, right? From the scientific point of view, and not the scientific point of view, the Glover point of view, basically. So they allow it, right? So they now allow anything that doesn't fit in their globe model is absolute shit, and they can treat you however they want. But Christians get treated fine, right? It's only like whatever heliocentrism doesn't allow isn't allowed in any conversation. It
Right, yeah.
really is.
It's fascinating.
Flat Earth is the exception to discrimination. Yeah.
Yeah, see, I want to. 89.9 has 40 days of prayer with Michelle Bachmann coming up starting August 16th, and she's a former Congress lady, I think from Minnesota, or Texas.
Cool.
And she's all into politics, and we're going to pray for America for 40 days, and they're going to allow people on. So I don't know if that means it's going to be video or just audio. But I'm going to go on and I'm going to ask Michelle. I said, what does the Bible say about cosmology? And then, I don't know if you guys know Matthew Learns. He is a part-time teacher at Biola University in LA. Well, Ed Stetzler is his boss. He's the dean of theology at Biola University. He has a radio program on 90.1 Moody Bible from 11 a.m. to 12 noon on Saturdays. And it's a call-in show. And so it's like, and he's also a pastor. So I'm going to call in. I'm going to see if I can get on. I'm just going to go, hey, I'm going to say Ed, Pastor Ed, whatever. Hey, Ed, what does the Bible say about cosmology? I'm going to be real nice. I'm going to ask both of them, what does the Bible say about cosmology? And I'm going to let them answer.
Right on.
Yeah, so I know, it's just, and I was at one of these pictures. I was at Warren Dune State Park, and a lady came back, and her husband came back, and she said hi to me, and she said, I've been talking about you for the last 6 weeks, and it's like, cool. And she said, she has a pastor she wants me to talk to, and then she also has another friend who sounds like me. So he sounds, maybe I got another person like me up there, not up there, over there, 25 miles from here. And so So that's maybe three openings to talk to pastors. One will be in person, and two will be over the radio. So I think I've always kind of thought that this is where we need to go. We need to go to the churches. We need to go to the pastors, and if they want to shut us down, that's on them.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I got tired listening to this secular music on this one radio station, so I've only been on 89.9 and 90.1 FM for the last week or so. And so they're both Christian. One's Moody Bible out of Chicago, and another one's out of Chicago. I don't know where exactly. But, so I go back and forth, whichever reception is better. I go back and forth, listening to them. And so I'm listening to when they have call-in shows. I'm going to go, okay. I'm calling. And I'm going to say, what's the Bible say about cosmology? That's the first thing I'm going to say. What's the Bible say about cosmology? And I'm going to let them go from there. Because if they're on the radio, if they got their FCC license, I mean, they're going to run for me as fast as possible. They're going to run from the conversation as fast as possible.
Oh yeah, they don't want it. They don't want what it brings up either. everything it kind of brings up can bring up other stuff that is just as damaging to their narrative.
It's amazing. I mean, Moody Bible, Moody Bible Institute, they got a college in Chicago. So, along with them in Dallas Theological Seminary, in, of course, Dallas, and then this place Regent over in Virginia or Liberty University, they're known to be very conservative, but they all believe in the ball. And they all believe in the virology thing. And evolution, no, I don't believe in evolution, right? But they believe in what's happened the last 40 months. They believe they live on a ball. So it's like, okay. So even though the Bible doesn't say they live on a ball, and the Bible says God made us perfectly, so hey, we don't care.
Well, Joshua, there's a specific verse in the Bible. Joshua, I believe it was, stop the sun from moving.
Yeah, Joshua.
To have more daylight. Yeah.
Yeah, Joshua 10, 12 through 13, an extra day so they could defeat the Amorites. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't actually know all that. The only thing I knew was that he stopped the sun.
Well, I didn't know. I came to biblical cosmology quite a bit later. I went to measurements and observations first, and then I got tired of doing measurements and observations, so I went to heliocentrism, heliosorcery, and heliocentrism. Then with Omar Trabeau and Chris Sparks. Then I went to biblical cosmology. So I haven't been into biblical cosmology very long, but when they realizing the moon is the perfect calendar and the sun is the perfect clock, and seasons, they just flip, the moon and the sun flip in seasons. And it talks about signs. Signs is obviously eclipses, the Selenian eclipse showing God's wonders in the sky. And so it brings Genesis 1:14 to 18 very much to life. 19 said God saw it was good, fourth day. And so it just brings you all to life that those 5 verses tell you exactly what's going on in the sky. So the globe has nothing on us in the sky. And if we can say that the moon is a perfect calendar and the sun doesn't directly illuminate the moon, especially between the first quarter and the third quarter, then that's the waning gibbous and the waxing gibbous. If they're not, if it's not directly illuminating the sun, and you want to throw refraction, bending, warping, space-time perspective, the moon's doing this, sun's doing that. It's like, if you want to throw all that crap at me, good, go ahead. But the sun is not directly line of sight illuminating the moon. And when I talk to somebody, I try to talk to them line of sight. I don't look at somebody else while I'm talking to somebody else. So it's line of sight. So if you're line of sight, then it's like, okay, the sun does not directly illuminate the moon, therefore I can see the calendar that it had a 28 days, 13 hours, 31 month calendar, how they used to do things. And so before the Gregorian calendar. And so it's like, cool. I got the perfect example of God's calendar in the sky, and I could go look at it anytime I want to, and I can kind of tell what time in the month it is or what time of the year if I go back to the 28 day, 13 hour, 13 month calendar.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's all very cool.
Interesting.
Yeah, it really is.
Right on.
Yeah, because from the new moon to the full moon, the sun in the northern latitudes, the sun is set to the right, and in the waning, excuse me, in the waxing crescent after the new moon, the moon is pointing down towards the sun, but as it gets up to the first quarter, it's clearly not being illuminated by the sun directly line of sight. And when it gets up to the waning gibbous, it definitely isn't being lit. Now, when it gets to the full moon, that's okay, 2 days full moon. And then it starts going the other way, and then the sun is on the left of the moon. And in the waxing gibbous, in the waxing gibbous down to the third quarter, it's definitely not being illuminated by the sun either. So you have about 14 days out of the 28 days that the moon is not being illuminated by the sun. And you can see how it's a perfect calendar. You can see how it is. It just gets, it gets more lit until it gets to the new moon and the full moon, and then it gets less as it gets to to the new moon again. Perfect calendar. Perfect. And before we had clocks and watches, of course we had sundials. That's why the sun is the perfect clock. We use sundials. And before that, they used the moon. They looked at the sky and went, hey, this is the time of the month, this is the time of the year, and it's all cool. But of course, we got away with that with the Gregorian calendar and when we went to 12 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all fascinating. It just really is. I mean, I never thought about this stuff. I mean, I got into the fact that the sun wasn't illuminating the moon parts of the month, but I never got into the idea till a few weeks ago that it was actually a calendar. I was like, this is so cool. And if you tell somebody that and they don't want to believe it, fine, I don't care.
Right. Makes sense.
I'm hungry. Have you told your story yet?
What story?
Just your flat Earth journey. I might have missed it if you did.
I'd rather not.
No, that's
I
fine.
don't feel.
Yeah.
I just don't feel comfortable with that. I mean,
No pressure. No pressure.
I might send you like a tell or something like that, give you an idea. But
No, that's okay. That's okay. I was just curious. Yeah, it's just interesting to hear people's
Mm.
you know, the
for
story, how they
sure,
came to the topic and all that.
yeah, I get you. I'm sure you'll hear it in time.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Yeah. I remember my story. I was born in a log cabin, and I went out to cut some wood, and I noticed when I got done cutting the forest that it was flat. So that's my story.
Makes sense.
Hey, I got a nice log cabin out of it.
I want a log cabin now. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. I saw Glover trying to say that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. And then he gave like a little tiny dip measurement thing going on. I was like, oh, wow. Wow. Really? That's what you actually have to do to prove curvature? How do people believe that? Ow. There's a lot of little things like that that kind of just was like, yeah, I mean, I'm done with the bullshit. What about you guys?
No, terrestrially, but without going on the ground, without going in an airplane or going up, we see too far. It's that simple. And if you can't see as well in the summer with the heat and humidity above the water, well, then wait till January. Wait till January and go look. You'll basically get rid of the heat and humidity. You'll deal with some angular resolution and things like that, but not enough to prove their ball. So it's all cool. I mean, if you're if you're a member, a resident of Globerville online, there's about 5,000 of them. Globerville, Ville is resident of. So if you're a resident of Globerville, you're not on here to concede to us. You're on here to, to make a point, and your point can be so fallacious and so bad and so pathetic, but it doesn't matter because to concede to a flat earther is blasphemy in their religion.
Well, today was already interesting. Like, I just joined morning. I heard a Glober not prove evidence. Were you here for that?
No, I was out.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, he basically showed up, didn't want to prove evidence, uh, the globe, and he basically said we weren't worth it. And then he called us all retards. It was like in the first 10 seconds, he called us all retards. It was pretty pathetic.
I was here. I was here for that. Yeah.
Like I could probably think of 1,000 Glovers off the top of my head that would have a better conversation than that here.
Yeah, like we said before, when they lead with Behind the Curve from 2018 Netflix piece, you know it's going to be a long, long conversation.
For sure.
Heck, back in 2018, I never signed up for Netflix, even when they were hot on the stock market. I never got Netflix. I may have signed up for a trial, then canceled it just to see. That guy who had a lion farm or whatever it was, a lion zoo. I think I signed up just so I could listen to his nut stuff for a while. And so, if I would have seen that back in 2018, would have watched it, I probably would have thought you guys were nuts. And I probably would have thought the same thing because the presentation of how we were with Mark and Patricia, that NASA guy, and at the end with Jared, it was like, okay, you guys, you think you live on a flat something? We live on a ball.
I think I've actually been a flat earther since 2015.
Mic check.
It's
Cool. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So, Jim, you made a couple of comments earlier while I was driving, and I couldn't turn my mic on. And the conversation carried away and different things. And I don't even remember what it was I wanted to comment on right now. But I had a chance to pull over, reboot my phone so I could turn my mic on. Now that I can talk, I don't have anything to say.
You can say how great a drive home it is.
Oh, you got it, brother. You know how much I love this drive.
That's right, man.
I'm right in the heart of downtown LA on streets with lots of traffic, and nobody wants to let me out of this. Oh, there we go. I got a chance to get out of the driveway. Okay, I'm on the street again. Anyway, how's your day going?
Oh, I got to be at the library for about 3 hours, and I made about 10 memes, and I ticked a bunch of Globers off in other Discord servers, and then I shared them with other people. I was actually going in there to kind of read the Bible and try to get a little deeper into biblical cosmology, and I got into making memes, and it got to go like 3 hours. So I was there like 3 hours, and then I was going to go to the beach. But it's so doggone I don't think these are clouds. I think this is smoke. That's what I think, but that's just me. And so, but I was wanting, usually I'd be at the beach right about now because the sun sets or moves away in about 55 minutes. But it's too cloudy. So I went there this morning thinking I was going to see a nice sunrise. So I only got one sunrise. I got like a dozen sunsets. I only got one sunrise. I was going to go there and look at Chicago and look at the moon. It's about a quarter. And I got there, and it was just like I can't see a thing. And seriously, I don't think those were clouds. I think that was smoke. But the weather forecast said it was mostly clear, and I got up to the beach, and it's like, I'm sorry, it's not mostly clear, guys. This is terrible. So I sat down, spent some time with the seagulls, and enjoyed the beach. One guy, younger guy, came out and he went swimming at about 5:00 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning on the beach before the sun came up. So I'm sure he had a good time. The water's about 75 degrees now. It was cool.
I remember what it was that I wanted to comment on.
What's that?
So you were talking about talking to the different pastors, and
Yeah,
I did
hopefully,
that.
yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
I did that. My wife has a cousin whose husband is a pastor.
Cool.
And before I came on the Discord, I've been wanting to talk to somebody, and so I talked with him for a little bit over the phone, and we went over different Bible verses and stuff.
Yeah.
And wait a second here, going over a couple of hoopty-doos, and just getting on the freeway now. Okay, out of the heavy shit. And I just mentioned about, in the Bible when it talks about that. And I told him, there's, either the Bible is all right, and I've got to believe it from the first page to the last page, or, darn it, man, I'm trying to get into left lane, and the guy in the left lane is trying to get in the right lane. Yeah, okay. Anyway, and I told him, if I'm going to believe the Bible, I got to believe the whole thing. I can't just be selective and say, okay, I believe this, I don't believe that, I don't believe that. And the whole thing about, where we live, space, being on a ball, and everything else, I brought some of those points up to him, and Aristophanes, and he didn't want to get away from the ball. And I gave him this one page that I'd found on the internet, and it had over 100 different places in the Bible, maybe over 200 places in the Bible where it talks about and references the flat Earth. And I asked him, the next time I saw him at a family gathering, a few months later, and asked him if he had a chance, if he'd looked at that. And he says, oh yeah, I get so much email, I haven't really had a chance to take a look at it. So I don't know if it planted a seed or, if he thinks I'm a loony. But either way, he hasn't got back in touch with me to say, hey, can we talk about this?
Yeah,
So, I mean,
you may have to be the person that is the instigator, who is the one that makes the move.
well, my brother-in-law just passed away recently, so there's going to be a family gathering for his memorial ceremony. It's already been barbecued, so there's not going to be an open coffin funeral or anything like that. But I'm sure he's going to be there, and I'm gonna go up and greet him.
Yeah.
See how he's doing, and maybe ask if he'd had a chance to look at that. I'm not going to turn the whole funeral into, not a funeral, but the whole memorial into a flat Earth debate with a preacher. There's a time and a place for everything. But that is what I wanted to comment. And he said something else too that you talked about, and I don't remember what the hell that was either right now. I think that was the most important thing that I wanted to say, because that really struck a point when he said you wanted to start going to some of the churches and talking to them about that.
Yeah.
And I was actually. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I actually was looking for some different churches, and I found this little small local church, and they didn't even actually have a church building. What they were doing is they were renting out the auditorium of my old junior high school on Sundays, and they'd have a little, billboard thing that they'd stick up outside, and they'd just meet there every Sunday. And I thought, well, this might be, let me see what they're into and stuff. And they have some online sermons online, what it's like. And I don't remember what it was, but there's something that just didn't strike me right with them. And that place, last time I've driven by there, they haven't been doing that on Sundays there anymore. So I don't know if they went any place. I haven't been following them online. But that thought has struck my mind on more than one occasion to go ahead and reach out to the churches and see what they have to say about the Bible and what the Bible has to say, and like that. So we think alike on a lot of things, Jeff.
Uh-oh. Two nutcases. Uh-oh. Ding, 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 ding. Nutcases to the
Oh,
world, I mean. Nutcases
It's
to
not
the
ding,
world.
ding, ding. It's ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling.
Yeah. Hey, I want to show you the
Don't
movie.
Forget to take your meds. Don't forget to take your meds, guys.
That's right, man.
Our theme song can be by Chuck Berry.
That's right, man. Yeah, I'd rather believe in this scientifically impossible spinning, wobbling, curvy, bendy, watery ball tilted at 23.4 degrees, hit by Thea 4.5 billion years ago to make it just perfect so I can vacation in Florida, and the remainder of it becomes the moon. Yeah, I want to believe in that. Okay, cool.
Me too.
Or God created it just the way he did, and it was a little bit closer to the sun, we'd heat up, and if it was farther away, it would we'd be too cold. But God made it just right for because he made it 23.4 degrees, 666, and he made everything work out to 666. Cool. God did that. Cool.
Oh, that cousin pastor that I talked to, one of the other things I asked him about was the Bible says that God created the earth, and then science is telling us that there was just a Big Bang explosion, and that's what caused all the planets and we're hurtling through space. And I asked him, so either one is right or the other. So they want to say that, it's if it's not creation, it's evolution. So we evolved from a Big Bang and went from, some little amoeba, whatever, that turned into a fish, that turned into a bird, that turned into a monkey that made us. or however they say it's supposed to have happened. So either that happened on the giant spinning space ball, or what the Bible said, in that we were created and this earth was created just for us. It's one or the other. It can't be both, right? And he said, well, maybe God, the way that God created the earth was by a big explosion.
Well,
Bam.
that's Catholic dogma that George Lamette started with Einstein in 1928. So that's been around for a while, and now it's accepted dogma in the Catholic Church, and who knows in Protestant churches. Your evangelical Christians will look at the spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, and they'll go, "Well, the evolutionists hijacked that. God made it that way. Great. Put his third ball from the sun. God did great, and the evolutionists made it 14.5 billion years. Now 26 billion years, right? And the evolutionists will go, well, it's always been that way. Dinosaurs, Big Bang, spinning ball, global warming." And Christians will go, well, they took it from us. Evolutionists will go, they took it from us. And so that way nobody has to face the fact that they don't live on a spinning ball.
So earlier also we were talking about virology was your interest before you found flat Earth.
What's that?
Before you found the flat Earth, you said that virology was your interest.
Virology.
So not here, not now, but in another time, we need to talk.
Yeah, virology. If we ever go over to Rumble or go down into a different channel, I think a lot of people here go down to Chill Text or Health Text or whatever they call it. Yeah, they either go down to Chill Text, or they go down to Health Nutrition if they want to talk about something that's not allowed to talk here, and of course it's not recorded down there. And so, yeah, I think with the permission of a gold or a moderator, we could probably go down there and chat sometime.
I would like to go ahead and pencil that in our future.
Yeah, I mean, if we want, all we got to do is, if Timbo allows us, or God Rockin' allows us, or Mayhem, or anybody, or a moderator, we can go down.
You don't need permission, mate. You can just go down there.
Well, I always seek permission from people that that are upside down.
That's free for everyone.
Anybody who's upside down, I always get permission because I feel sorry for you.
Shut up.
Can you believe that? I tell you what. And it's too bad we can't go on video live, because I have this white little cellophane thing right here, and I have a pair of scissors that I stick into it. And so I spent $13 at Walmart. It probably cost them 50 cents. And so I have a little white styrofoam ball here that I stick up scissors in it. And what I would do is I would put it on video, and I would put Timbo on top of the ball with my scissors and say the scissors is Timbo. And then I would tilt the ball at 90 degrees and say Timbo's still staying upright. And then I would go upside down with the scissors, and I would say Timbo is still staying upright, because everything is attracted to the center of mass, or the center of the ball. Therefore, Timbo is still staying upright. It's a great visual.
So instead of Edward Scissorhands, it's Timbo Scissor Body.
Yeah, Timbo would have a scissor body. Yeah, it's a small set of scissors. It's small.
Wouldn't that give him two heads?
I don't know. That's too philosophical for me. Yeah, so
people from Tasmania, they have Tasmania as a state not attached to the mainland. We say anyone from Tasmania has two heads. That's funny you mentioned that.
How do people in Tasmania?
No, I'm just thinking, because if he has a pair of scissors, if you have a pair of scissors and you open them up a little bit and stab it into the styrofoam ball, the two sharp ends are his legs. So he doesn't have any arms, but there's two loops where you put your fingers through. So if it was just one loop, that would obviously be his head. But if there's two loops, he's going to have two heads and no arms.
I'm going to
Well,
take
he'd still be a real,
I'm
he'd
gonna
still be a real sharp fella.
I'm going to take a real quick video of my ball and post it. I'm going to do that right now. I'll have it posted in a couple minutes because I got to show
And don't
Timbo.
forget Timbo.
I got to show
Don't forget
Timbo what he
Timbo.
looks like.
Timbo in there.
Yeah, I got to show Timbo what he looks like. Yep.
Don't show too much of your ball.
Holy cow. I'm just pulling off the main road here, pulling into my town. And the left turn lane, where I normally would turn left, has probably 30 cars ahead of me. Wow. Later today, too, I got stuck on a phone call, so I left a little bit later. 15 minutes. What a difference it makes in traffic. So, Timbo, I guess I wouldn't be offended by being compared with a pair of scissors because, you know, you'd be bright and sharp. Or did I vanish?
No, we can hear you.
A lot of background calls and stuff going off, so I'm just staying on mute.
I just went under a tunnel and I heard, sounded like Timbo was saying something, but it was like robot on my side. Bless you.
Yeah, it's just yeah, I've got a lot of tall skeletons and stuff, so I'm just staying quiet. I don't get offended, wait.
I heard you saying you're staying quiet, but you're kind of breaking up on me. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's you. You sound quiet and breaking up. So Jim was earlier, he was speaking about the clouds. And one of the members here sent me a link, and it's to an airplane air traffic navigating, and it shows every plane, the police helicopters. I saw a couple of balloons that it showed at a very, very high altitude. And
On the bottom of the ball. Hey Timbo, I'm making you famous right now. Did you see my video? It's not all over the center of the ball, but you'll notice how you're famous, Timbo. I just put you in voice text.
Yeah, I'm having a look there.
Hey Timbo, you're really cute as a pair of scissors.
I was just saying, not only is he a sharp person, but he's also very bright if those are chrome scissors.
Oh, all right. He's really cute, man.
Thanks, guys. I'm blushing.
Timbo is on top, side, and bottom of the ball, but he's standing upright no matter what.
Do you know why?
Well, that's the magic of gravity.
Because I'm upside down, and the blood's rushing to my head.
I do like technology because I can tell somebody I'm gonna call them a pair of scissors, and they make a video and post it all like within a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and I prove they're scissors. Just like I can prove the ball, I can prove somebody's a pair of scissors.
And I can prove that Neil deGrasse Tyson is part of our board, part of our panel.
Good old Neil.
So I just got a wild thought in my head. And I want to get together maybe and do a collaboration with some of the other musically inclined people here and have Neil deGrasse Tyson say some stuff in there too. I'll do the AI for Neil. If somebody wants to come up with like a beat and other stuff in the singing or whatever, rapping, but just something to add into the mix. Seems like it might be fun. There's some actual quotes from him, but it'd be nice to do a deep fake.
That sounds cool.
Hey, don't forget about my movie, Moon Man. You know, I need some people that the star Moon Man is going to be the professor, and Moon Man's wife is Mary Ann. So I need some actors. I need an actor and an actress, and then I need somebody to play Gilligan. So whoever wants to play Gilligan, and I need somebody who's relatively rich to play Mr. and Mrs. Howell. And then Ginger is, kind of up. Ginger's cool, but I like Marianne better. But Marianne's married to the professor, so I can't do anything about that. So, anyway.
Gilligan's Glober.
Gilligan's Globe. We'll call it Gilligan's Globe. Gilligan's Globe.
Gilligan's Globe.
Gilligan's Globe. Oh, we got two movies.
I could fill the part of the skipper.
We got two movies now. We got two movies. Go. We got Gilligan's Globe and Moon Man. Oh my, we're gonna make some money. We're gonna make some coin out of this, man.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be right up there with Maverick as far as box office money.
Next stop, James Cameron.
Moon Man and Gilligan's Globe. I love it. I like it, man. I like it. And Gilligan's Globe will be starring Neil deGrasse Tyson. We'll get some of his most famous, sayings. That stuff is flat. We'll have Gilligan say that.
So would Gilligan's Globe, with the minnow, would that have like gone over the curve and slipped over the other side, and that's how they got shipwrecked?
Well, we knew it wasn't the weather. You know what we do? We take that what Mr. Miguel Sosa, I believe that's it. Who's awesome on memes. I think we should take Neil deGrasse Tyson's face and put Gilligan's face in place of it. We'll keep the body, we'll keep the hand, but we'll just put Gilligan's face on it.
We should make them wreck the ship due to the fact of something about the Coriolis effect that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that was really stupid in the past.
Oh, what we'll have is, because it's our movie, it's whatever we want to do. On Gilligan's Globe, we'll have a football field, and we'll have somebody.
Yeah, the football field.
We'll have somebody kick a field goal and miss it because of Coriolis.
There we go. I like it.
Yeah. Hey, we can brainstorm this into some big box office money.
I agree.
Oops.
Oops. I became a Glober today. Oops.
Uh oh. Hey, it is
right.
football season. It is
Sound the
football
alarm.
Oops,
Yeah.
I slipped and hurt myself. Oops.
So,
All of a
so
sudden, that Britney Spears song, "Oops, I Did It Again," came to mind.
so I have a Schwarzenegger's cat thought experiment for you. You ready? What's the difference between a turning Glober and turning stupid?
Well,
Nothing.
turning stupid, at least you got a chance that you can recover.
You got a chance. You got a
How do
chance.
you turn into a Glober? We're all born as Globers. Those that open up their eyes and figure things out, they'll realize we're not Globers. But the only people that I could think that would turn into a Glober, like Joe Rogan, who sold out and they probably threatened his family or something like that, and either have your family suffer and have a lot of money, or keep going the way you're going. So
Yeah.
that's what I figured happened with Joe Rogan.
And then, like, the
Definitely.
next week, he had Neil on his show, actually. It's funny.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he definitely, I don't know that you would call that sold out. I think that was a complete, how do you call it? A complete rollover. He just rolled over like they wanted him to. I don't think it wasn't his choice. It was do or die.
Yeah,
That's
I think
what I
so,
think too.
too. Pretty obvious, I think,
Yeah,
from everything that happened.
yeah, I do.
Even his best friends didn't know what happened.
Eddie Bravo?
No. There was another guy on his show. It's like, I thought you were anti-moon landing. And he was like, no. Super defensive with his good friend. It wasn't Eddie Bravo, though. I forget who it was.
Get a kick out of Bryce Mitchell, the UFC fighter. Every time he gets in, he gets in the ring after he wins or loses a fight or whatever, and he always has to say something about the Earth being flat. He's a soldier, and all the other UFC fighters laugh at him, and obviously they're all complete brainwashed morons, but you'd have to be to want to go in the ring and let some guy kick you in the head and beat the shit out of you.
Yeah.
I think I recall hearing something a while back about a South American, maybe like a soccer team that were all flat earthers. Does anybody recall anything about that?
No,
No,
I don't off the top of my head.
All right, I'll have to look it up.
so
I also thought I heard something about being a whole country that believes that the Earth was flat.
I thought the next part of the story was going to be the whole team were flat earthers, and now they kicked them out of the league. They're no longer a soccer team.
Oh no! This is just a whole team that I remember. I read something. I don't know if something saw it on the internet. You got to believe everything you read on the internet, right? But someplace I thought I heard about a team that were all pro flat earthers, and that country. It's a South American. I don't think it's Central American, but they all believe, and I think they're like closer down, but towards the bottom tip, going closer towards as far south as you can go. I'll look it up.
I think there is a South American country that's down there, maybe like Venezuela or something. I don't know, maybe not, but I think you're right. There is one down. I don't know about all of them, but a very high percentage of them are flat earthers, I think. I heard there was a real high percentage in Russia too. They keep that kind of on the down low. But I heard that it's like 50-50 in Russia. I don't know if it's true, obviously not. Obviously I got no evidence for that, but I did hear it. Russia was quite evenly divided. I think are they Muslim? A lot of them. No, they're. I don't. What religion is Russia mostly? Does anybody know?
Well, I think they're Russian, not Russian, but Russian Orthodox. I think something to do with the Orthodox.
Orthodox Jew?
I don't know.
Yeah, most of them are Orthodox. Christian Orthodox. Can you guys hear me?
I know.
I heard you that last time. The other times you're breaking up.
All right, yeah. Orthodox is the biggest religion there. It's like what the Balkans have, like Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, the Christian Orthodox religion.
Well, I'm not real familiar with the meaning of Orthodox.
You never looked at it. Orthodox would be like another word for normal, wouldn't it? Because what's unorthodox?
Jews?
Not normal?
Are
Sorry?
there Orthodox Jews also?
There are Orthodox Jews, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the ones that will wear the hats with the sideburns that come down.
Well, I have come to the end of my journey. So I wish everybody a very pleasant, whatever time of day it is where you're at.
Well, we know it's 5:28 in your time, so you have a nice evening.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
Mic check, second attempt.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. How y'all doing today?
Has it
Good.
cooled off under 105 degrees in Texas yet?
No, bro. I'm out here smoking, so it's even hotter. Smoking some chicken.
Hey, you can have global warming if you live on a globe. So we're told we live on a globe, therefore there's global warming.
Policy. No, it isn't. We don't live on a globe, so that part's not true. So yeah, it's like 100 degrees in Texas right now. The sun's about to set. But I guess this is a nice August afternoon.
Yeah, 100 in Texas in August is like a cold wave, came through.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is nice for August.
I live in
Yeah.
a hot place, and I gotta say, I agree too here. It's been a nice August.
It's like I got sweat going on. Nice and sweaty. Sweat out some of them toxins. So what's the newest news?
There wasn't too
At
much
all?
happening today, I don't think.
Well, we did. If you haven't heard yet, Larry, Hank, we've gone to from 13.7 billion years as a universe to 26.7 billion years. We've almost doubled it because some guy said that his calculation said that we were off by 13 billion. So we went from a massless photon traveling 13.7 billion years or 80 sextillion 600 quadrillion miles with 18 zeros to 156 sextillion 996 quintillion miles in order to reach your eyes in Texas.
Checks out. That makes sense, right?
And the reason it travels that far is there's nothing gets in the way.
Nothing. No dark matter, right?
Yeah.
That's the newest news.
Hey, that is right off the presses, and I did the math. So, and I told people I divided 156 sextillion 996 quintillion miles with 18 zeros divided by 26.7 billion, and I came up with how much light travels in a light year, which is 5.88 trillion miles. It actually comes out that way. It was cool.
A lot of zeros, man.
Hey, we're flirfs. Big numbers bother us, so hey, it's okay.
Well, they think light can travel that far
What's
and be
stopping it?
detectable.
That's what dogs told me. What's stopping it from traveling that far? Okay, all right. Well, do I have to explain it to you that you're nuts?
Oh, the inverse square law. Just ignore it.
Oh my! Inverse square law doesn't bother those little massless photons. They can go through anything. It's kind of like the engine that could. It's the massless photon that could.
Crazy. Yeah, I heard they did away with dark matter, and apparently the guy who said that, he's kind of entertaining some sort of ether model. Weird.
Mm.
I know that's taboo for him to say that, but he said it, not me. Because if I said it, I'd be thinking outside the box, and I don't think some flat earthers like that.
When you say 84% of the universe is dark matter, and you have no idea what it is, but you have it because it makes relativity work. Cool, because why? Because we cannot believe in God. So I would rather believe in something that is scientifically impossible than believe in God. George Wald, 1954 American Scientific Magazine, who won the Nobel Prize. I would rather believe in something that is scientifically impossible than believe in God. Thank you.
Sound very scientific.
Thank you, George. Now, he was talking about evolution versus creation, but the globe is evolutionary, so he's basically talking about the same thing. Thanks for playing, George. Just tell us you hate God, and you'd rather believe in something scientifically impossible because you hate God so much.
Crazy. Yeah, so heard there's been a lot of dividing and conquering, and everybody seems to be at each other's throats. You know, I've been around for a long time. I never get involved in the hangout wars, is what I called it, but now it's called Discord wars. So I don't take sides in petty disputes unless I have a reason to. So wish we could all just, be a little bit, accepting of other people's ideas. Now, it's one thing if someone's outright lying, right? We don't want people pushing false narrative, but, the whole picking sides thing, it's kind of weird. I'm not really sure I'm down with that. Because I guess what I'm trying to say is when you pick sides, you're like agreeing with the divide and conquer strategy, which is like, I'm a Republican. Look at me.
Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, I just said I agree.
Call the cops.
Yeah.
I'm bringing them over and say you stole my keys.
Is that hot micing? Hot micing strikes again? Yeah, but I would just like to say that I don't care what you people believe. If you believe in nothing, that's fine. I don't really care. I really don't. If that's what you want to believe, like, sure. But I kind of feel like it's just my opinion that believing in nothing is a lot like believing in space time, because space time is made of nothing. So
There are people that help do that.
I guess you're just calling space time nothing in a way, because it never was anything to begin with. So, but I really don't care. It's not worth like
I'll look into it.
cussing at each other over.
I was asleep. Sorry.
Who's got the background noise? Who is it?
Oh, it's me. Sorry. Oh, sorry. It's always me.
Mad cats, bro. I don't fear the wrath. It's not really worth arguing over. I mean, it would be one thing if it was like something you couldn't verify, right? But if you can verify that there's something there, like if I don't know, what is it, Newton's razor? Like if we can't go over like a scientific experiment, it's not worth talking about. So really, the whole ether non-ether thing, it's really not worth talking about. I guess. I mean, I really believe that. Like, you can believe what you like, but if we can't scientifically validate it, then I guess it's not really there. But what if we could measure it? Then would it be worth talking about? Either way, either they pulled something out of nothing and the Schwinger effect is a violation of the first law of thermodynamics, or they pulled something out of something because nothing doesn't exist and it's not a first law violation. But you can decide, I've posted it plenty of times. The Schwinger effect. Pretty big discovery, because either it's an over unity machine or it's not. You decide. But you guys don't seem very talkative, so I guess I'll be on my way. Peace out.
Join Discord.gg/Flat Earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC with you to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Enemy spotted.
Davy and QE.
Jumbling, rumbling.
No, just mumbling.
It's just crazy to me how. It's off topic. Forget about it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, what were you guys saying?
Nothing.
Nothing of importance. Nothing of importance, I guess.
Be careful. The next word's out of that pie hole of yours.
Yeah. What is this? Something posted Frankie Valley?
Don't worry about what's been posting. Just worry about the next words out of your pie hole.
Why? Why do I have to worry about that? I'm reading.
They better be well thought out, not fucking random shit.
Well, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You think I'm funny?
He's talking about random shit.
Think I'm a clown? Like I amuse you?
Yeah, exactly. You got it.
Yeah.
So you're worldly. You're an aristocrat.
Yeah.
That I love those.
Yeah, Goodfellas. Yeah, an aristocrat.
Yeah, I heard some jokes about you.
About who?
The aristocrats.
You're aristocrats.
Yeah, you never heard the aristocrat joke?
Are they proletarians?
I guess so. I mean,
or bourgeoisie?
I guess they would be the bourgeoisie, wouldn't they?
What's the difference between the bourgeoisie and the proletariats?
The proletariats are the working class. The bourgeoisie are the upper class.
Look at you. From a propane salesman to a philosopher.
I do listen sometimes.
Sometimes. Not always.
A propane salesman understands gas pressure with a container.
Yeah. All the gravity in the world, if it existed, both times 10 wouldn't help you.
Times 10, I give him 1,000. That's fine. You made your point. You guys, after 7 years, are learning. It's shocking.
Globe Earthers tears provide flat earthers with more evidence of water level. That's funny.
But you're mumbling again. Stop fucking mumbling.
Oh, I'm reading the thing, the fucking meme.
The thing. Yeah, we all know what the thing is.
The thing from the thing in the thing.
Yeah, yeah, we got it. Thanks. We love your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. Yes. OCD like.
Thank you very much. Well, maybe a little bit. I think I do have a little OCD.
Holy shit, man. You're digging it deeper and deeper. All right, you flat earther or globe earther?
What do you think?
I don't know.
I'm not a flat earther or a globe. I'm a truther.
You're a truther?
I'm a truther. You can't say that word flat earther because it puts you in a, I don't know.
You're about to get your ass.
It makes you a label. I'm a truther.
It makes you a label. What's a label?
Yeah, you label yourself like I don't know, like a Republican or a Democrat. I'm neither. I'm a truther. A truther, and the truth is
that's a false equivalence fallacy.
The truth is, we don't live on a ball.
We don't live on a ball. Then what do we live on?
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
That's
not an answer. That's not a coherent answer to my question.
So you're a glober then, great.
Yeah, I'm a glober.
Here comes the debate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How far away is
I thought you guys were flat earthers. I thought you guys were
Yeah,
smart.
we are flat earthers. You need to fucking stop over talking me right away. The next time you do it, I'm going to kick your ass out of here. You understand me? You got that? Don't fucking
Go ahead.
overtalk me.
All right, go ahead, bro. You said that 3 times. Go ahead.
Yeah. Now, do you got it?
Speak.
Yeah. I ain't got anything to say other than to comment on your bullshit.
What bullshit?
What bullshit? So you're not a globe earther or a flat earther. You're a truther. What is a truther?
I just told you, dude.
Did you think I forgot about that?
I don't know what you forgot about.
You just told me. Okay, so you're a truther, not a globe earther or a flat earther, meaning deductively that neither globe earth or flat earth is true. There's a trichotomy.
I'm saying I don't really like the term the flat earther because it makes it just I don't know. I just don't like that. I prefer to call myself a truther, okay?
We don't care what you like or don't like. That is subjective. We're interested in the objective. You like this, Flatsy?
I'm all in. I'm over here. I'm okay with being a flat earther. You bringing me into it? I'll tell you right now.
I wasn't asking you whether you're a flat earther or not. I asked you the reasoning behind my characterization of Davy.
Yes, I get it, because when you place yourself as a truther and you're not a flat earther or a globe earther, then yeah, you're saying that globe and flat are both untrue.
Yep.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
You didn't have to say it. It's implicit in your claim.
Listen.
Yeah, it is. It's simple deductive logic.
I know we don't live on a globe, okay? That's why I call myself a truther.
Good for you. Why isn't it flat?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? If it's not a globe, why isn't it flat?
I never said it wasn't flat. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
Oh my God. You're like an Elmer Fudd sophist, right?
I never said it wasn't flat.
Do you think this is going to work with me?
When you say
I say it's flat.
Yeah,
that's what I say.
Yeah, but a lot of people out there, they say there's a lot of people out there. They call themselves flat earthers. They make they make us look bad.
Yeah, that's true.
They
And
it's like I don't know.
Well, if they call themselves flat earthers and they make us look bad, could they possibly not be flat earthers, or are just saying it in name?
Like, for example, like all right, like they'll call themselves
yeah, I really don't care. You didn't answer my question, so answer my question.
I'll give you an example.
No, I don't want to. I don't want an example. I want you to answer my question. Okay. I'm not saying it again. Because I know what you're going to say. What's your question? Right? Because you can't remember 10 seconds, after I made the claim. So we got that. So what you're saying, so let's boil it down. So you're saying you're not a flat earther or a globe earther. You just know that it's not a globe earth, but you're a truther. What is it? Define a truther.
So
Bro, you're from New York. You should be able to find a truth.
Man, this is making me see very clearly what the The problem is in the flat Earth now. It's very obvious. The people. Never mind. I'll just go ahead and let you.
See
It's
that what I think I just posted? All right. See,
I'm
this
not
is a
looking at-
mockery.
I'm
This
not
is a
looking at-
mockery to what we believe. Okay.
I don't believe anything.
Like the water
Personally.
falling off the sides, like that's bullshit. Obviously.
I guess he wasn't listening to me. I don't believe shit.
So
He's still not listening.
what I believe
What
is
we don't really care what you believe.
I don't care what you believe. How
Okay.
about that?
Well, I don't believe in anything, so you're not caring in anything.
Well, what do you believe in?
I
Nothing?
just holy fucking shit, man. How many times I gotta tell you, I don't believe in fucking anything. 3 times.
What does that mean?
So you don't care what I don't believe in? That's lovely. It's about time for you to attend university. I'm thinking maybe start primary school first. You're woefully outmatched here.
I can't hear Davey on the live stream on YouTube. What do you Flat Earth
you
Professor do? What do you mean?
What do I
You-
mean? What do I mean?
You can't hear me?
I can hear you.
No. I'm talking to Flat Earth Professor, dude.
Flat Earth Professor, where's he at?
In the chat.
Are you delusional?
What? What do you mean? I'm in the fucking chat.
You're in the fucking chat. Well, I'm not in the chat. I'm in voice. So fucking focus.
No, I'm in both.
Do you need some Adderall?
No.
No, I think you do. Central line.
But yeah, so all right, let me ask you a question.
So yeah, okay. So yeah, you agree you need Adderall.
Let me ask you a question. What do you
Ask me
think
a
we
question.
what do you think we live on? Think we
I
live on a
don't-
ball?
I don't think we live on anything. I know for an absolute fact the Earth is flat, demonstrably, navigatably, observably flat.
So you do think it's flat.
I don't think it is. I know it is.
Exactly. So you know it is. That's why I call it being a truther. Because you know it's the truth.
So wait a
Understand?
second. You just told us before that there's 3 categories: flat earther, globe earther, and a truther. Now you're combining the truther with flat earther.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, that's a contradiction. You just
Pretty much.
contradicted yourself.
Because I that's the truth. There's no way around it.
Well, then there's only 2 categories: either a true or a globe earther, according to you.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Well, there you go. Well, we solved that problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We're moving on.
There you go. but like the poster the picture
Poster.
I posted.
Poster child.
The picture I posted, shit like that makes us look bad. Makes
That's
us look
not a fucking
stupid.
picture. Well, number one, that's
Well,
not a
how-
fucking that's not a fucking
well,
picture.
well,
That's
how's
not a
balls-
picture. That's not a picture.
Huh?
That's not a picture.
What do you mean?
It's not a picture.
So what is it then?
You're telling me what it is. You posted it. I'm telling you, it's not a fucking picture.
I don't know what you're looking at, dude. But anyway,
I'm looking at Davey at 25 minutes after the hour with some flat fucking disc icicles dangling with the
Yes.
sun and the supposed moon. That's not a fucking picture.
it's a fucking mockery. That's all it is. Just
It's a
to make
mockery now.
make-
Well,
make
well
us
then
look
it's not a
bad.
picture.
Okay?
It's not a fucking picture.
With water falling off the sides, that's bullshit. Okay.
It's not a
Because
picture, is what I'm
water
trying to
doesn't-
say.
The reason water isn't falling off the sides is
All
because
right, we got enough of it. Now, you're not listening. You're like in fucking monologue retard mode or something. I guess I am talking to ghosts. You're mumbling, you're rambling incoherently. I already exposed you like 3 times. You think I want to do this for the rest of the evening? I got stuff to do like clean the bathroom. You know, productive things. No, you're rambling. Nuh-uh. That's what I am, but what are you? You're already exposed. Go ahead and rewind about 20 minutes, right? And review it. Have some of your slobber nurses come in and let you know what the fucking real deal is. My word. Anything else? No? Go
I'm
ahead.
excited about your show tomorrow.
You're excited about the show tomorrow. I think we're going to be talking about science some more.
Great. I'm going to get there early.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there early, at attention, and ready to ask you.
At attention. The only thing I'm butthurt about is jalapenos. You fucking clown.
Jalapeno?
Me too,
Yeah.
man. I used to eat them whole grilled. Now I'm getting old.
You butthurt. Okay, I get it.
Hank, you came in here the other day. We'll get into something interesting before I go. You came in here the other day, white knighting for a lion sewer rat.
No, what I said is that I was listening to the audio, and he said, "So you're saying," and you use that as one of the clips. Now I never
So
did
you're
go back.
saying. So you're saying what?
Well, whenever I say that to someone, it's always their argument. It's not my
No,
argument.
that's bullshit. You got to get hyper specific. So give us the context. I want the whole before, present, and afterward context of what you're talking about.
So I can't do that because
You
I
better
only
do
watched
it.
the video that you posted.
You better do it because it's not fucking in there. It's a mirage.
Okay, I would have to go back and listen. You're right before I comment any further.
You
But we
got
were
that.
talking about we need to listen to the videos that you posted. I went and
Yeah.
listened to them and only commented on the videos that you posted. So I wasn't
Yeah.
speaking out of turn.
Well, you go get it, and then you pull it out. And it better be clearly defined. That's all right. His ass is toast. He better not come in here again. I'll tell you that shit. Whoever's white knighting for him, it's your ass too. And I'm talking about shits at 60, Witsit, the pretender clown fucking idiot that thinks he's some kind of debating god. Fucking clown doesn't know the difference between noun and verbs. That's the least of his problems. Where's fucking Hanoi Jaren? Does he still have a channel? Oh, he shouldn't. You better not have any subscribers in here. It's their ass.
I haven't, I've never been subscribed to Jaren, I don't think. I don't even remember ever watching his content. He's just always been there, here and there, you know.
Here and there. That's.
I quit watching Jaron when he said live on a video that he was okay with white genocide after it was properly defined for him. Yeah, he had a alt-right guy on one of his videos, way off topic, but the white guy explained the white genocide thing, and I was thinking, you know, if it was like the same thing with Japan, that would be terrible. Their culture would be gone. Like, why would I want them like gone? Like, why would you ever advocate for like a culture being extinct? especially this day and age. Like most of the language that are spoken are going to go extinct in our lifetime. So I'm for the preservation of culture, all culture. So I quit listening to them years ago. And I'm not even really a subscriber to White Genocide, but you know, when someone properly defines it for you, and then you're like, yeah, what do I care? I'm not white. Like, really, bro? I'm done with you.
What is your profession? I broke
The PhD, booger-eating schmuck, M. Scott Veach, elbow deep, May 2021.
Listen to my whole sentence. If you're on a sphere, then you change your latitude, you also change your rate of rotation.
Well, that's what your pseudoscience priests tell you, and you mindlessly parrot. But the Earth is demonstrably flat and not rotating. It's also a non sequitur fallacy. If you're on a sphere, a shape, that premise alone doesn't in any way even remotely imply that the shape is moving, in this case rotating. Shapes are not motions, Crayon Muncher.
So you're changing your rate of rotation if you're on a sphere when you change latitude. It's a standard for rate of rotation.
Are you high right now?
Either that or he should be. See the previous response in toto. It's another non sequitur fallacy. Even if it was rotating, how in the world is the rate of rotation a stand-in for the rate of rotation, whether you're changing your latitudes or not, booger eater?
But then you check to see, does the rate of rotation affect the precession as predicted?
His question slowed down for comprehension. As we're all aware, the booger eater's mouth is about 5 minutes ahead of the caper-sized piece of horse shit between his ears. The question: does the rate of rotation affect precession as predicted? You have yet to establish that the Earth is rotating. You kind of have to do that first. And you have no scientific prediction here, as in a scientific hypothesis. Even if you knew how to construct one, and we all know you don't, you have no viable independent or dependent variable in this genre.
It does. Oh, look, it's processing.
I did tell a putty cat.
Now you have to
It's
ask
called
yourself.
affirming the consequence.
No, it isn't.
Oh, yes it is. Textbook. If P then Q, Q therefore P. If the Earth is rotating, we will observe a putty tat. We see a putty tat. Therefore, the Earth is rotating.
And now you have to ask yourself, oh, is it possible, is it quite likely that the fact that I was changing this dependent or independent variable is the thing that's causing it to precess? Or is it something coincidental? And that's what I was trying to explain to you before, which is always a possibility, which is where you check in to see, do I meet my standard of statistical significance or not?
What the fuck? My word, you're delusional. Possibility and likelihood is only used with inductive reasoning. There is no inductive reasoning in the scientific method. You were changing your independent variable? The only thing you were changing in your previous non sequitur fallacies was the latitude. Latitudes don't cause anything, and most certainly don't cause the Earth to spin in Space Monkey, you bozo. And newsflash, latitudes don't have physical existence, you booger-eating goober. Moreover, and knee-slapping hilarious, the quintessential example of giving a 3-year-old a chainsaw. In retrospect, a Trojan horse, if you will. After the ball-tarred booger eaters continually got their asses handed to them from 2016 through 2019 because of flat earthers asking for their independent variable, they eventually wisened up. I use that as loosely as possible, and educated themselves, again, as loosely as possible, on what independent variables are. For whatever reason, they focused heavily on the changeability aspect and continue to do so. These schnoz particle chefs think that if you can change something, then it's automatically an independent variable. But an independent variable, the presumed cause, is varied and manipulated itself by the researcher so as to change the relationship with the dependent variable. The booger eater here said he changed his latitude, ergo independent variable. He didn't vary and manipulate a latitude itself. He merely changed his position relative to an arbitrary fairy tale latitude. See it? They have the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. Boneheads. That's what you get for pretender clowning.
These dizzy Dunning-Kruger dipshit doofuses have Elmer Fudd, Mr. Magoo, and baby Huey doubled over in the corner, gasping for their last breaths from tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. Oh, by the way, booger eaters, you're welcome. No thank you required. Lastly, your flailing non sequitur of the ages Mr. Magoo application of statistical analysis to whether the space monkey is spinning or not is tantamount to applying GNP of Zimbabwe calculations to authenticate the Declaration of Independence. Are you okay, dude?
Ow! 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 I don't know. I don't know. Jamal, get on it. Hee-hee. Ow! Ow! Ow!
Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Scotty, are you okay? Are you okay, Scotty? Tell us that you're okay, that you're okay, that you're okay, Scotty. There's a sign in the window that instructs you to booger eating schmuck, Scotty.
Well, we had to clear up the difference between engineering and science. There was no science in engineering at all.
Oh, yeah. What is your definition of science?
I just told you how there is, Kimo.
Wrong. From Boston University, College of Engineering, 2010 fall issue of the Engineer. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science. Duh. From Professor Henry Petrosky, Professor of Engineering and History at Duke University. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the PhD booger-eating schmuck here and his ilk keeps us from solving the problems of the world.
What they're essentially saying is, you say you're doing science, but you're doing something that doesn't actually test hypotheses.
What the hell did you just say?
Anytime you're using something that is going to help you test hypotheses.
I wonder how you would have an experiment without the scientific method. I wonder how that would be.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think of the scientific method as requiring stuff like observing natural phenomena?
Yes. Dependent variables, observe natural phenomena, are absolutely requisite for hypothesis construction. And you can't have natural science without hypotheses.
So then, let's say tomorrow, I'm going to just do an experiment where I have a control variable of temperature. I'm going to adjust it.
OMG from a booger-eating PhD. Doofus, you don't change or alter control variables because control variables are always held constant. That's what makes them controls.
You dumbass.
Next block of instruction: how to look through a window while standing.
And I'm going to see how it affects the salinity of my compound. And I'm going to record all the results. And I'm going to do this experiment. I've done an experiment there, but I'm not really part of any kind of overarching method. I just did an experiment by itself, in and of itself, without observing a phenomenon. I didn't even really have a hypothesis.
Ay, caramba!
So you conducted a scientific experiment without a hypothesis? How can you do that when experiments are hypothesis tests? From pennstate.edu, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis. What's next? Run the Brickyard 400 without a car.
Curvature, in and of itself, is a constant elevation.
You serious?
Shockingly, he is. Scotty. Did you pick the wrong week to stop sniffing glue? A constant elevation is having no part higher than the other. That's the definition of level, flat, and horizontal, not curvature. From dictionary.com, level, having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface. From Cambridge, level, not rising or falling or higher on one side, Scotty, but even in all directions, horizontal or flat. Something that is level with something else is at the same height.
That's not going to tell us anything about curvature, though. Elevation does not hold any hints as to whether we're curving or not.
What the hell did you just say?
That's an elevation change. That's fine, but a curve is not an elevation change.
Raggy, retard!
The curvature does not change the elevation, Brian.
Fatality.
Wow, dude. Wow. So curvature does not change elevation, eh? From the United States Naval Academy.edu, curvature is the rate of change of slope. So it is the second derivative of the elevation surface.
Uh-oh!
From pennstate.edu, slope is a measure of change in elevation.
Uh-oh!
So, Booger Eater, if curvature is the rate of change of a slope, and a slope is the measure of change in elevation, then curvature must necessarily involve a change in elevation. Next block of instruction, how to point at a house. This is galactic universes beyond mind-numbing absurdity. The quintessential tenet of fairy tale ball-tart spinning space monkey religion dictates an 8-inch per mile squared drop along a tangent from your feet in every direction, Scotty. What is drop if not an elevation change? Por favor. Folks, this is akin to a communist renouncing the abolition of private property and the Roman Catholic Church disavowing the Virgin Mary. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this booger-eating schmuck's entire performance is imbecilic at a second-grade level and demonstrates a purposeful fundamental ignorance of mere basic concepts and topics. He not only speaks confidently in his belly-laughing ignorance, but ridicules others for challenging his baby Huey horsepuckery. It's a shameful disgrace for your average Joe Coffey to spew such backwards nonsensical drivel, but this schmuck has a PhD. I heretofore, Your Honor, invoke the DEFCON 1 doofus statute, recognizing the clear and present danger this Dunning-Kruger numpty has not only to himself, but others. Put a cork in it, Your Eminency. Yep, got it. Your Worshipfulness. That was society on the line. They want an emergency restraining order against this booger eater. No less than 1,000 light years. Your splendiferousness. I move to strike jury deliberation. Have them retire to their respective residences with the court's deepest apologies and a counseling voucher for tear-jerking belly laugher syndrome. An immediate subpoena issued from the bench with an attached indictment for Captain Kangaroo U, mail order diploma section, where this numpty clearly obtained his degree from. The PhD booger eater here straitjacketed, shackled, horse and elephant tranquilized, without cessation, in place with a 24-hour sword-drawn guard while we await Mr. Green Jeans, Mr. Bunny Rabbit, and Mr. Moose Stamp Lickers to give account.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Hey.
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Bob, the pseudoscience fallacy flathead Herman Munster quanumberum guy, who freely admits Brenda is smarter than he is. February 2021.
What's the difference between natural and unnatural science?
Unnatural science? That's a new one. Let's see what unnatural means. Abnormal. Lacking human qualities or sympathies. Sounds like the science your fleet of male slobber nurses do on you, Bob. Hey, seen any fists appearing out of nothing lately?
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
There are no independent, dependent variables in the scientific method, so just drop that.
shit, hold on.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Man, you really spit the bit on this one, Bob. Bob's claim. There are no independent or dependent variables in the scientific method. As everyone knows, the scientific method is founded upon hypothesis and experiment. So let's see what these actually mean. From Colorado State University, scientific hypothesis. A special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. From Penn State University, the scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis. From California State University, formalized hypotheses contain two variables. One is the independent and the other is the dependent. Not looking good for you right now, Bob. Experiment. From Penn State University. There should be 3 categories of variables in every experiment. Dependent, independent, controlled. From Physics About, Anne-Marie Helmstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. When you design an experiment, you are controlling and measuring variables. There are 3 types of variables. Independent, dependent, controlled. From my tutor, GCSE Chemistry. What are the 3 main variables within a scientific experiment? Independent, dependent, controlled. From the Institute of Physics, when planning an investigation, students need to identify the variables that they consider significant and then select the ones they want to look at for cause and effect. If possible, any other variables that will affect the outcome of the experiment need to be kept constant during the investigation. The independent, dependent, and controls. From the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. In an experiment, the independent variable is a variable that is varied or manipulated by the researcher, and the dependent variable is the response that is measured. An independent variable is the presumed cause, whereas the dependent variable is the presumed effect. The IV is the antecedent, whereas the DV is the consequent. From the Office of Research Integrity, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable.
Jimmy is saying it. You may hear him. Down goes
Bobber!
Down goes
Bobber! My word, sir. You see, I can somewhat understand this belly laugher coming from your average rank-and-file globe-tard goober. But you're a self-purported bone doctor. More like bumbling bonehead. This is exponential magnitudes beyond numpty dipshittery. It's tantamount to a self-purported neurosurgeon claiming that there are no brains or spinal cords in the central nervous system. For God's sake, man!
Do you have a degree in science?
Unnatural or natural science?
Who's more qualified to tell you what the scientific method is? You or me, who has a degree in it?
Turn out the lights.
Pretender clown face monkey.
The party's over. They say that all good things must end.
Ballers scattered on dawn's highway bleeding. Fallacies and refravity crowd their fragile eggshell minds.
You're the one who just told me there are no dependent and independent variables in a hypothesis.
There's
That's
no
ridiculous.
independent or dependent variable in the scientific method.
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Some guy in your name. Are you South African? Are you there? Are you South African?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yes, I am here. This is me. I'm here.
Okay.
That's reassuring.
Yeah, that is him.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, we knew it was you. We were talking about you before you came in. As long as you're here, we're good.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. You were talking about me before I came in? What do you mean?
Yeah, so long as it's you.
It's okay.
Right?
Now we're talking about you behind your back, right in front of you.
Spiraling.
I see.
It's all recorded, so we can back everything up.
We're just making sure it was you. That's all.
Oh, yeah. No, I understand the misconception. No, it's actually me, guys. What's up? It's
Okay.
me.
All right.
Wait, is it really you?
I'm trying to make sure.
Is it really you?
Hold on. Yeah, it's me. I just checked.
Okay.
I can see
man.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
You just checked. Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. I mean,
do you math?
Do you math?
No, I science.
Oh, you science. Oh.
Yeah.
Get him. You
Well,
might
they
be
think-
somebody's huckleberry.
Yeah, they
Let's
think
do the
science
3
is
points.
math, though, right?
Let's do the 3 points. Come on.
No,
please.
at least he knew the difference between science and math. That's a plus one for
No,
him.
that's good. +1, but I'm just saying, let's do the 3 points, please. Come on.
I think we did already. Like
with him?
Yeah, like a couple days ago.
Did.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He doesn't have the 3 points tag.
Well, there wasn't a moderator on at the time.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, can we briefly go over them? Just briefly, just so that you know.
Not if you already went over it.
He sciences, man.
He just doesn't have the tag.
QE's throwing bows right now, so he wants to get in on this.
No, I'm not overly excited about it. I mean, he's Mr. Are you a scientist?
No, I'm not a scientist.
But you
I'm an
like science,
observer.
right? That's fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like science, right?
This is gonna be
So,
good.
can you conduct natural science without experiment?
No, I wouldn't say so.
That's a good damn answer. That's plus. He's getting a lot of plus ones, man.
Yeah, this guy's
He's the
pretty
smallest
solid.
baller
And
that's been on here in a year.
He actually took his time to answer that question too. That was very odd.
He did. It was measured. I'm fucking starting to get scared now. All right. So, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics claim that they're science, and you said, well, you can't have science without experiment. So, can astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics do experiments?
I think that they can only observe, but it's obviously
Holy shit!
Oh,
Damn.
plus two!
I'm gonna say,
listen.
oh my god, that when he first started like kind of giggling, it was like, wow, this is a first.
Yeah.
I mean, that was brilliant. Keep going.
So by definition, if they can't conduct an experiment, then they're not natural sciences.
Sure. I mean, okay, I've been in the server for a while, and I've listened to you guys speak, and I've gotten a lot of insight as to how you see things, and I agree with many of the things. I'm just too ignorant to just say I'm a flat earther yet. I need to learn more.
No, that's fine. I mean, your science acumen.
You need to
is
go
about,
do an experiment or a
your
test or
science
something.
acumen is about 10 levels above any baller I ever ran into.
Insane.
I'll let you go, man. You're all right.
Wow. QE said I'll let you go. Dude.
I'm gonna let him go because he answered those questions. He was measured. He thought about it, and he made the right choices. So, I mean, what do you want me to do? Impale the guy?
No, I'm giving him the 3-point participation right now. Boom.
Okay. Yeah, he's good to go, man. He's got at least he can critically think. I mean, that's plus 3. What else?
Get you in the door.
He's on. So you're on the fence more or less of whether the Earth's a sphere or whether it's flat, right?
I'm leaning more to the flat side of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
maybe we can kick you off that fence.
When you talked with me and Jen, like your big hang up was you're not sure why everyone would lie, right? Like the lie's too big.
No. I never said that. I like I said, we spoke about this before, and I mentioned the incentive. There's a lot of incentive as to why they would lie. I never said that.
Okay, I think I misunderstood what you were saying. Getting that.
Okay, is there any hang-ups? Is there any questions that you may want to ask that says, well, there could be a problem here? Is there anything that stands out?
Okay, well, I think what I'm skeptical about, and this should not be a trust thing. I understand it should not completely be a trust thing, but I'm skeptical about the method you guys use when you speak to someone that has cognitive dissonance. And when speaking to these individuals, I feel like the way you tackle things is
harsh.
I wouldn't say harsh, but it's by your method. Okay, so an example about this can be, for example, there was this one time I was in the VC and Miggy was talking to this guy, and this guy, what's his name, Danny. He said he was astrologer.
That was just yesterday. That was he was a PhD in astronomy. Yes, we know him well.
Sure. Okay. So what Danny wanted to do was agree to disagree on the scientific method so that the conversation could move forward. And
that's a non-starter. That's a non-starter because the scientific method isn't agree, disagree. It is what it is. It's not subjective. It's not subjective. It's objective. Agree, disagree is subjective. The scientific method is what the scientific method is. He made a couple of, how would I say, train wreck implosions that I won't bring up here because I'm waiting for him to come back. But what's your problem with that?
So that's not the only instance.
No. I want to go into the instance because you have somewhat of a science acumen. Obviously, you answered the questions correctly.
Okay, so the problem with that is I understand that there was a disagreement between the scientific method, but I didn't fully understand. Like, I understand where Mickey came from, as into saying that you can't just observe something, conduct an experiment, and because your experiment seems to align with your observation, say that is what is.
No, that's incorrect. He never talked. Hold on. Yeah. He never talked about an experiment. He just said observation. In fact, he said
no. He didn't actually speak about an experiment.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Just wait a second.
Okay, good.
I listened to it. He said specifically that you didn't have to have an experiment. You can just use inference, right? And then he said just induction, as a matter of fact.
Didn't he say via or through induction?
Yes, only induction. You know what? You know what the problem is with that, sir? Scientific method doesn't use induction at all. Zero. It uses abduction and deduction. So he's a pretender clown. Dunning-Kruger fuckwit. How about that?
See, the other problem you got, right, with somebody like that is just that he's got a PhD in something that you, like, going through what you went through with Quantum Eraser, just realize is not science, right? So he's going to try to convolute the scientific method so that what he stands for is actually science.
Yeah, he didn't use any scientific method. Are you familiar with Karl Popper, sir?
No.
Karl Popper is one of the most famous philosophers of science and is quite popular with the bald-tarred ball idiots, right? Are you in live stream voice text?
I'm in live stream voice text.
Yeah, remember what Danny said, that science exclusively uses induction. Read those two citations for me, please.
In the philosophy of science, falsifiability or refutability is the capacity for statement theory. Oh, excuse me? Is that what I'm supposed to be reading?
19 minutes after the hour under Quantum Eraser.
Start higher.
As mentioned in the section, the problem of induction. Popper's response to the problem of induction is simply that induction is actually never used in science.
Oh, whoopsie!
Popper called 1963 Conjectures and Refutations, The Growth of Science, Knowledge, 2002 AD, Karl Popper, philosopher of science, sought to solve the problem of induction. He argued that science does not use induction, and induction is in fact a myth.
Ooh, that's gonna leave a mark.
I don't know much about Karl Popper yet, so...
Karl Popper is the philosophy god of science.
According to who?
According to me.
I see.
Karl Popper, it speaks volumes that you don't know who this gentleman is.
I don't. I don't know who Karl Popper is.
Yeah. Let me tell you, all the ballers do, and they fallaciously talk about Karl Popper. They don't know what he says. They don't know what he's written. They don't know anything. And I just
is there a possibility that his words could easily be construed?
Let me come out of the citations. What is induction?
Induction means, I don't know. I actually don't know what induction is.
And yeah, that's a problem. So induction means probability or likelihood, right? Hypotheses deal with cause and effect relationships. They have null hypotheses with them. It doesn't deal with any probability whatso friggin' ever. It's either a 1 or 0, black or white, yes or no. See it now? So I'm coming out of the citations and then putting into use its practicality. So, do you know what a hypothesis is, sir?
Yes, I know what an hypothesis is.
Define a hypothesis for me.
A hypothesis, I'm not sure if I'll be able to define it correctly, but I understand the rough meaning. An hypothesis is a, how should I say, a result of an investigation that is yet to be proven. Isn't that what it kind of is?
No.
Like, for example, like, hold on. Let me see if I can define it properly. Okay. How about this? Maybe I can't put it into words, but maybe I can give you an example of a hypothesis, okay? So the experiment is to see if water will fall out of the glass as soon as I overflow it. So an hypothesis would be when I throw, it's a 100 ml glass. So an example of an hypothesis would be when I throw 130 ml of water in the glass, 30 milliliters of water would overflow and spill out of the glass.
No, that's not a hypothesis. No.
Oh, okay. Well, then tell me.
Let's go over what a hypothesis. I asked you not for an example, but what it actually is. So at 22 minutes after the hour, let's just set the stage. California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll, this is from nature.com, by the way. California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in The Edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They are the whole point. So, what is it? Becoming a successful scientist from Cambridge University Press. A scientific hypothesis is based on cause and effect reasoning. A scientific hypothesis does not merely state X and Y may be related, but explains why they are related. From Drexel University, the scientific method is hypothesis-driven. One makes an educated guess to explain a cause and effect relationship. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, a hypothesis is an educated guess based on observation. It's a prediction of cause and effect. Do you see any probability or likelihood in those?
Wait, hold on. Before we go into that, how is what I said not an hypothesis? If the
because you didn't say what I just said.
Excuse me? What are you talking about?
Excuse you? Because you didn't say what I just said. Don't overtalk me. Do not overtalk me.
Okay, cool. But you're overtalking me right now. So
fuck off.
Gentlemen,
come on,
you're doing so good.
Yeah. He's starting to scam a spiral because I'm about to jack his ass up and he knows it.
Oh, man, no. Well, I guess
we were having a good
maybe he didn't articulate his example very well, and so maybe.
Yeah, well, you see, your problem is, Mr. South African, is your cause is man, right? The natural phenomena in natural science, the dependent variable, must be a natural phenomenon. See? Follow?
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm just saying that the example of an hypothesis that I gave you seems to be aligned with what this definition of an hypothesis is.
I just explained it to you why it's not.
Wouldn't an easy way to say it is that it's an educated guess of cause and effect?
Yes, but that's a natural cause and effect. It doesn't have anything to do with man. We're talking about natural science here. Whoever caused that thing to leak out of the glass, it wasn't the glass, and it definitely wasn't the water. It was man. So you're out of context. And I ask you what a hypothesis is, not an example of one.
Okay, I agree that it was out of context, but it was still an example of an hypothesis outside natural science.
It's not. I'm telling you, it's not. I just explained it to you.
Of natural phenomenon is the key. Right, QE?
Yes, the natural phenomena observed, the dependent variable must be natural. It can't be man-made. If I have a dependent variable, the effect, and it's a man-made phenomena, then what's the independent variable going to be every single time? The cause of the effect. If the effect's a man-made phenomena, what's the cause or independent variable of that phenomena every single time?
Can you give me an example of an hypothesis?
Man. So, it's not natural because we have a big problem here. Everything that man affects is caused by him. So we don't need an experiment, and it's not natural because natural and synthetic, man-made, are fucking antithesis of each other. That's why. Can I give you an example of hypotheses?
Mm-hmm.
Natural phenomena observed, the whole spiel?
Sure, you give me an experiment and then give me your hypothesis to the experiment.
No, that's backwards. I'd give you the hypothesis first, and then the experiment comes from the hypothesis, right?
Sure.
I wouldn't mind hearing an example.
How about if I give you a bunch of them? Or do we want to just deal with one?
One would be good to start.
The best one.
The best that there isn't. The best are either viable scientific hypotheses or they're train wrecks.
The best ball buster you got.
No, there isn't any hypotheses for spherical Earth versus flat Earth because those are what is questions. The scientific method only deals with how, why, cause, and effect questions.
Hey, Quantum, when you're done with that, I want to know still what his deal was with what I said against Penny.
Okay. Yeah, don't let me forget about that. All right, you want one hypothesis, the best one I got?
Yes, please.
I'm going to put it in live stream, all right? Is that all right?
Could you come up with one off the top of your head is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I just did. Given other, I just typed it up.
Mm-hmm.
Given otherwise healthy type 1 diabetes patients, the lack of insulin on board will lead to diabetic ketoacidosis. There you go. Do you want any more?
Hold on, I'm still analyzing it.
He's sciencing the shit out of it.
I am sciencing the shit out of this. Want another one? There's another one. If the witch path information is known or can be known, then we observe wave function collapse, i.e. no interference. That is matter existing. Want another one?
I'm still focusing on the first one, like I said.
All right. We'll just put them in there. I'll give you 4. If vitamin C intake is crucial to collagen integrity in humans, then eliminating vitamin C intake in humans will cause scurvy.
I like that one.
I'm feeling my oats now.
I think the third one is the best example as well.
You want the third one?
No, I think the third one is the best one in my opinion.
What about this one? This usually gets everyone up in arms because they're numpty dipshits. Heat will cause water to boil at 212 degrees Fahrenheit, 100 degrees Celsius at 1 atmosphere of pressure. How about that one? Yes, no, maybe.
So what is witch path information?
That's a quantum mechanics experiment. Path information is knowledge of the path information. If I got 2 paths, A and B path, if I know that it's on A path, then I know it. So if I know it, the wave function will collapse. So it's a yes or no question. There isn't any probability or likelihood getting, circling back to the point of induction, which is a fucking train wreck.
So induction is basically finding the most likely probability, but there's no definitive answer.
Yes, it's correlative. It's not causative. So causation doesn't equal correlation. It's a complete category error. It's not even close. So it's bullshit. He's full of shit. Right? He's trying to substitute induction logic for the scientific method, which is empirical.
I do disagree that.
Say again?
I do disagree that. I would say that I do disagree that just because we find within a certain experiment that something is more likely than another thing.
We don't. Like, it's either a yes or no one, or is there? We don't. You're wrong. It's either a one. I said this 3 times.
No, I didn't finish my statement. You didn't let me finish my statement.
I said that the scientific method, there is no induction. It's based on abductive and deductive reasoning. Abductive takes care of the first 3 steps of the scientific method. That is, observe natural phenomena, literature review, hypothesis construction. It's a supposition of cause and effect. Deductive reasoning takes the last part, experiment. It's not an agree or disagree. I don't care what you agree or disagree with. I could give a shit less. Go to whose favorite color is the best or cake decorating forums. You're in the wrong forum. And don't fucking overtalk me again. You understand?
Well, then don't overtalk me. Like, what do you mean?
Okay, you're fucking done. Unless Miggy, I've exposed him. So, Miggy, you want to go for it?
Expose him?
Real quick. Hey, so, anyways, what was the problem that you had with me?
I didn't understand. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I didn't understand. I didn't understand his perspective, like Danny's perspective. And I feel like for someone like me that doesn't know much, that doesn't have experience in these conversations,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me put it into context for you, okay? Okay. Now just listen up. I'm gonna play a clip.
I think people that first encounter flat Earth, they all say, "Well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it."
Oh wait, I need to unmute the body.
Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You go to the internet and you heard these arguments from flat Earth.
You're gonna have to start it over again.
Yeah, you're gonna have to start it over. Yeah.
Did you unmute the bot?
Yes, I did.
All right, start over, Meggie.
All right.
I think people that first encounter flat Earth, they all say, "Well, I once believed that it was a stupid idea, but I tried to refute it and I couldn't." Well, that's because you didn't go to the right sources. You went on the internet and you heard these arguments from flat Earthers that you couldn't answer.
Yeah,
that's because you didn't know the answers. I know the answers. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute. I haven't encountered an argument yet I couldn't refute.
That's him.
That is him.
Yep. I thought that might have helped.
Nothing
more?
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun, man. There's not. These people, they've been hovering around flat Earth, crap talking for years.
I can have more context if you'd like. It's up to you. You need more context?
I mean, I hear you guys talk about like these shills and things that know the truth, but yet they act as if they don't know what's going on.
Exactly. And they placate to audience members like yourself, sir. And you guys are the ones that pick up on it like it's, it's awesome. Like these guys are like, why don't somebody give them a chance? Let them speak. And we hear this from the audience. We've been around the argument so long that we can spot these guys a mile away. We know exactly where they're going and why they're going there, right? They've made a living out of it. This guy sure has.
Hey, so, Mickey, can you play that one? The one at 35 minutes after the hour?
I'm going to have to upload it.
Really? Yeah, you need to upload it.
I'll just play the video myself.
Which one? Oh, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. That'll be better. Go ahead.
It's only 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
That's more context, isn't it? takes a special somebody to be doing the things we do here, man, in the server. Everybody here that puts up with these trolls on the daily. And not only that, but we have to fight two fronts. We fight those trolls and fight the people who think that we're not giving them a chance. At some point, people are going to have to see through their bullshit, man, that they come in here. This is a war for the mind. And this is the battlefield right now, right here. Not only that, but this is the front line. We're the largest Flat Earth Discord server. And we have people coming in day out. Trolls, shills, pretender clowns, numpties, everybody. And sometimes in between all of that, we have to sift out the good ones. We got no time for people to be messing around, playing games, lying about stuff.
Yeah, I saw the video.
Good for you.
He's a saucier.
Okay, so for people like me that Danny could possibly have an influence over, don't you think the best method is to just destroy them in their own method? Like you know, like play him at his own game instead of like forcing him to play your game.
No. He wants to take you somewhere with his argument, so we're not going to do that. He's going to answer the damn question, provide evidence, or he's not going to have an argument. We're not going to give him what he wants. He's going to give us what we want. And we want evidence, sir. Do you understand that point? We don't got time to play games. He's going to give the evidence for the positive claim that the Earth is a globe. We demand it. It is something that they have told us time and time again, that we don't do science. Oh, and guess what? Now that we're doing science, science doesn't explain anything, they say now. They changed their story. Why do you think that is? Because they can't use science to back up their claims any longer. They got to reach into the philosophical and go somewhere that, you know, takes people on a journey of the mind, right? Get all hypothetical and whatnot.
Comic bookish.
Like dawn bones or clocks. Or the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply to the Earth.
Brother,
Right?
yeah, you ain't heard the depth of the numptiness that these guys have. Okay, maybe you just heard a little bit with that show with Danny, but you ain't heard nothing yet. Not the stuff that we've heard. So yeah, we've dealt with it, and they're going to give us the answers we want, because this is the evidence they should be providing if they think the Earth is a globe. Simple as that. Very straightforward and direct. We're not playing games. Is that clear? Hope I was clear. All right.
I understand. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking about it from the perspective of someone that that believes.
Yeah, you're
Earth is a
thinking about it
globe.
backwards.
Yeah.
No.
Didn't he get hung up on the first point? Which is Earth. And if so, you know, I didn't come to the Flat Earth community because someone told me what I should be looking for. Like the moment I thought that the globe was in question, the first question that came to mind was, wait a minute, so how have they measured it to determine that it is the globe that they claim we live on? Right? I mean, that answer should be out there somewhere.
Oh, by the way, do you know, Mr. South African, did you know that whether the Earth is flat or a sphere isn't available for scientific inquiry? Did you know that?
No.
The scientific method only adjudicates cause and effect how, why questions, not what is questions. It has nothing to do with it. So is the Earth flat or a sphere a how, why, cause and effect question, or a what is question?
That's a what is question.
You got it. It has nothing to do with science. I've been coming out here. I've been here for 5 frigging years. The first thing I've heard and literally thousands of times after that is that I must deny, being a flat earther, I must deny all of science and all of physics. How many people in here have heard that?
By heart.
Right?
At a nickel.
Yeah. So we're calling their bluff all fucking in. Give us your scientific evidence. It's out of context, non sequitur, category error. They're fucking numpty dipshits, right? We're going to drag them around by their short hairs. Then I'm going to eviscerate them, and I'm going to have my wolf pups take over. Follow? You just felt some of the brunt of that. Not even 1/100th of it. Are we clear? Are we clear?
I'm still hold on. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I'm still held up on like the point of this is how I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure you guys may have the best the better method of going about things, but when it comes to converting people to look for more information, I feel like the way you see things is that there's some people that are just not worth spending time on, and there's other people worth investing into. So if that is how you see things, then maybe I could agree with you. But I feel like if you want to convert more people to look further into it, then let's beat them at their game. Don't you think?
You're missing it. I think you're missing it, sir.
Big time.
You see, my job isn't to convert people. This isn't a religion. My job is to expose the liars and the pretender clowns and let the cards fall where they may. Follow?
I see.
That's what I do. It's up to the individual to take the responsibility after that to go discover it and research it for themselves. I don't convert anyone.
I see.
And if they're a deceiver, then they're right under the barrel. They're gonna feel the wrath. I mean, if they are the deceiver.
So the goal is not to get more people onto So the goal is not to get more people to think about flat Earth, but rather to
eviscerate the lies.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that will then in turn bring those people that see the lies. Follow? You see the cause and effect relationship here, right? Once they see that they're being lied to, then they're going to go. Then they're going to say, "Oh man, let me go find out what is really true for myself."
Yep.
Right? That's what we want. We don't want people listening to us, right? Trying to convert them, as you say. No, we want them to go out and find the truth for themselves. Now, we give them some tools for that because we expose the lies. You know, that's not in a vacuum. Pardon the pun. Right? We give them the tools to go do that. Right? With gas pressure without a container, black swan, they don't feel any rotation or angular movement. Right? That's how we go about doing that. But we're here to expose. You see, when I first came out here, for the first 2 years, I was called names that would make a billy goat fucking puke. And I was trying to keep my cool for about 2.5 years. That ended. I just ended it. I got sick of it. Right? Now I'm going after their bowels. Got me? Thanks. Have a nice day.
All we do is talk about science.
That doesn't
how
work.
Pseudoscience is miscategorized as science. It's just reasoning. That's pretty much what we talk about in a nutshell. What is it that the globe earthers talk?
Let's ask him. Let's get.
They talk about us.
Let's get to the grid of it, right? Are you South African? How do you have gas pressure without a container?
I was going to ask that eventually. What do you guys mean? I understand the idea that you need a container to have pressure, and the container has to be airtight. Otherwise, you won't be able to measure that pressure correctly. I understand that, but what does that what does that mean? Like, what does that mean?
Well, that
Like, I
means
don't
that they're,
understand.
yeah, I'm going to tell
Yeah.
you, that means that their fairy tale story about being an open system with a 3.58 times 10 to the 80th cubic volume in meters is a fairy tale of epic proportions. That means everything in their fairy tale vacuum of space, everything implodes on itself because it's the second law of thermodynamics violation. Follow?
So you're saying we don't have gas pressure?
No, I'm saying we do have gas pressure, and being that we do have gas pressure, we must have a container. But in their fairy tale story, there is no container. Follow?
So
There's not
what
even
they
resistance
saying-
in their fairy tale. There's not even resistance. What the fuck?
So they saying there's no gas pressure. Because what I was thinking was that they might say that there's gas pressure because of the layers of the atmosphere, I guess.
Atmosphere, that's gas. So how can gas pressure contain gas pressure?
No, sure. Then I would probably say they'd say gravity causes gas
Gravity,
pressure.
which really, gravity, even if I gave you, so we'll keep the
Mhm.
conversation short and concise. Even if I gave you the universal law of gravitation, Newtonian mechanics, I gave you all the forces times a billion. And then I gave you on top of that, in inclusion with, I gave you all of general relativity, Einstein's bendy spacetime. I gave you a billion times of that on top of the billion times of force that was superseded 106 years ago. If I gave you all of that, it won't affect entropy of gases one iota. How about that? Because if you say gravity affects gas pressure, how the fuck does it rain? You feeling me?
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm
QE,
saying.
How
I'm
is
just
there
thinking.
how is there the gradient? I'm not saying that it's gravity, of course.
Don't worry about the gradient. Somebody shut him up. I'm dealing with South African here.
Get to you.
How can you explain if you say gravity, how does it fucking rain then? Can you tell me that?
First of all, I didn't say from my perspective. Like I said in the beginning of my statement, I was thinking they would say something like gravity could be the containment of gas pressure. We need to keep that in mind. I'm thinking from their perspective.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, I didn't even understand what the whole gas pressure and containment thing meant. Like, sure, I understand that pressure has to exist in a closed environment. I understand that. So,
Sure.
like, you're acting as if I'm speaking from a defensive point. But I'm just saying that I was thinking about what they would say.
Right, and they
I
do
don't
say
know
that.
anything about
Did I
this.
explain it? They do say that. So did I explain it appropriately, accurately?
So what do you mean by how does it rain if there's gravity?
Yes, sure. So if they say gases, well, water vapor is a gas. So water evaporates, it rises, it goes up. Then it cools and condenses, then it rains. I'm concerned about the first part, where the water evaporates to get to the rain. You see, it goes what direction? Up.
I see what you're getting at.
Follow? Thank you.
So what if, like I said again, from their perspective,
Yeah,
a
one second.
object-
One second, man. I do have to say though, why are you arguing for somebody else who's not even here? I want you to actually stand on your own 10 toes and
I'll
talk
stand
about
up.
what
Go ahead.
and talk about what you want to say, not what somebody
what I
else would
wanna say.
say.
What I want
Yes,
to say.
just
Okay, go
you.
ahead. Okay, sure. What I want to say is, is there a possibility that an object needs to be of a certain size to get affected by gravity?
No, gravity doesn't exist at all. Zero. There's no scientific evidence for gravity. Do we want to go through this?
Sure, go. Let's go through it. No scientific evidence for gravity.
Yes. So which gravity? Go, Yeah, quickly. Go ahead.
What's the size in space, buddy? What's big or little in space?
What is big or little in space? I don't even know the definition
Stop.
of space.
Hey, Meggy, stop him. That's
All right,
bullshit.
yeah,
No,
one
let's
second.
not go there.
Yeah, let's bullshit. We're on gravity. So, which gravity are you speaking to?
Elaborate. I don't know what you mean by that.
Well,
What
I
gravity
gave
am
you
speaking to?
a clue with Einstein and Newtonian. I gave you a clue just before, and I may have said it fast, but there's essentially two versions of gravity.
I only know about Newton's version of gravity.
Oh,
I don't
you
know about
do?
Einstein's.
Okay, well that's a problem because Einstein superseded, knocked Newton from the throne over 106 years ago. So
Okay,
we're
so-
dealing with general relativity. Follow?
Mm-hmm.
You need citation support for that?
I'm going to take your word for it, but I still don't understand what it is.
I'll give
or
it
how
anyway.
works.
So there you go. Newton's classical mechanics, the whole thing, including the universal law of gravitation, was superseded or replaced by Einstein in 1915. So we're on the general theory of relativity that was published November 25th, 1915, right? That claimed it was the curvature of space-time that caused gravity. So in 1915, of course, this is supposed to be science, right? So we're going to have to head to the scientific method. Gotta love that, right? So if it was a viable scientific theory in 1915, then he would have to have experimental validation in his paper in 1915. So what I ask ballers in general is you don't have to recreate the wheel. All you have to do is go back to his 1915 paper, pull out the natural phenomena observed, the hypothesis, and the experiment with the control variables, and then validate it scientifically. Is that fair?
Sure.
Yep. Guess what? It's not there. Just trying to keep it concise, because if you go back there and look for it, none of that's there. So that's where we're at.
No scientific experiment.
Say again?
So there was no scientific experiment.
No.
Can someone help me unban Lepizzle?
Wait. Was there no scientific experiment, or was there no scientific experiment according to the standards of science?
There was no scientific experiment, period. That is the standard of science. You know what a scientific theory is? I'm sorry, I should have started off with that. My mistake. Yep, scientific theory. You got to look it up. That's all right. Not a problem.
No, I don't. I've made a habit of actually not looking things up.
That's a problem. You got to define, the things that you're looking for. So I'll go ahead and put it in live stream voice text at 55 minutes after the hour. Tell me when you're there.
Yeah, my Discord's just a little bit laggy, so it's taking a while to come up.
Oh, that's fine. Just tell me when you're there. 55 minutes after the hour.
It's loading. No, this is another picture.
That's fine.
The shit.
Just let me know when you're there. Everyone's being quite disciplined here tonight, so you're all right.
Scientific theory. Explain. The now/why mechanisms process in germ theory. A scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. Scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. A scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experimental testing. Why are there so many definitions of the same thing?
Yep, that's it's consistency, right? Because that's what a scientific theory is. I just wanted to be comprehensive and get it from multiple sources. Is that fine?
Sure.
Yep. So they're saying the same thing. So according to this, a scientific theory, which general theory of relativity claims to be, then it must have an experiment or experiments validating it as a scientific theory on or before November 25th, 1915, when his paper was...
It's not even a scientific theory?
Nope.
What? There's no way.
Yeah.
What?
Yep. Welcome to the party, pal.
Oh yeah. You're just at the beginning right now. Just wait. Wait.
That's it. That's the end of my argument.
I need to. Okay, you know what? I need to. Hold on. I need to research this myself. I'm sorry. I've made a habit of not researching things, but like I need to see this for myself. There's no way.
Yeah, that's what I want you. That's exactly the mission, right? Remember, we just talked about that.
Wait.
I stepped out of the room for a moment. Did we have a breakthrough?
Yeah.
That's awesome. So happy.
So your confidence in me is restored?
Okay, look. There was never a problem with my confidence in you. It's just that you have a problem with.
No, I was talking to her.
Oh, okay. Excuse me.
Oh, I'm
Fingers
thoroughly
crossed.
enjoying. I'm thoroughly enjoying this conversation.
It's a method to his madness. And everybody's in here. I think sometimes people don't look past what they can't see. Like, I'm sure that African was looking at the conversation between me and Danny and was thinking that I was being unfair to the guy. Didn't know the context in which we understood his position to be.
Well, I like what you said a while back, Miggy, that you guys have been doing this for so long that not only can you know what they're going to say, but you know where they're going to go with it as well, because you've heard all this so many times. And it's so, what I also liked, I think it was QE that said, everybody here is not here to convince anyone of anything. Right. You can't do that. Can't convince anyone of anything. They have to do it themselves.
Yep, that's what he's doing. The light bulb just came on with him. It was an amazing moment.
Damn, I should have took my phone with me.
Just rewind.
Yeah, rewind. Just rewind.
Well, you guys should clip it because it's definitely a success.
Well, it has to bear fruit, but yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
There's another tiny little problem that it doesn't have experiment also. I'll post that in voice text. This is from Warwick University, UK. The problem is that the equations, that should tell you right away that it's not a scientific theory, because scientific theories don't deal with mathematics. The problem is that the equations, Einstein's field equations, require that energy and momentum to be defined precisely at every space-time point, which contradicts the uncertainty principle for quantum states. This is not just a problem at high energies or short distances. It's a conceptual incompatibility that applies in every lab. Fucking over. He's finished. I could go in more in depth, but I don't think I need to. That does it right there. It's over. Yeah, I'm going to stop.
To hold them, knowing to fold them.
No, he's going back into that paper. That's what I want him to do. I want him to pull that experiment out of that paper on or before 1915, November 25th, as a matter of fact. And if they want to play the game that, okay, it wasn't validated then, it was validated 4 years later, I can play that game too. It's going to be the same damn question for Arthur Eddington. And you ain't going to find any experiment in there either. So it's all over.
The DJ just got here.
Did he?
Well, you set him up. You gave him playlists.
Nothing is over.
Let him go. Let him be on his own here for a few minutes. I like the silence somewhat. You guys are disciplined, man. I have to
What
take
about
my
the
hat
size,
off
though?
to you. Even Miggy, he hasn't even left yet, has he? It's past his bedtime. Where is he? He's still there. Look at him.
Go to bed then, damn it.
There's one.
We got fresh meat, according to Lulu.
Hold on a second. We're not
Lulu,
finished with.
We're not done with it? Okay.
Hold up.
I don't think we are.
South.
South African.
One
We're not
second
done
though,
yet,
while
are
he's
we?
answering. The reason I brought up size though is because they always say a size or some shit for gravity, and it's just retarded when they try to say an apple's pulling in the earth. You know what I mean? All the bullshit they say.
South African, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Look,
Are you looking through the paper?
I'm trying to find something, some experiments that were done to prove, like, you know, the existence of gravity.
What about in his paper in 1915?
Where's the 1915 paper now again? Is it in voice text?
I didn't post his. I'm sorry, I don't have it.
Oh, okay.
I was just trying to figure out what you were doing, but that's okay. We could. I think Miggy wants to move on to somebody else. Can you stick around, and then right after we're done, you could bring up anything you want to bring up?
Yeah. Look, guys, you're going to have to excuse me. I'm going to have to leave, but I'll join back in like 40 minutes or 50 minutes or something.
Okay.
Something like that.
That's fine, man.
Yeah. Sure. I'll see you
Sorry,
guys
I was so hardcore, man. It's just in my being.
It's okay. It's just a little frustrating when you speak over me and you expect me not to speak over you. But besides that, it's all Gucci. I'll see you guys later.
All right.
But yeah.
Fair enough.
man.
I could take that criticism. Ain't gonna change shit.
Not really.
Someone watching my hummingbirds video? I can do that song a cappella if you want me to. Somebody's watching my hummingbirds video because I know what it sounds like. Somebody.
Mic check. Helio, don't do acapella. My ears are sensitive today. Check 1, 2. Maybe somebody just give me some feedback. Say me I'm being heard. Sounds like somebody's watching my hummingbirds video. God damn.
You're being heard, Helio.
All right, cool. So you want me to sing that song a cappella because it's not playing on the bots. Freaking Platter said he was going to play it. I can sing it a cappella if you want me to.
Sing it. Why not? Just sing away.
Helio went AOL. He's
okay. Go ahead, God.
I tried talking to him a second ago. He's ignoring us.
Who? Platter?
I'll never ignore you.
Oh, I was just wondering. I mean, no, I don't want to interrupt anything. But if there's real live talk going on, Platter just posted, "Hey, I'm going to play this," and then it didn't play, and I was just like, I might as well come in and sing it a cappella. How about that?
Oh, even better.
It's just like y'all motherfuckers think I don't know if you guys think or think not, one way or the other. I can actually sing that. That was one take. That song.
No,
one take. Yeah, of course.
You sang on the mic at Christmas time, and my wife loved it. I loved it too. She's sitting here beside me.
I'll sing this, or at least as much of the lyrics as I can remember. It starts with the oceans are flat, no curves. Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cognitive causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. And then it's got that little bass line. Wow. What's the next verse? Shit, I can't remember it. Oh, that was. I got it mixed up earlier because I was singing that one instead of the first one. Oh, shit. Anyway, let's just go with that. Yeah, since it wasn't playing, now I can play it. You want to hear the original? You were gonna play it, Platter. You got the DJ bot, right? Somebody was gonna play the Monkeys song that I did too, the Monkeys parody too. I wrote the lyrics on that one. I didn't write the lyrics on this one. I wrote the lyrics on the Monkeys parody. Thought flat Earth was only true in fairy tales. Meant for someone else, but not for me. The moon landings on TV. It really went, just trust me. Showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying. There's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake. 'Cause I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. There's not a trace of doubt in my mind. Think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Bow, diddle dow dow, diddle down down, diddle 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 bow. Here we go to the bridge. I think they're out to get me. That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe. And now I'm a believer. It's not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. And I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. It's not a trace down in my mind. I'm not even warmed up. Well, that's pretty much all the
that made my night.
Yeah, I love it, man. I love it. I love singing, man. I love it.
It's a gift.
Yeah, it's just like, dude. I've never not knew how to sing from when I was a little kid. Just like I developed it over a certain time. Through training, I did learn to control it, but it was just like I made it my own thing at a certain point. It was just like I was in choir, which really helped me develop the breath control and everything. And from there, I just took it, you know. Oh, okay, now I see how to sing, you know. Yeah, some good stuff. Solid glow. It's like, how many people can do that? It's like, and I'm a freak of nature. It seems like to me.
You sing it while you're working?
No, because I'd be a freak of nature there. It'd be like, can you shut up, please? Oh, I sing for you guys, man. That's what I do. I sing for you.
I appreciate it. That's a nice birthday present.
God bless you guys. And I appreciate the support. I'm glad you like that song too.
What was it you did at Christmas time?
Well, I've done a couple of like Christmas. I would sing some Christmas carols. I sang Silent Night, and I mean that I was telling a friend of mine of it, or not a friend of mine. Well, it's just I met him. I started my new job that a lot of you guys know about. Maybe you don't. Yeah. I moved back to Little Rock, and I'm working at my new job now, which is my old job. So it's pretty much changed a lot because I haven't been back there for 8-9 years, and they changed a lot of stuff around. But as far as like building cabinets for interiors of corporate aircraft and stuff, but there's a lot of computer stuff involved. But the computer stuff is still pretty much the same. They've changed the entire way they do everything. So it's like it's kind of like it's going to take a little bit of transitioning, but I've pretty much already got it figured out. So it's just like you grab an order, you do it, you log in on the computer, boom, boom, you're doing this order, and then you just put it on the shelf, and it's like I did that order, boom, boom, and you just moving. It was totally different before, but it's transitioning. It's the same system, but it's a different process, basically. And where I was going with that. Oh, I was shit. No, I did forget what I was getting at. I mean, it's just a major change for me from where I was back to what I used to do. It's I just turned 50 years old, so I guess I'm instead of a midlife crisis, I'm in a midlife bonus. Because I didn't ever think I would work there again because I hated the job the way it was. Didn't want to I got fired from that job for reasons I won't go into. But now I'm working for the same company, but through a contractor, getting paid almost double what I was getting paid before. So it's kind of like, but getting back to the music stuff. I mean, the music is always just, that's just always been, it's kind of an innate thing for me. The singing. Like when I was growing up, when I listened to records and stuff, I could sing what they're singing, It wasn't like I had to really try to sing. Of course, you have to establish your talent, but you practice and learn from teachers that can show you, hey, you have a talent. This, and you can even be better than you already are. Like, I'm going to try that. And it's like, you were right.
So like the breath control and everything is just like, and just like you're saying, it's a natural talent. I've never not known how to sing. So once get the focus off of me. Any new people in here that you guys want to talk to about the flat Earth? The flat plane of existence? The only place that exists? The Earth? I would say the only place that we can know exists, the Earth. Alright then. I'm on the wrong mouse. Got two PCs in front of me. I was using the wrong mouse. Well, one's a Chromebook. Might as well be. Did that song. I did that other one too. Oh, guys. These are all deafening. What you up to, God Rockin'? From Utah, one of the most beautiful places on earth. '18 on a Thursday night. Right? Play. I'm tripping. Summon me in here and then got nothing to say. You don't want me to do some more acapella? I know one that I could do. I posted it earlier. I'm not sure I posted it. I'm gonna sing it because I can't. Nobody sings it better than this guy. I think I can play it on the live stream. I've done it before. Haven't had any issues. It's a really good song. Oh, does it hurt? Come on. Yeah, is there something playing? Shit. Wait a minute. Oh, that was a long time ago. Never mind. Check this out. Played this song multiple times on here, but I freaking love it. I'm gonna play. Ah, son of a bitch. Gonna play. That's not even the one I was looking for either. Oh, that's a good one too. Who doesn't like Johnny Mathis? Seasons. Chances are, when you wear a silly grin, moment you come into view. Chances are you think that I'm in love with you. Other song. What's going on with the bot? It's just not working. Begin playing. Supposed to type in M. Been cleared. Opens it up for the next person to play a video. Select the video I was trying to play. Let's see what. Play at that's good. I think we played that the other day. That either the reason I heard my Hummingbird video was fucking browser. And something to listen to. In the meantime, like Helmet said, this Motel 6 Wi-Fi is complete shit. History. Some pretty few days. Chances are, when you wear a silly grin, the moment come into view. Chances are, you think that I'm in love with you. key. This one works. Oh, why? What the fuck? I think I know why it's not working. This. Oh shit. I'm just the song's like we're 60 years old, so not in violation of copyright. It's just like oh yeah.
Oh, don't it hurt deep inside to see someone do something to her? Oh, don't it pain to see someone cry? How especially when someone is hurt. Silence is golden, what my eyes still see. Silence is golden, golden, what my eyes still see. Talking is cheap, people follow like sheep, even though there is nowhere to go. How could she tell she deceived her so well? Pity she'll be the last one to know.
Love that part. She'll be the last one to know.
How many times will she fall for his line? Should I tell her or should I keep cool? And if I tried, I know she'd say I lied. Mind your business, don't hurt her, you fool. Silence is golden, what my eyes still see. Silence is golden, golden, what my eyes still see.
It's like that song's about whatever it's about. I mean, it seems to be about a relationship. You know, it's like a girl with a bad guy, and you're in love with her, and she's like, she won't listen to me because she thinks I'm lying about this asshole. but it kind of relates to the Flat Earth Globe Earth idea too. So that's why I love that song. Anyway. I'm trying to tell you these assholes are lying to you. Shut up. Silence is golden. But my eyes still see. Our eyes see the level state plane of Earth. And our eyes don't lie to us. That's why I love that song. What else we get?
What up, bitches?
What you up to,
What's going on
man?
here,
Who that? I see.
It's your boy CB on the ones and twos.
Did you listen to that?
I just clicked in. I just tuned in. How you guys doing?
Well, you didn't listen to that song. Have you heard it before?
Nah, man. What? Let me check the bot control channel. See what you're talking about. Frankie Valley, Balance is Golden.
In the Four Seasons. Silence is golden. My eyes still see.
Helio Hour or something?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Helio already drunk. Making it awkward, bro.
I'm just messing. I'm just messing.
No, it's all good. It's 10 o'clock, so it's good.
I had a glass of wine, so you know, I got you.
Yeah, I didn't even get off till
my Helio
5:30,
on.
so I wasn't even home till 6 o'clock. So it took me a little while to get, because I'm a new job. I'm working weekends. It's like I'm on 4/12 Thursday through Sundays. So I was just
Congrats on the
like,
new gig.
today is my Monday. Bro, I made more money last week than I made in a month at my last job. So
There you go, man. Congrats.
hey, and I have everyone that donated to get me where I am. I wouldn't have made it here without
Hell
the
yeah! Shout
people
out
that
to y'all,
donated.
man. Shout out to Helio.
Yeah, I mean,
shout out to the
I
whole
mean,
server.
yeah, I didn't want to come in and beg, e-beg or whatever, but dude, I really couldn't have done it without the people that donated.
Well, you do a lot for us, so I don't think it's much to ask. It's this place would, like I've said before, this place would not be the same without you. Running a live stream, even if you didn't do any talking, which you do plenty of, which is great. Just the live
I
stream
feel
alone.
like when I listen to myself back, I'm like, yeah, he's drunk.
No, but
it's just no, but I mean, people still
could
have
you
fun,
imagine though?
either
Like,
way.
because I go to other servers. Like, the first time I went to the Fresh and Fit Discord. The panel was really interesting, following a show. So the show ended, everyone joined the VC. It was a really interesting conversation, but none of it's live streamed, right? It's like you're speaking into a
Yeah, this
void.
is
It
raw.
goes and it's
Everything we
gone.
do here is raw. Well, not everything, but we replay raw shit, or
Yeah.
most of the time.
But it's just like I like the fact that it is recorded and you can go back and kind of study, make clips. We got our Clip Kings doing clips and stuff like that. So I say this a lot, but this place would not be the same without you, Helio. So we really appreciate you, man.
Appreciate it. I mean, it was my idea, but it was a collaboration. Years ago when we started doing this, I was like, man, you guys want to do it? It was. I remember the day. It was before I created the YouTube channel. I already had the Helio Skeptic channel. It's like, man, we're sitting there talking shit all night. You guys want to do a live stream? And they're like, hell yeah. And so that's where it started. I was like,
And then
shit.
we're like what 1,300 episodes later?
Yeah.
What are we at now?
That's
Almost
basically it.
1,400.
It's 13. I think we're at 13,220. 200 something. Yeah.
Damn!
Hey, wait, no, I think it might be more than that.
Don DeMarco. Yeah. Who did that? That wasn't me, but there you go. Whoever did that. That's like Don DeMarco right there. Hell yeah.
Oh,
Man, dude,
it's not 1,300.
episodes,
It's over
that's
3,000. It's 32. It's over 3,200 now.
Holy shit! who's
I
doing
mean, I'm
that?
thinking like 1,300. That don't sound right. Now we're 3,200, and we're into
That's freaking
3,200s now.
crazy.
Yeah.
Who's on the Don DeMarco?
Not all of them are archived anymore because I lost that other channel, but I'm keeping the numbers still because shit's still there, and we've been doing it this
Yeah.
long, so the numbers are
Yeah,
staying
yeah.
the same.
Good. Yeah, keep it going, man. I can't believe we're over 3,000, and like it's not like the 30
Over
minute
3,000. No. 3,000 fucking
let me do
12-hour
calculations.
episodes.
Yeah, that's 3,000 times.
Yeah. Well, I mean, some of them are shorter, some longer,
Holy
but
shit.
yeah, we're freaking over
That's-
3,200 episodes now. So
36,000 hours of content. That's unbelievable. So, who the hell was doing Don DeMarco? I still need to know who was doing that. But good job, guys. Can't tell who's clicking the button. Usually they light up, but I'm guessing it's Chris. But yeah, that's hilarious.
Probably. Is he
Almost
in the room?
40,000
Son of a bitch.
hours. That's unbelievable. So shout out to Helio, man. Like, good job,
Shout
man.
out to everyone. Well, I mean, I hit play most of the time, and you motherfuckers take care of the rest.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Everyone contributes, right? You know, we got some folks that love to speak. We got our listeners, we got our chatters, we got our memers, we got our giffers. Everyone's got a role to play, and we need everyone, you know, to play their part.
Fun.
So,
I mean, even though it's just like, who was it? Mike Power Swan came in yesterday. He was like, "Oh, I see nobody's in here anymore." Watch.
Awesome.
Just
Yeah.
wait.
Top the cap,
we have
bro.
we have peaks. We
Stop
have
the
peaks
cap.
and valleys, bro. We have peaks
Yeah.
and valleys. I mean,
High
if
tide
you've
and
been
low
here
tide.
long enough, yeah. If you've been here long enough, as soon as someone starts talking about how many we don't have in here, it's gonna hit when you're like, God damn.
Yeah.
We'd have to open the second live stream room again.
Right.
Yeah.
We're 3,000.
So yeah,
people
don't get
online
discouraged, bro. Yeah.
Yeah.
So don't get discouraged, man. I mean, just no. Even on YouTube, if there's 9 people watching, or there's 19 or 29, that's not. I mean, people are like, oh, you only have 29 viewers at the most. It's like, bro, we're not.
And more on
about
Rumble.
Genuine quality, man. Yeah, I
wouldn't be
mean, we've been
surprised if
getting as
YouTube was
many
grabbing
viewers.
our
We've
numbers.
been getting as many viewers on Rumble. Look, hold on. Let me look at the Rumble channel, right?
Yeah, dude, I would not be surprised if YouTube was throttling or was it grabbling the numbers,
Sure.
because if we're on Rumble, we're getting like double or whatever. That's interesting. You would think that you would get more via YouTube, but yeah. So I mean, yeah. Either way, we got to get over this 30,000 mark. I saw there were 3,000 people online today. Exactly 3,000. Not here for the numbers or whatever, but it would be cool to see over that 30,000 mark.
No, and it's just like a lot. I mean, the numbers do mean something, but yeah, I mean, just like I was saying, at the Rumble videos, like, after I stopped the stream and then start a new one, they're getting at least as many as the YouTube videos.
Yeah, that's good.
Views.
That's
Yeah,
good.
so it's just and sometimes over 1,000 views. I mean, sometimes more on Rumble. So now,
I did notice
the
that.
YouTube chat isn't as active. I mean, the Rumble chat isn't as active, but is that you?
What?
You're not hearing that? Oh no, maybe I'm. Oh,
I
I
got
know
music
what it
playing
is.
in my
Never
headphones, but
mind,
it shouldn't be
never
coming
mind.
through for you guys. Oh my god! I was just remembering our conversation with this guy named Camille earlier. Holy smokes, dude, that was.
I accidentally hit play on a Columbia freaking movie that on another tab. Shit. I was just like, the Columbia intro. I was hearing that. I was just like, "Is that UCB?"
Okay. I'm out here chilling, man, under the night sky. Oh, I wanted to say this before I forgot, bro. I saw the most crazy thing in the sky tonight twice. I don't even know how to like really explain this for people, but it's gonna sound weird. But like it looked like 3 stars were moving in different directions at one point, and then they like sort of stopped. It was really weird. It just reminded me like how mysterious this place is. And then like 20 minutes before that, shooting star. You know how when you like skip a rock over the water, it bounces, boom, 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 right? I saw the shooting star. It was almost like I saw it twice, like boom, and then boom again. It, like streak, and then it went away, and then it streaked again. Unless it was 2 of them, I was really surprised to see that. But then, like maybe 15 minutes later, I look up. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Is stars moving? It's like 3 stars moving independently, and then they sort of start moving in different directions, and they stop. I'm like, what is going on, bro? Like, what is that? I have 0 answers, no speculation. What, like, I just try to get in the mindset of a Glober, and it's like, oh, that's nothing. It's like, well, dude.
Of course they have an answer.
Oh, like, what is that?
Or they have no answers, and an answer would just be speculation altogether.
They just ignore how mysterious and curious and unknown this place is. What the hell? Like, how? I don't understand what I was seeing, you know, because I sat there staring, like, what the? And then it stopped, and they just didn't move anymore. I'm like, what is going on here? I didn't move. I was sober, you know, like it wasn't me seeing
Well, they
things.
just kind of skipped around, and then all of a sudden they were stationary.
It was weird. It was really weird. At first, I was like, "What is this a UFO or some shit?" But like, I don't know. I don't think it was that. It looked like stars just slowly moving to a different spot, but they weren't moving. They were moving together for a second, and then they sort of started moving in different directions, and then they stopped. What the fuck was that? Have you guys seen anything like that?
UFOs, man. I remember, like, back in the day, it was like they'd tell us a meteor shower's coming. We go out, like, off in the woods, away from the city, so we could see it better, and pretty awesome. But how can they predict the meteor showers, right? That was always kind of strange to me. It's just like, oh, we got a meteor shower coming.
We should go outside more often, dude. Like, get off your phone. I didn't have a phone, didn't have my computer. I was just sitting, staring at the sky, and I saw that shooting star, boom, boom. Okay, well, that's really interesting. I've seen that before. And like 15 minutes later, I see these. I'm like, what the fuck? What is that? Like, you know, because when you see planes, things in the sky, right? They have lights on them. They're flashing, red or white or blinking something.
Sure, yeah, I mean, but you know that's a plane or whatever flying across the sky. You can tell it's a blinking light, you know, doing that.
Are you even
I have seen
allowed
some
to
weird
fly
shit
without a
though.
blinking light?
I have seen some weird shit though, like in the sky. I was like, that doesn't look like an airplane, but it
No,
looks like
hell
it's not up as high as an airplane would be. It's just like kind of floating there.
Mm-hmm.
It'll move a little bit, but not all. I'm just like, how's it just sitting there? You know, it's just a light.
I'm like, what is that? You know, and there's no answer. It's not like who are you going to ask? No, like that's the type
I've
of
seen
stuff.
some weird stuff like that. Yeah.
Absolutely. It just reminds me of how mysterious this place is. And I think that's the thing that Globers haven't really got a taste of that yet. Like, they think that there's answers to everything. The experts have figured it all out. These big brains have all the answers. I don't think they've come to realize that actually the place is way more mysterious than it's let out
It's
to
just
be.
like it seems like they're under the mindset where they have to have an answer for everything. And
Yes.
it's all explained through science, quote unquote science,
Right,
and
right.
all that kind of shit. You know, that just really doesn't make any sense.
Exactly.
Hey,
Well, that's
CB,
part of the problem.
before I forget,
Go ahead.
did you see my post in Livestream Locker Room?
You go to the locker room.
When you get a chance to look at it, I just want to make sure before I forget, because it was brought up to me earlier. But if you agree with me or don't agree with it, just Let me know.
Oh
Not-
yeah, we covered it before. No, it was fine. I don't think the guy he used the hard R, and I think we're both black, so I didn't take any offense to it. He's spoken before, me and Camille, and he's always kind of.
I don't have to address it here. I just want. I mean, it's like Tails is concerned, but but I don't.
Yeah, I know.
Either way,
Or,
I let
he's
him
in-
know, and I posted it in there. So anyway, no big deal.
That's whatever, dude. I mean, like clearly, there's a difference between the like nigger. You know what I mean? That's a different thing.
That's just like, well, even that's just trolling. I mean, it's just like if somebody's being obviously racist, it's just obvious.
You can usually tell.
Everyone knows when somebody's a racist, so it doesn't.
Wait, just to get back to, because like this is a really interesting topic, like the mystery, and like that I think because that's the whole. There's a meme that's like, oh well, if the Earth is flat, then explain everything. Dude,
Yeah, right. It's just like, well, since you have all that, what, bro? I thought you motherfuckers had all the answers.
Well, yeah. Well, see, that's the thing. We all experience the same Earth, everything, but they just have stories attached to all these things. Oh, well, that's this, and the sun is this, and the moon is that.
Whose story is more plausible, right?
That's the thing. All you have to do is unclip the stories and throw them away, or put them in the fiction section. Still see these things, the sun, the moon, the stars, but just take those stories off, and you're left with mystery. And so that's what I love to help teach Globies is like, place is mysterious. You don't have answers. We were speaking to a guy yesterday. He was like, well, I think the Earth is like in outer space, and we're like, he had this whole idea, this outside view that he drew for us. It's like, bro, where are you getting these ideas from? Like,
hey,
you don't know that, so I love the mystery. That's all I'm trying to say is I love the fact that it's mysterious.
Love it, but you know what's not mysterious? Is
surface of the
that
Earth?
they gave us, the surface of the Earth. They gave us a number. Supposedly the third rock from the sun, 3959 miles in radius, and a certain distance from the sun in the solar system. They gave us all those numbers, and when we start to analyze that and try to explain it to these guys, they're like, well, of course they're going to say refraction. It's like, bro, that's the weakest. Refraction is becoming the weakest argument, and that's why they don't show up anymore. Because that's all they're going to say.
They don't have any argument, yeah.
Like,
must say it again,
just
man,
like that dude
but-
earlier today. There was someone earlier today who was just like, who was that dude earlier today that was like,
Spoke to Camille.
talking about in the Black Swan. He was like, there's so much refraction, I can't tell what's
that
going
was
on.
ridiculous.
That
was ridiculous. Because like, I don't even know it, dude. I swear to it's like the Globers have got together in a huddle and they're like, "All right, guys, refraction on 3. 1, 2, 3, refraction," and they all break. Like, dude, we
that's
posted the
their
pictures,
defense. It's just like, bro, we're gonna
Showed
get
him-
a touchdown
showed him-
every time you start pulling that bullshit.
Showed him the Black Swan, right? And he's like, "Well," so we asked him, "Where's the horizon?" He's like, "Well, there's 2. Where?" Well, in between the 2 rigs. Well, then what's behind the rigs? Oh, there's that horizon. Like, bro, where did you get the idea
as
of
soon as
refraction?
he
Who
said,
told you that?
as soon as he said, there's so much. It's just like before he said all that shit, he said, "There's so much refraction going
that was
on."
the first
I can't
word out of his
tell.
mouth.
I know. It's just like, bro.
What are you talking about?
This
So where's your
fucking
geometric
guy.
horizon then? He didn't understand the argument at all. He's like, "Oh, the horizon. There's 2 of them, and then it's in the middle." And bro,
There's like
it's
A,
painful.
B, C.
And he was like, "Well, why did you give me multiple choice?" Because dummies like you can't seem to figure it out. Literally giving you options, and you still got it wrong. It's an open book test. And you
Somebody
failed.
capture that, like
You call
Deus or somebody else has been capturing some of
He
this
got
stuff.
triggered when I called him out. Oh, why did you post multiple choice? Because you ding dongs can't seem to figure it out. It's an easy answer.
Yeah.
A child can look at it and go, "Yeah, clearly the horizon's behind."
You calling me a
Take your
child?
bias out of it. He's like, oh, well, you're so mean, bro. You're just dumb. Like,
No, they're religious. They're religious. That's what it is. They're not
or me.
dumb. They can figure it out just
I
like
don't know,
anybody else
dude.
can.
I don't know, dude. If you were listening to the conversation, we
Well, I
went
was
over the
listening.
whole seeing curvature from left to right with him for like 30 minutes to an hour.
I heard that part too.
You're in a plane and you see a curve on this side, and you go to the other side and you see another curve, connect them. He's like, oh, that makes a circle. No, it doesn't. Holy smokes.
I heard it
dude,
all.
you're
I heard
so
it all,
dumb.
bro.
It was crazy. But we've spoken to him before. He's always kind of like somewhat triggered.
There was somebody
real
that
guy.
came in earlier tonight too that I recognized his voice. It was a British guy. He was acting like he was brand new or whatever. There's a lot of people do that and just come on their account and just like, oh, I'm new here, and he's like, what about this? It's like I recognize certain people that I couldn't remember who it was. Anyway, they just come up with the same bullshit. Like, oh, yeah.
I don't get it, man. We're literally having to hold their hand. Like, it's embarrassing. Really, it really is. Like, these are. I'm assuming close to adults or adults. You know, we're having to hold your hand and. Do you know what a circle is?
It's like, why does anti-flat Earth even exist? Because if it's so dumb, why do you even pay attention to it?
Yeah, right. Like, I don't pay attention to things that I don't like. I don't go to Globe Earth servers. I don't spend time thinking about theories and stuff like that. I obviously don't buy it. I don't get into it.
I'm just like,
there's a reason why they come here. They're curious. It would be too.
Or they're I mean people like Kosho or
That
Lopez
clown.
those kind of people. Yeah, they're those. They dude, people like them. They're just going to continue to do the same thing, and pretty much when they come in here, they just shit out of their ass.
Yeah.
All day
mentality.
long.
Chat is active.
they'll
Lobby is
make
active. If you guys
stuff
want
up.
to join the lobby. You guys want to join the lobby right now? Calling all cars. The lobby.
Man, this, I'm staying in the Motel 6 where the Wi-Fi sucks. But it's not like I'm not taxing it because I have my freaking phone and 2 computers and a television and a tablet connected to the Wi-Fi all at the same time. It's like, yeah, of course you're taxing your Wi-Fi. Fucker. A Chromebook and a PC. Chromebook's connected to the TV or watch movies, and I get a tablet and a phone. Like, yeah, it only gets like 5 megabits per second. Yeah. Surprised if you can't get everything you want. So used to having freaking fiber optic, it's just like driving me crazy. I'll get it, Joe. Good enough.
I should join the lobby right now. Let's see if we can get them to join the VC.
Looking in there. There's no other way it can be flat, though. Otherwise, it would be sliding off.
These guys are retarded.
That's why I guess that's not. I won't say I never join the lobby because of that shit. I just don't. Just don't. I want some proof of your outrageous claim of Earth being flat. How's that outrageous? Don't you see the Earth as a stationary plane.
Guys. See, why don't you guys give him the VC?
See what he's saying?
Did
See
anyone
what
join
Moss
yet?
Man just said?
You guys are retarded.
He's like, don't you want to hear my sexy minor voice? It's like, you know, we want we don't mind hearing from young gentlemen, but as long as you bring some genuine arguments, or if you're honest with us. Boss man, that motherfucker needs to go. I'm in cog dis. Yep. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, put his ass in cog dis. I'll do it.
Yeah, take care, buddy. These guys aren't serious. See ya.
That shit. That's why I never jump in there, but I guess we should, because somebody, might see what's going on there and be like, oh man, what the fuck's going on in that server? I don't like to jump, but yeah, that's fucked up. It's coming here saying some bullshit like that. No, CJ's in there a lot. I mean, a lot of people are in there a lot, keeping on top of some of that shit. But
Shout out to the lobby gang.
Yeah, I don't ever go in there, but yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna grab another beer. I'll be right back.
All right, well, these guys are clowns, dude. These freaking goofballs. Let's say hi to the chat. Who is with us here? We got Timbo Slice, Truth Acknowledged, TOS, Platter, Mr. Logical, Katsura, Helio, God Rock and Glue, Happy Batman, Chris M, Bill E. And that is it. And everyone listening on the tubes. Because we got some folks in the lobby. Some of them have been kicked over to the detention room, so.
Hey,
Miners.
I'm gonna have to take a longer break. I have to go up to the store and get some smokes, and yeah. Might might not be back, but I'll be listening. It's on UCB to recruit some people in here to get them.
Gotcha.
Going with, I'm just playing. Or play some on the bot or whatever. The weekend. Well, is it the weekend? What's today's Thursday?
Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday nights. I'm on weekend shift at work now, so it's just like Sunday's my Friday now. Weird shit. To be at work, I have to be at work at 5 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock now, Central Time. 6 hours I have to be at work. I have to work for 12 hours. It's a long shift.
Mossman, get the fuck out.
But yeah, man.
Oh, these guys are clowns, dude.
They're still in the lobby talking shit. I just jumped out. I mean, it's just like I can't handle that shit. Handle it.
Just so lame. Like,
I'll just ban them
why
all.
join it? Yeah, I know, for real, dude.
I'll just ban them all immediately. It's just like, you, who do you think you are? Well, are they saying it's like, oh, you just want us to come in and voice? Yeah, we want you to come in here so you can yourself a fool. In here, we can. They're too scared.
They are, bro. They'd rather give themselves carpal tunnel in the chat. Talking about random stuff. So, wants to get sincere about this topic. It's all good.
It's all good. It is. As the people that are genuinely have questions. I mean, it's we reach one or two people that come in here, which we often do. You know, a lot of people come in here every day. You know, if it's two or three, we get good conversation with some. If we have to sift through 100 assholes, have a couple of genuine people ask us some good questions. Worth it. We're here, and people are just like, well, what are you going to do to convert me to flat earth? I was like, bro, nobody here is trying to convert you. Came here to ask us questions. Give you answers to how we discovered Earth was not this crazy globe that they told us about. The rest of it's up to you.
So scared of the VC.
And I'm about to walk down to the store and get some smokes. I'll be back in a little bit.
All right, we'll catch you.
Yeah, well, I got to be asleep before midnight. I don't know if I can go to sleep, but whatever. Try.
I feel you.
It's good talking to you, CB, man.
Likewise, brother. Likewise.
Because I wanted to talk to you earlier today when I was at work.
About that thing? Yeah. No, it's all good.
Yeah, well, not even about that, but just like what you were dealing with the bullshit in the room with that dude that was in there. I was just like, oh, this is crazy. But yeah, I always like talking to you, brother.
Likewise. If I don't catch you, I'll catch you on the flip side.
Sure.
All right, well, have a safe trip, safe walk.
Yeah, where I'm at in Little Rock, it might not always end up that way. So,
ain't nobody want to message you, man. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I wouldn't want to message you either.
All right.
All right, brother. Ay, chat skanks. Sorry, I'm just focusing on the chat here. He's like, well, how and why does it exist? The curve. Well, it doesn't. The rise is not a physical curve of the Earth, Demi. Waves are always moving. Has nothing to do with the curve of the Earth.
It must all be nice with that guy you were talking to. Police station.
Holy dude. Yeah, dude, how does it dude, this topic is so triggering people. They don't have an argument, so they're like, well, go kill yourself. It's like, well, okay, dude. Relax. Gonna be alright. How do I report this nigga? Whatever. In the detention room. Has nothing to do with it. Water does curve. Said water has nothing to do with it. That's how dumb they are. So how is the earth? How is the water not curved? How is the water not curved? The land is curved. They follow their shit. Water does curve as well as the land. It doesn't. Ring. Globeheads. Join the VC.
BB.
Hey, what's going on?
I talked to you the other day, but your computer died.
Dude, that was weird timing. I was like, I think my computer's gonna die.
Yep.
That was terrible timing, but yeah.
How's it going, man?
It's good. I'm doing well.
Glad
How
to
are
hear
you?
it. Same. Yeah, I was hoping to talk to you, but then you just like disappeared. I was like, well, it is what it is. He didn't plug his computer before he went to sleep last night.
This computer is so goofy, dude. It's like it won't charge. It only charge when it's not being used. It's an old computer. I'm borrowing from a family member, but yeah, it's I'm struggling trying to get it to work. But anyway, what do you want to talk about?
Oh, I was just playing some video games, and I paused to eat and came back after dinner and saw you in here. Thought I'd come in and say hello. I was watching Relatively Speaking episode 11. Pretty good stream.
That's nice. I'm just shooting the breeze at the moment, trying to get some people from the lobby to join. There's a bunch of Nats gangs in there just talking shite, so
Oh, they don't
want to join.
They don't want to come in talk dark
I
matter.
want that smoke.
They can't handle the dark matter conversation. They know Einstein's dead. It's over, man. It's over. And it was dark matter who killed it.
Darkness.
They're openly admitting it, man. It's like, I don't know. It's like this whole dark matter thing. Like, I've been talking about it for so long, and to find that it's like, dang. Like, I know I didn't figure it out. It's not like I figured it out on my own. It's just truth resonates with people, right? And it's like, dang, it turned out to be true that gravity is wrong and dark matter is wrong. And because dark matter is wrong, then Einstein was wrong. So they're trying to modify Newtonian because that didn't work either. So they got these mons and like not working.
Dude, like I said, DLC. Just update the DLC. Oh, this gun is you play Call of Duty and a certain gun's like not working or it's working too well. Well, in the update we can fix that. Just make it work less or make it work better. That's what they do with their heliocentric stuff. They're like, well, the core now it's spinning another direction, or It's made us something else. Dark matter is now new discovery. So they'll just come up with whatever bullcrap anytime they want to. Just update the video game on the fly. So
Well, I think this is it. I don't think there's any more updating that they could do. Like they've tried to fix these problems, and it's too late. It's nice try, guys. You had a good run, but it's over.
I don't even fully understand it, bro. Like dark matter. That sounds so ridiculous. Imagine if we said things like, "Oh, well, there's flat matter." Oh, flat Earth, there's flat matter. Like, dude, what? Why do you need that?
We would be the laughing stock of the world.
Yeah.
But
100%.
it's okay for them to do it, right? They can invent 80% of the matter in the universe allegedly to make their model work. And that's just like perfectly fine. You can just create all the matter, even though you can't do that. You can't create or destroy matter or energy, but I guess you can if your model needs help.
They're running out of band-aids to keep this thing, held up, dude. So they're running out of lipstick to put on this pig. Well, so like I said yesterday, man, I'm just glad things are so much more simple on this side of the fence. We don't have to fake stuff. We don't have to come up with flat matter and all these crazy ideas to try and patch together some idea of a flat Earth. You observe it, you measure it repeatedly. It is what it is. So they're like, "Oh, flat. Your claim of flat. What claim? No one's claiming flat. You observe that. You guys are claiming that the Earth is spinning. You don't observe that. That's your claim. That is a claim that you guys aren't about to back up anytime soon."
I remember like 8 years ago, I was telling a coworker about this whole flat Earth thing, and he was like, "Occam's razor," And it's like now when I hear that argument, Occam's razor, it's like, oh, really? Like you're gonna talk about that? Like with all the stuff that you guys have to invent to make your model work? And it's like at this point, they don't have Lambda, they don't have CDM, they don't have anything. Like they don't have a model, but they, stand on their high horse and they say, "You flat earthers don't have a model." It's like, like the axis of evil, killed the everything should look the same. Just put it in plain English. And the whole dark matter thing, it's not even a viable model at all. Never has been. And these people are like so proud on their pedestals of their model that they don't have. And that is just like the height of ignorance. Like, how do you not know that you don't have a model, but you're prancing around as if you have an actually valid working model that you can't produce?
The only model that works. It's like, well, your claim that it doesn't exist. No, that's not how it works.
So back to the Occam's razor thing, like what do we all experience? Flat stationary plane? And then what do you have to assume? Like all these different crazy theories about the inflation theory to explain away the flatness problem, the multiverse to explain away the fine-tuning problem, the dark matter to explain away the gravity galactic problem, like all these crazy things. And it's like, you guys invoke Occam's razor? Really? Like, as if that's somehow, like, helping your argument? I mean, I don't know how they can make that argument, like, in good faith.
Juggling the chat and the VC here, so I'm still listening. Holy man, these children trying to figure out this topic. It's crazy. really think we're scraping the bottom of the barrel here. All the big brains seem to have figured it out already. Larry here, we got Obvious and Ethergress in the VC check-in. We got Platter and Resolve and Chris and everybody in the panel here. We already figured it out. So the folks that are left over that haven't figured it out yet, these bird brains that haven't quite, it's 2023. What the hell are you guys doing? Stuck, still thinking that the ground moves, buildings move. Like, dude, it's too late in the game to be that stuck in the mud. You guys really got to catch up. We've been partying for years now, drank all the beers, hung out with all the chicks. You guys just showed up. The beers are almost gone. And they're like, oh, well, let's start over. No. It's over. All right, debate is over. Now we're just celebrating at this point. So don't come in here and chant it's round and all this crazy stuff. That's not going to work. You guys are late to the party, all right? So, y'all want to talk about dark matter? Go ahead. Yeah, exactly.
Look at this guy's Wikipedia. Look at this guy's Wikipedia, his biography. Like, this dude is like an astronomer of astronomers, a physicist of physicists. He's like top notch. Like, this dude ain't no slouch.
Pavel Krupa.
Yeah, I never heard of him before this.
Me
But
neither.
like after,
Czechoslovakian / Australian. Wow,
yeah,
cool. Dark matter myth. Save it. I'll save it, and I'll start a channel in my server, and I'll save it over there. Dark matter. I'm sure you'll come up with some other good stuff about that topic as well. So I've been trying to catalog everything over in my server so it doesn't get lost. People can share it and refer back to it as well. So I'm going to stick it over there, and I'll drop a link to my server in case people want to, use it as an archive or check the resources over there. I'll stick it over there for now. Oops. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really count for anything, when I said it, like all those years ago, right? But when this guy says it, it's like, oh, like
Right.
I'm just a garbage boy, right? This dude, this dude is, the cream of the crop,
Right. You know what's funny, Hank, is like they don't want to hear it from you, me, from a flat earther. I think I think I've dubbed it everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, or you could also call it flat earthers can't be right syndrome. It's like embarrassing because you could just simply cite something from their worldview. Like, for example, Indio and I went to a Sneeko server. If you guys are familiar with Sneeko, it's kind of a younger little lad, and I think he's had conversations about flat Earth with some other folks before. When we went to their Discord, he wasn't there, but we spoke to some people in the panel, and Indio and I cited the claimed wobble of the globe Earth, and they were like, "You just made that up." It's like, no, this is that syndrome that they have. You could simply just state back to them their worldview, and they're like, because it came from you, it's a problem. So that's why it's important to have folks like this Pavel Krupa, or you have Neil deGrasse Tyson and these other guys saying things that we might say, but they just don't want to hear it from you and me. They got to hear it from one of their boys. And it's just, man, they have a lot of issues. But that's why it's helpful to have multiple Globers in the panel, because sometimes they'll kind of call each other out. Like, they do kind of have this mob mentality, or I don't know if that's the right word, but they have this kind of group mentality where they don't want to throw each other under the bus. But every once in a while, you'll get someone be like, yeah, dude, that's wrong. And they'll accept it because it came from someone else that's also a globe earther. That's not a flat earther. So they really just don't like hearing things from flat earthers because you just have to be wrong. You can't be getting it right somehow. So it's just one of the syndromes of the many that they have.
Well, see, you could make the argument that I'm an ultra crepidarian, which I gave the definition for in the chat.
Let me
And
take
yeah, I'll accept that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I am. Right? I'm expressing opinions on matters outside of the scope of one's knowledge or expertise. Yeah,
Okay.
that's me. But this guy above here that I posted, that's not him.
Right. Ultra crepidarian. I've never heard that word before. That's a cool vocab word. You guys should stick to your list. I want to write that one down. I see someone just joined the panel, Fauda. So we're just talking a little trash right now, but let us know if you guys want to chime in. Gonzo is just joined as well. Welcome back. We spoke before,
Thank you.
Gonzo, so welcome back, guys.
Yeah, it's been a while, bro. How you
You
doing?
guys rolling together, or you guys know each other, or what?
Yeah, we rolling together.
Oh, cool. There's some people that joined the server recently that wouldn't join the VC, so I always have a lot of respect for folks that join. So, do you guys have a question for the panel, or do you just want to raise a point, or you just drinking water at the bar?
Here to see the I think Fada can. I think Fada wanted to ask it.
I'm just kind of here for the vibes, bro. I'm seeing what's going on. Haven't been here in a while.
Well, this is the Flat Earth bar, so we're gonna need to serve you a martini or something. We don't just serve water, drinking customers.
I mean, if you guys do double shots, I'll take one. But
all right, we got you a tall. Yeah, we got you. Oh man, hilarious. Oh, what's new? You guys got any new hotness for us, or what?
flat Earth wise, nah. I came here to enlighten myself more.
Gotcha. Do you guys think that the Earth moves?
Yeah.
The ground is moving?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like if you're in a building, then that building would also be moving too. Then
No, because you're moving at the same speed. It's like
no. It's not growing legs and standing up and walking down the street. But if it's attached to the ground that's moving, then the building's moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hold on.
Well, relative to the ground,
This is one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite things to point out. Is like because people will say flat earthers are so crazy. You guys have the dumbest position ever. Then you put us side by side, and we go, okay. You guys think that buildings move? We don't. Which of those two is the crazy position?
They don't.
Again,
They don't move.
I'm not saying that they move independently on their own, guys. Come on, focus. If the ground is moving, everything on the ground is moving with that ground. So buildings, including.
Yeah.
I know it sounds a little bit like shock humor, if you will, but that's just what it. If use the analogy of a treadmill, a Monopoly house. I don't know if you guys have played Monopoly, but they give you little houses and stuff. If you have a treadmill and you turn the treadmill on, right? The belt itself is moving, right?
Yeah.
And you put the Monopoly house on the treadmill, the belt. Obviously, the house is not like running on the treadmill.
Yeah.
Because the belt is moving now, the house is objectively moving with the surface of that treadmill. So in the same way, I typically ask people, do you think buildings move?
Yes.
Answer, if the earth is moving, then yeah, of course they move.
Yeah.
But I just like to highlight the fact that our position seems to be the same position, that buildings don't move, dude. The earth doesn't move. You go to bed at night and lay in your bed, didn't wake up and have traveled however millions of miles or whatever through a universe. We're just saying that nothing's moving. We're not going anywhere. So I do like that. I do like to highlight that. So I think we have the same position here.
Not only is their house moving, right? Because it's in motion, its length is also contracting. But you can't measure it because the whole reference frame is contracting simultaneously. So it's happening, you just can't measure it. Just like it's moving, but you can't detect it. But you have to believe this because you believe in gravity.
Well, like, here's my question, guys. I know, obviously, that would be the case. Buildings would be moving if the ground was moving. But I really am asking, deep down in your heart of hearts, do you actually think that? Or is that just like, that's what your belief is because that's what you're told? You really, really deep down think that? Like, when you're in your house, you go, wow, yeah, I'm moving right now.
I'm a pass this one to Fada. Fada, what do you think?
Go ahead.
Sorry, ask me if I believe that my house is moving.
Like if you, I don't know,
Mhm.
if you smoked a fatty and just sat in your house and you really contemplated, am I moving on my couch right now? Like in your heart of hearts, do you really think that? Or is that just like, that's what we're told, so that's what it would be?
Well, bro, if I smoked the fatty, everything would be moving, bro.
Yeah, good one. Good
No,
one.
but I don't know. Like relative to the ground that we're on.
Yeah, but
it's
do
not
you
moving.
genuinely believe that's actually happening, or is it just like what you're told? That's the question.
Deep down, if you really, really contemplate it, like you really try to focus, like, do I actually truly believe this? It's okay if you do. I'm just curious. Like, have you really sat down and think, like, man, I'm on my couch or I'm in my bed. I'm going to go to sleep tonight. When I wake up, I'll have traveled however many thousands or millions or whatever miles.
Yeah, no, I think I believe it. Yeah.
Really think that? Like, what?
Yeah.
Okay. What makes you think that, though, besides the fact that, that's what we're
Well, I don't know. You kind of. I don't know. You kind of been told something your whole life, and then you kind of see proof of it, and then believe it. So,
What proof though? That's a straw man's fallacy, bro.
I don't know. The North Star. It's
His
not the
PC
same North
died.
Star that we've been. Mine?
No, his creation bear the goat.
His computer died.
Oh.
Larry, take over.
Yep, I'll take over. So the North Star is a really weird argument to make, right? Because they claim that the North Star hasn't always been the North Star. It hasn't always been Polaris, and that it's supposed to change like every 80 years. Well, there was a monument that was recently destroyed, the Georgia Godstones, and it had a hole poked in the rock that allowed you to see like the North Star. Well, it's really interesting because it hasn't changed, and it's not going to change, and that's showing you that we're not just like a wobbling through space on an axis that's wobbling due to the precession of the equinox, and that the Earth is moving like a top. Right? That's not happening. So I think what you have to do is ask yourself, what is your definition of proof? Right? Just because there's a pole star, does that prove like that your house is moving and contracting? Like, I don't know. I don't think that's proof of anything at all. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you, with all due respect, gentlemen, you don't have your own worldview. You have someone else's worldview that was gifted to you by the government-funded schools. So you have the government's preferred cosmology when there's over 40 cosmologies to choose from. But they wanted you to have this one. And NASA is the propaganda arm of the military-industrial complex. So if you guys dig like NASA and the government and everything, you're right where they want you. So I would question, is it possible that you could get your own worldview by doing your own research? Or should you just watch cat videos and play video games and just accept the worldview that has been presented to you since you were a childhood on TV, magazines, school, and pretty much everything that you do? There it
No,
is.
you could do your own research, but you just if you have whatever it takes to do the research, by all means do the research. But I don't have what it takes to find out if the Earth is moving or not. So I just look at the proof and the evidence that other people have found that have the ability to do so.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Well,
Go
ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna say that kind of gave me goosebumps, but it's just
Shut up, bro.
I think you do have
But
the
yeah.
ability to find out for yourself, right? Because you know that Einstein and classical relativity say that all motion is relative, right?
Mm-hmm.
So who told you the Earth was going around the sun?
I don't know, experts.
Right, but all motion is relative at the same time? That's a married bachelor. Like both of those can't be true at the same time. You understand that, right?
So they can't. People can't tell me because they're in the same frame of reference as me.
So you would have to be outside of the quote unquote solar system to see the Earth going around the sun with a different reference frame. Like, if you can't imagine this, you're in the middle of the deepest, darkest space, and there's two merry-go-rounds, one on top of the other, but the top one's flipped up facing you. So you're in between two merry-go-rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And there's motion. You can detect motion. So the one in front of you looks like it's spinning. But is it the one that you're on that's spinning once every 24 hours? Or is it the one in front of you that's spinning? Like, you wouldn't be able to tell because all motion is relative.
Yeah.
So without, other forces and a separate reference frame, you're not going to be able to tell. I guess if you could measure a centrifugal force, but we can't measure that. So basically you were just sold a bill of goods, and every time I say the word Earth, you picture the blue marble floating in space because that's what the TV programmed you to think. So you've been brainwashed by the television to accept a model as reality when really the dirt outside that the earthworms live in, that's what Earth is outside.
But wouldn't it apply both ways? Because you guys believe that.
If you accept relativity, it would apply both ways. But if you reject infinite reference frames and all the other stuff that went along with Einstein's theories, then you could say for certain that we observe everything make a circuit overhead once roughly every 24 hours. And that's a geocentric perspective because that's what we observe. So it's empirical to us that we're the center. It's only working both ways for you because of all motion is relative. So my worldview is empirical. Your worldview is it's all relative. Relative positions, relative motions,
Yeah.
So it's really interesting if you were to, do your own research about the standard model of cosmology and the crisis that model is in. The crisis in cosmology is specifically what I'm talking about. Like, there's 300 different published papers trying to solve this problem. There's so many articles written about the cosmological constant problem that there's no shortage. Like, if you were to do a whole bunch of uppers, I don't know what you kids call it these days, coffee. If you drink a whole bunch of coffee, and you were to start looking at this stuff and you didn't stop until you just completely passed out, you wouldn't even scratch the surface on the astrophysicists, particle physicists, astronomers, all these different people talking about the problem with cosmology not working. And you get that number with, 10 to the 120th power. Like, when you measure the observation compared to the theories that they have, it's off by a factor of 10 with 120 zeros after it. So it's not off by a little. It's off by a lot. And I dare you to take those key words and just type it in. Cosmological constant problem. Click on Wikipedia and then click on the first link, which will take you to Harvard. And go ahead and read it. They're teaching us the wrong stuff on purpose.
What's it called? Cosmological what?
Cosmological constant problem. And, this gets down to, the vacuum catastrophe and all this stuff, but quantum mechanics doesn't mix with Einstein. Like, those two things just don't mix whatsoever. And quantum mechanics is an experimental science that we can do in, laboratories. However, Einstein stuff is like theoretical astrophysics that we can't science at all because it's not science. It's just a theory. It's not a scientific theory. And Newton's law was debunked with the double slit experiment, according to Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale. So Newtonian gravity ain't right. Einsteinian gravity ain't right. And that video that I just posted like a little while ago with it says against dark matter. That dude is telling you like straight up, like gravity's not working. We're throwing Einstein out because dark matter was the theory to fix gravity not working at the galactic level. And they're so certain it's 5 sigma. It's more than 5 sigma of certainty that it's been dethroned. It's been disproven. So, I mean, you can do your own research if you like, but the most important thing is, like, if you really want to know if we're telling the truth, go outside, large body of water, make some observations, do some calculations, and you'll find out that, you know, the reason why the anti-flat earthers don't disagree that we can see too far. They just say that it's because of refraction. Light's bending down around the curve, and that's why it looks flat. But from my perspective, well, that's a cool story, bro, but it's empirical that the Earth looks flat and it looks like we're the center. That's what we empirically experience. Our first-hand experience tells us. Thanks.
That's pretty interesting. I'll read it. I'll read it.
Yeah, that dark matter myth, I mean, you're going to hear some things that are really going to make you question because, you know, I'm just the trash boy, right? I'm just taking out the trash.
Yo,
This
Fod, I'm
guy
pretty sure the Earth is like going really fast.
No, I meant I meant
Pretty sure.
big, not slow, bro. It's late. Calm down.
Why are you so sure, though? Because somebody told you?
They're spinning at a slow rate or faster rate.
Or is it? No, I think it's just because it's spinning. Okay.
They say the Earth is spinning at 1,038 miles an hour. But you can't measure it. Also got a link from NASA saying that they assume the Earth going around the sun. You want to see that?
Yeah.
Give me a second, I'm going to look it up.
Wait, what did this guy say?
Why we pass backwards in rugby?
The Yanks? What are Yanks?
Americans.
Yanks?
British for Americans.
Yanks use Coriolis, but it only works going forward with a hand. Huh?
So they said that if they throw it backwards, by the time it reaches the player, it's in front of him. I'm assuming because the Earth is moving, but like we're on the Earth, so we.
Wait, how does that?
It's the movement of the Earth relative to us is not moving.
Nothing is moving relative to anything here. If that was true, like the wind would be destroying buildings and shit right now. 1,000 mile per hour wind, eh? Destroy everything. That's a good question, Father. Hit him with that. Hit him with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just reading. We're just in the chat. We're not stepping in the chat room.
Wait, the sun turns off?
There's a light switch. So the whole world will become dark at the same time. Basically, you tell me. Oh, it goes around the Earth. Eh? Oh my. Earth,
No, but it looks like it's going pretty straight in that video.
Hold up. The sun goes around the Earth, bro.
Around.
That's crazy.
Round. No, well, yeah, the drone will land in the exact same spot because the Earth is so big. Like, yeah, it's moving, but relative to the Earth, very, very slow.
It actually doesn't. Lands in exactly the same place.
No, that's what I said. It lands in the same place.
Yep.
So
yeah.
Wait. I'm trying to. The Earth is a floor, like a circuit, like a race circuit.
Yeah, you can leave that drone hovering for 5 hours and it'll still land in exactly the same place.
Yo, you got some crazy echo, Platter.
Oh yeah, sorry. This happened last night. I'll go back on mute.
Oh, good.
I think it's this crappy laptop mic.
Don't worry, bro.
Apologies.
Very good.
So, wait. So,
Do you have a model for the circuit or the path that it takes?
hey, can you please draw it on paint for us? How about I pull out my paint skills right here?
Are you guys asking for our model?
No,
it's
just reading chat.
Aether said that the Earth moves around the world like a circuit, or sorry, the sun moves around the Earth like a circuit.
Yeah, no, we got that part, but
Alright, so I'm citing my sources. Here's one of the things that I said about the crisis of cosmology. Space.com.
So what? Kind of like this.
Oh shoot, I put it in the wrong spot.
Roughly.
yeah, I guess that's what they mean, right?
It's a giant ocean, though. No, but okay, but
yeah.
Look at how can you see the moon, fam? If the sunlight stops halfway through the globe and the Earth is on the other side, how can you see the moon during the day?
That's a good question, Potter. That kind of gave me goosebumps again.
Anytime.
What was the question?
So in the chat, he sent a model of what the sun and the moon, like the path they take, but the sunlight doesn't reach the moon. The moon is just kind of glowing there.
Wait, is the moon glow by itself?
Does the moon have like its own?
Is it bioluminescent?
Like,
So we don't know what the moon is.
True.
Because we can't biopsy the moon. They say that they have, space rocks from the moon, but they gave a piece of petrified wood to Holland, I think. And they said it was a moon rock. But when Holland tested it, it was petrified wood.
Holland plays soccer. What does he know about the sun? Right.
McDonald's. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna post something for you.
Right.
This is definitely one of them things that you can get lost in because this is so much stuff for you to research about the problems with cosmology. 18 biggest unsolved mysteries in physics. Having trouble finding that NASA one. I think they moved it around like they do sometimes. Let me try this.
So wait, do you believe in dark matter and dark energy and shit like that?
No, that's all stuff to make your model work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm actually fucking hungry.
Yeah, these problems. Did I post them? Yeah, I did. And then I had another one. Right, so this stuff right here, the crisis in cosmology, like, it's basically telling you the problems. It's like open. Like, if you do the research, it's like the information's out there, but people are ignorant to it. But if you do the research, you'll find out that you don't have a working model. 96% plus of your model is made of dark matter and dark energy, and they just debunked dark matter because they saw two galaxies colliding, and the gravitational forces that they assumed were there caused by dark matter ruled itself out because instead of the stars falling instead of the stars falling slowly towards the center, like moving through dark matter, they fell quickly. And he explains it in the video that I posted earlier, like dropping a marble in an empty jar and dropping it through honey. It should have acted like dropping it through honey where it slowly sank to the center or to the bottom, but it was like dropping it through an empty jar. So dark matter is like rejected with a certainty of 5 sigma, which is a really, really high certainty. It's like 0.00003. So, like, that's what was holding gravity together. Like, you absolutely don't have gravity anymore at this point. And he says it in the video, like, they're having to do away with Einsteinian gravity. And he says it's not reasonable to believe in such things. And that's what I posted. Shoot, let me look. What, 21 minutes after the hour?
Father, what was the reasoning behind like why we can't see the edge of the universe or the edge of the Earth? I mean, is it like a
Why you can't see the edge of the Earth?
yeah?
Because you can't see very far.
But like you can't like drive or take a boat or a plane up there. Like you're like, oh, that's
I
the
guess
edge
you'll
of
have
the
to
Earth.
look up the Antarctica Treaty. You can't freely travel. You
Oh
can't
no,
go.
I've heard about the Antarctica Treaty, but it's like, does that cover every edge of the Earth?
Well, I mean, if there's hidden land down there, would you be able to see? There's this thing that you have to understand.
Mhm.
You've been so propagandized,
Yeah.
and you don't even realize it, right? And let me give you an example. I'm gonna share what this guy did earlier.
Oh, I guess it could be. I guess I remember the argument was like it could be like an infinite plane or whatever. I remember they telling me that
Do you see what I just shared?
on live stream voice text.
Mm-hmm.
Which one? The Crisis in Cosmology?
Oh, it didn't work. I'll try again.
Well, no, it doesn't.
I remember. I
Apply
remember.
to
Father,
this
you
one.
remember? You remember? There's no edge because it could be infinite, bro.
There's no edge to Antarctica?
No, there's no edge to Earth, man.
So you can't freely travel, right? We're
Yeah.
not saying there is an edge or there isn't an edge. We're not claiming that. You're
we
just
know.
saying
Yeah.
it.
No.
You can't
That's what
really
it's.
travel to Antarctica, you mean?
There is an Antarctica treaty that you can't fly planes over Antarctica or like a part of it or some shit like
You
that.
can't do a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So look at the top two pictures. That's indoctrination you've been shown. And the bottom two pictures is reality.
That's just a glacier, no?
What? Yeah, but the boat can't get past the glacier. Or
Yeah, but how far can you make it? You can't bring dogs. You can't bring heavy fuel. You can't freely travel. Like, there's all these stipulations that makes it impossible for you to freely explore Antarctica. So if you bring food, you have to take all your poop. So every time you poop, you have to pick it up. You can't leave anything behind. So you're going to be, walking in a frozen wasteland with a bag full of pee and poop and, and your food with no dogs. Like, how far are you going to get, bro?
well, you also can't freely travel through Canada without a visa or passport. How would people know that Toronto is real?
Bro, there's airplanes.
Well, there's planes that also flew over Antarctica.
Dude.
Was that a serious question?
Yeah, come on, man. Come on, Father.
No, I'm just.
Come on. You just gotta go and see TFC, bro, and then you see Toronto's real. All right. Have a good night.
You can go to Toronto.
Well, if you can't get in the country, you can't.
Yeah.
Same way, if you can't get into Antarctica, you can't go see if there's an.
See, what you just did there is a false equivalence fallacy, right? We can go to Canada.
Let me see that. Let me see that link for that flight, that Antarctic flight that crossed Antarctica. Share that link, man. I want to see it.
Come on, guys. You guys came in here about 6 months ago, and you were in here for a while, and now you're back again, and you're asking the same questions.
Well, I don't mind the questions. Maybe they wanted to hear my answers because maybe my answers are different. You guys can ask whatever you like, right? But you have to be, pretty much logically consistent around me because I'm going to call it out, right? Canada
Yeah,
is
I'm
not
not.
Antarctica. It's totally different.
Yeah, that's that's pretty glow worth of water to ask, to be honest. Actual
Besides,
smooth.
Antarctica doesn't really prove anything, right? It's really kind of a non-starter. Like, you're asking
Yeah.
me where the edge of the Earth is. Like, how would I know that, bro? How would you know?
No, I was just I asked. I was like, I didn't remember exactly how you
It's all
guys
right.
what you
Wait,
guys
so
do.
what?
But
So
think about this question: where's the geometric horizon on your Earth? Because we can see too far. So where's your edge? Right?
As far as the eye can see.
Right. But you guys used to claim that boats go over the horizon, and you since changed the goalpost and said, well, you can't see the geometric horizon because of refraction. So where's your edge, bro?
It's there, but it's just like refracted, so you see where it's not supposed to be. It's there, but you can't see it. It's just like
Right, you can't see it, so it's not
yeah.
The
there.
refracted edge.
It's not actually there. I mean, what are you going to ask me next? Why wouldn't I fall off a stationary plane? Why wouldn't you fall off a spinning water ball, bro?
Hmm.
I mean, think about that question logically. I'm on a flat stationary plane. It's tens of thousands of miles, and it's not moving. And you've been programmed to ask me, why don't I fall off? Bro, you think that you're flying through space at like 1,000,000 miles an hour going multiple different vectors on a spinning water ball. Why the fuck don't you fall off, bro?
I don't know, bro.
You can't say gravity because that just got debunked.
Where to now?
I'm getting
What?
goosebumps.
I have a question.
Nah, that's my saying, bro.
Man, get you a blanket, dog. You over there with all kinds of goose pimples and stuff.
I got the goes.
So what makes the sun travel in its path?
We don't know.
You think I'm gonna like tell you about like some sort of chariot and Ra, the sun god, is like dragging it across the sky? Like, how the fuck would I know that, bro? Like, why would you ask me something like that's only something God could know? Do you think I'm God?
No, but we have a reason as to why there's night and day because we're spinning around the sun, or like we're spinning.
Yeah,
What's the reason?
we have a reason there's night and day too, because the sun is a lot closer than you've been told, and you can't actually measure it like you've been told because its apparent location is not its actual location. So if it's a lot closer and a lot smaller, it would have the spotlight effect due to all sorts of scenarios like the inverse square law or the way that the light disperses through the atmosphere. And if you go out at night in your backyard and walk a circle around the perimeter with a light on your cell phone, is it going to light up your whole backyard? No, because of the spotlight effect, right? But you've been told that you can see light from 93 million miles away. Actually, much further than that, but we'll go with the sun. And that the sun is like 109 times the size of the Earth. Right? But when you actually look through it through a filter, it's actually quite small in the sky. So you've been told that it's actually very big. But when you look at it empirically with your own senses, which I'm going to post a GIF for you, it's actually very, very small. But you've been told that it's big. So, once again, you don't have your own worldview. You got someone else's.
But wouldn't the flat Earth worldview also be someone else's? Whoever came up with it
No,
first.
it's what I experience. I go outside and I meditate for 3 days and 3 nights. My senses are going to tell my brain that I live on a flat stationary plane and there's no motion. And once every 24 hours, the heavenly bodies, roughly once every 24 hours, the heavenly bodies make a circuit overhead. You can't feel any motion. It's all because somebody told you so.
I guess so.
Yeah. Do you guys experience the same thing?
Yeah.
That we all experience the same thing.
Yep.
Right, so look at the GIF that I just posted.
Yeah, because like,
Well, it's, if something's really big
it's just that
and very far away, it's gonna
it's
look
this.
small.
But it's the
And the,
sunlight. It's like it's the light that makes it big.
And if something is very small and very close, it would also look like that. But you can't tell the difference. See, a lot of people will tell you that, because of stellar spectroscopy, they can tell you what the sun's made out of. If you had cancer on your reproductive organs and the doctor said we're going to have to amputate, wouldn't you be wondering, like, bro, you didn't take a biopsy? Like, how do you know that? Like, you'd go get a second opinion, or you would tell the first doctor, dude, take a biopsy. I want to know if it's malignant or not. I mean, we're talking about my manhood here, right? Like, you're going to turn me into something, that I don't want to be. Like, I want to keep my reproductive organs. Take a biopsy, and you go to get a second opinion. Like, where's the second opinion on the molecular makeup of the sun? There isn't
It's just
one.
like whether it's like gold or carbon, it won't affect my day to day. So it's like whatever you say, man. Like it could be cheese for all I care.
Right, exactly. I mean, it's not likely that it's cheese, but it could be. You don't know, right? So basically, what you're in the middle of right now is you're in the middle of a bunch of people that are doing a reformation, right? We're reforming what we call science. All of cosmology, astronomy, and theoretical astrophysics, none of it has a viable, testable scientific hypothesis. Because according to the, what we call natural science, right? You can't manipulate the independent variable, which is the cause, to see the dependent variable, which is the effect. Because you can't manipulate the stars. So it's all philosophy, right? Like the whole space-time, like the 3-dimensional +1 time, like that's a concept. It's not made of any material or any chemical combination derived from the periodic table. It doesn't have any atoms. It's a concept. It's a mathematical concept. Like, you can't bend and warp my idea of liberty, right? And you can't bend and warp space-time or put it in a jar and paint it yellow so we can test it in the lab and manipulate it and see things go up and down. Right? We're talking philosophy here. Right? A thought experiment is philosophy. That's what Einstein was doing. It was a thought experiment. So philosophy is like how many angels can dance on the head of a needle. Right? It's metaphysics. It's not physics. So physics would be, like if we were measuring like how long a bullet goes before it drops and hits the ground, right? That's moving bodies, right? That's physics. Like that's actually measurable, testable, repeatable, empirical, falsifiable, right? But the sun, like why is it working the way that it does? That's outside of the realm of science. Like that's all philosophy. So just like every Texan is an American, but not every American qualifies as a Texan. In the same way, all science is born out of philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as science.
Mute. You're a loud typer, man.
He's a gamer. He's a gamer. He's got that gamer keyboard.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, Timbo. Move my microphone away.
So this whole time, we learned about the Earth in science class and the globe and cosmology, but none of this stuff has been science. Because you have to manipulate the cause to see the effect, and it has to be falsifiable, according to Karl Popper, a famous philosopher of science.
Yeah, I agree that most stuff's like theoretical and stuff. Like, you know, it's like that's the beauty of it. We don't know. We don't know.
It's not
we don't
even
know.
theoretical, though, is it? Because there's no.
I mean, we don't know how like
No
hypothesis. We don't know how half our human body works, but it works. You know what I mean? Yeah.
There you go. That's part of the issue, though, is I think a lot of people. We just had a whole rant before you guys joined about how mysterious this place is, but Team Globe wants to tell you they've got answers for everything. Right? We look at the sky, we see the sun, the moon, and the stars. Those are unknowns.
No, I agree that
Globers will tell you they have stories attached to them. Okay, so I agree that there's a lot of unknowns, and it's good to keep that in mind.
Yeah,
You're gonna say something?
Like I agree. Like we don't know anything, to be honest with you, anything. But it's just like it's what.
Yeah, but they claim they do, you know, like, and then
Yeah, that's the
and then you
problem.
ask, and then you ask them, and they go, oh, I don't know, someone else has got the answer, and you go
Right,
to
some
them,
big
and
brain
they
over there
ask
has the
them, and
answers.
they go, yeah.
Like I feel like I don't know.
I
feel
think
it's
like you just got to start unclipping the stories. You'll realize you're left with mystery, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no.
It's like you said, how does the human body work? That's called a mystery. You don't have to have an answer for everything. I think there's going to be questions that your fellow man and woman aren't going to be able to answer for you. I have to take some of those questions to the grave, and maybe whoever made you, you know, your creator, or whoever you believe in, your God, maybe they'll provide you with answers. Perhaps, maybe.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't expect certain answers here while you're, you know, not going to come from me.
Yeah,
or some big brain over there in the corner that doesn't exist. Either.
Yeah, and these also with these big brains comes ego as well. Like you know, you've got to be able to say, oh, I don't know. You know, even if you are a big brain, a lot of the time you got to say you don't know. But a lot of these people that claim they have big brains, say they will not let their ego won't let them say they don't know.
Right. That's part of the thing too, Timo. That's a good point. Is like, I can understand how that would be a bit of a hill to overcome. How come you guys figured it out and the big brains haven't? If the big brains, they would have told me first, not you guys on Discord. It's like, well, newsflash, they are just as a believer as you are, as I was. So it takes a certain level.
Because someone else did the work. They go off, you know, these guys go off apparent work that someone else has done. So they just go to that section because everything's compartmentalized. They go to another section and go, okay, what's the value of this? They go, oh, well, the value of this is this. So they just run off someone else's value to come up with their own values. So, you know, it's.
Yeah, I guess
it's got something that starts with something that's made up, then. You know, everything after that, or well, even if something's slightly not correct, everything after that is going to be incorrect compounded. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like it could be right. I don't know. It's just like the best. We're just trying to do our best to like figure out what's happening. You know. And it's like,
yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, that's right, man.
It's kind of like
who's trying to do their best though, to just figure out what's going on. Is that mainstream science? Or are they just trying to do their best to figure out what's going on?
It's kind of what Timbo said. Like it's just like someone thinks of something and then people build on into that. I don't know if they're wrong in the first place. It's just kind of like we're stupid creatures, you know. Like we're kind of just like building onto each other and trying to make sense of it
man.
all.
Don't discredit yourself like that. I think you're smarter and you have more abilities than you think. You know, you don't have to give away your brain to some big brain over there that doesn't exist, dude. It's up to you. You have to figure
what
this stuff out.
happens?
You're on the journey.
So what happens when we try to like question what we think we've already established?
That's called
science.
That's
good. Yeah, that's good. That's what you're supposed to
That's
do. That's how
good,
we. That's
right?
how we figure shit out. Yeah.
Because a lot of people are like, well, we already established this thousands of years ago. And then when you
Yeah.
start to look into this, whatever this may be, you realize, oh, well, there's many assumptions thousands of years ago. So if we don't make these assumptions, what did we come up with? Oh, we have many more possibilities, right?
Right.
It's like even like math, like that's like we made that. Like, you know, for all we know, everything's wrong, but it's just like that's kind of what we use to make sense of it all and shit.
What do you think may be wrong, though? Like, what do you think may be wrong? That we just relied upon, well, we've known this for thousands of years. So what do you think we've relied upon over thousands of years as being correct, but we may need to revisit? What do you think one of those things may be?
Math, physics, numbers, time, space. I'll give you space. I'll give you like,
Whoa,
you know,
chill. So you said math, physics, time, and space. Those are a lot of large things to just rattle off real quick. So let's deal with the first one first. You said math. Was that your
yeah,
first one?
yeah.
What math do you think we've maybe relied upon over years that we may need to reconsider?
Dude, I don't know anything specific. I'm just saying like I was just like getting in the headspace of like questioning everything. Like, yeah, you could question everything, you know? Like it's not a bad thing. Like,
Can I answer that?
yeah, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, Larry.
So I genuinely have a lot of faith in math, right? It's just how people apply it. So math is a tool, a language for discovering things. But what happens if you start to leave reality and start mathing stuff that isn't really there? Because, you know, if you're counting fields of grain, you know, the math works out, right? Or if you're making simple calculations like triangulation,
yeah,
right, the math works out. It's when, you know, you start making assumptions and
like
describing
theoretical
things,
math, yeah.
that isn't there. So math is, you know, just like any tool. It's the application thereof. The philosophy of use is what makes it reliable or unreliable. Thanks.
Yeah, like math, the quantities that are contained within math, like every single quantity within an equation needs to have some tie to the real world. It needs to have some sort of empirical measurement that relies upon it, right? So if we just want to say, well, the math works out, but we're not actually tying our values back to something in the real world, regardless of whether the math works out, is that an actual reflection of reality if we don't tie our numerical values back to something within reality?
Would you agree? Like sure, like a lot of the stuff we theorize with math is wrong, but like I feel like the reason why people, I mean, you're not gonna agree with this, but say it anyway. The reason why people choose the globe method or whatever, like that's the one that like everyone knows, is because it's like it has like less holes than everything else. Like if we were to put all the math in like a flat Earth, we have to like. You know what I mean?
So, yeah, so when you say it has less holes than something else, what do you mean by that? So what are your empirical measurements that tie back to reality that lack assumption that is better than something else?
I don't know. I'm gonna give that one to Larry. To be honest, he knows. He knows it.
Well, dude,
Actually-
they believe in the
actually-
globe because they don't have any other option. Well, it's not like they're presented with multiple options. Well, here you can believe this, this, or this. They're like, it's a globe, believe it, take it.
But like,
shut up.
didn't people try to like think that it was flat? But it was just like it just didn't make sense like at all.
Well, when did you first hear
Why-
those words, flat Earth?
No, like I'm sure. Like I remember like a
Probably
while
pretty
ago when I was
recently,
here.
right?
Like a while ago when I was
for
here.
me, it was like 2017. It's not like I was raised like, here, you can think this or this. It was like, no, this is what it is. Shut up and go eat your bun.
So when you
that's why
say people,
believe it.
so when you say people thought that it may have been flat, but it just didn't work out, right? What do you mean it didn't work out? What didn't work out?
like the wind, the way, like gravity, like all that stuff. Like it wouldn't make sense. Like it
The
wouldn't work.
wind, the way of the gravity. So flat Earth doesn't need gravity in the way that the globe Earth does, right? So what do you mean by gravity and the
What would you need
wind,
gravity
winds
for?
and the waves?
The
Like,
wind?
right.
Yeah, what's that?
What do you mean by
Wind.
that?
Bro, I don't know, bro. I'm just yapping, bro. I have no idea.
What
man.
would you need gravity for? The only reason you need that is because people are supposed to be under you, upside down.
Because like I don't know, like
We
different.
don't. That's not our position. We're all on the same. Like if I raise my arm up to the sky and you put your arm up to the sky, we're both pointing in the same direction. We don't need gravity to hold you down because you're not
Right.
trying to fly away.
But I
from
mean,
Earth. You don't
like
need
I don't
it.
know. I don't know if I'm right about this, but isn't like different parts of the planet have different gravitational pulls, like regardless of altitude and shit?
Well, I mean,
Come
based
on,
on their claim,
man.
but we're not on a planet. So if you're talking about the Earth, in reality, no. In their claim,
So even if you want to claim that, what does that mean for your model?
No, it's just like if the Earth was flat and like all like there's different gravitational pulls in different areas, same altitude,
bro.
like it's just like okay, like what does that mean?
But if
Can
the
you
Earth
measure
is
that?
flat, here's the thing though. Like if the Earth is flat, down is down for all of us. Like Timbo,
Yeah.
who's in Australia, right? When he points down,
Yeah, he's
and
not
I
upside down. Yeah.
and I
Right.
point down in Florida, we're pointing in the same direction, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Damn.
So
You don't need gravity.
the extraordinary claim is that we're pointing in two totally opposite directions. So what is your verification for that extraordinary claim that when Timbo points down and I point down, we're actually pointing in different directions? What's your actual like evidence or verification for that extraordinary claim?
Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I've been told that there's different constellations depending on where you are. Like
So what? What does that have to do with anything?
Father, it could be a screen though. You know what I'm saying?
What? Well, hold on.
No.
When you say there's different constellations depending on where you're at, what does that have to do with gravity?
Yeah, bro. Those two don't
Well,
connect.
no,
we're not talking
I'm
about gravity no
I'm
more.
talking about you pointing up in the sky and someone else pointing up somewhere else,
Yeah.
and him
Yeah.
seeing the same thing.
Yeah. You realize 95% of your globular model is a hijack of how we see the world in perspective.
Well, no, okay, but essentially, if the world was flat, if someone in Australia
Yeah.
was to point up, someone in
Down,
other
bro.
side,
Point
so
down,
America,
bro. Point
no,
down. Lock it in, bro.
if no,
You have no actual verification.
well,
That
we do.
pointing goes towards the center of some sort of sphere, right? If you want to try to claim that, you're going to try to claim celestial bodies somehow prove that pointing is going to go towards the center of a sphere.
Well, I'm not pointing down. I'm pointing up.
Why do you need to defer to celestial bodies to prove the pointing for Timbo and I is in the same direction or actually towards?
Because you can't prove anything if you're on the same plane relative, right?
What?
Nah, bro.
What do you mean you can't prove anything?
Well, if you, well, we don't know.
Let me
We
ask
don't know.
you a simple question. Do you know what perspective is?
Yeah.
Can
No,
you
but
explain to
okay.
me? Just give me a simple rundown
Your
of
eyes,
perspective.
bro. Where you looking, bro?
Yeah.
You see
Like what's
what you
someone like if two people look at the same thing, they can see slightly different things depending on how they're looking at it.
Right, meaning like each individual has their own representation of the world around them. Is that what you're saying?
Isn't that perception or
Yeah, that's
It's a
perception.
mixture,
perception,
right?
not perspective?
It's kind of a mixture of the two. I'll give them
we got
that.
you, though.
So
We
if
got
you and I are standing next to each other, my view of perspective is going to be slightly different than yours, right? Because your vanishing point is going to be relative to you. So I'll kind of give you that,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So why do you think that when you look straight forward on the globe that you think that you live on, that the ground below you, which if you live on a globe is actually going to be curving away from you, actually fills up roughly 50% of your field of view. Why do you think prospectively or based on your perception that when you look straight ahead, 50% roughly of your field of view is encompassed by the ground beneath your feet? Why do you think that takes place?
Because you're on the ground.
Right, but you get this image or this perspective of the ground ramping up towards your eye level. Why do you think that takes place?
Because it's very big. So
But
it's
if
just
you
the
live on a
perspective of
ball, no
anything.
matter where you're standing, right? So if I'm standing on the shoreline of a beach and I'm looking straight ahead, why is the ground taking up roughly 50% of my field of view when that ground below me for my feet as it continues outward is actually getting further below me? Why do
Should
you
be right on the globe.
why do you think it rises up to appear to ramp up towards your eye level? Why do you think that takes place?
That's just
Because
something with
you're
optics, no?
looking because you're looking very far.
Yeah.
Right, but based on your perspective, why is 50% of your field of view roughly filled up by the ground that is below your eye level?
Because I'm very close to the ground, which is very big.
I
Wait, what do you mean
agree.
below? Wait, what?
I agree. You're very
Okay.
close to the ground in relatively speaking, but why do you think that this ground that you think as you get further away is actually dropping lower, right? You think you live on a ball, right?
Yeah.
So if you're on the top of that ball, that ground as you get further away from you is actually dropping further below you. Why do you think it appears to actually rise up?
So you're asking why it's looking like it's going up, not down?
Right.
Like
Why
not
do you think
curving
that?
into the ball? Because the Earth is very, very big, and I'm very, very small.
Sure, but if it's dropping away from you as you look further out, the further you look out, the further it's dropping.
Yeah, but any round
Your model.
object can look
Why
flat
do you
if you're
why do you think it appears to actually ramp
because
upwards?
because any round object can look flat depending on how big it is and what your perspective. So
I'm
if
not
you're very
asking why it
small,
That's
looks
not what he's
flat.
asking, bro.
Well,
Why
I
does
don't
it
get the
appear
question
to?
though.
Let me
yeah.
post
Why
a
does
Bob and
it
Alice
appear?
for you.
So what you're asking is why the Earth is going up and not down into the
It's
circle,
supposed to
into
be
the
on the
curve,
top
right?
of the globe, so it's
Sure.
supposed to be dropping down and away from you, not going
Yeah,
up.
but I'm not a giant, right? I'm 5'8", fam.
No, bro, you're supposed to be on the. You're supposed to be
It
on a
doesn't
globe,
matter your
dog.
height.
It's supposed to be
Doesn't
going
matter your
down
height.
and away from you.
Well, no, because it's
Curve,
very
right?
big. Like if you put an ant on a very
But I
big
get
beach
that.
ball,
But
it's gonna
even
look
still,
flat.
if the ant is on the top, it's not about looking. It's about what it should be doing in reality. If the ant is on the top of the ball, right, or anywhere, if you could always consider that the top wherever you are. So think
Yeah.
about that. It should be dropping down and away from you in all directions. So if it's ramping up like Napalm's telling you, then we might have a problem here.
So
Let me post
okay,
Bob and
is
Alice.
what you
Let me
talking about? What Platter put in the chat?
let me put you into another scenario. You're standing at the foothills of a mountain, right?
Okay.
And you see an elevation increase in front of you. What do you expect to see as you look straight ahead at the foothills of a mountain?
Elevation of the mountain going up. If you're at the
Right,
foot of
you
it.
expect to see the mountain going up. Now, if you're at the top of the mountain and you look straight out, what would you expect to see the ground
Depends
below
how
your
high the
feet?
mountain is.
Dropping down and away from you.
Well,
You
depends how
expect
high
it
the
to be
mountain is.
you would expect it to be dropping down away from you, wouldn't you?
If the mountain is really, really big, yeah.
Pick a fucking mountain. I don't know.
When you call it a mountain, bro, it's
What
not a
mountain
plateau.
isn't big?
What? Huh?
I
Well,
didn't say
no, it's
hill.
gotta
I
be
said mountain.
big relative to the curvature of the Earth, right? It's gotta be big
Why-
enough
why-
so that you can
we're-
see the
bro.
curvature of the Earth.
Bruh,
You're not
why,
getting it.
why are you even bringing the curvature of the Earth into the conversation we're having right now?
Because isn't
Really,
this where
the
you're
answer is when
going?
you're on the top of the mountain. The mountain drops down and away from you. That's the answer. If
Oh,
you're
are
not
you
on
talking
the
about the
plateau,
mountain, not the floor? I
mountain
thought you
is
were
the
talking about the
floor.
ground.
The mountain
Fam.
is the ground.
Okay, then if you look straight
Look at
ahead,
that
you
Bob.
just see
Look
the
at what I
giant
posted,
drop of
Bob
the
and Alice. Right? Do you see how
Mhm.
Bob and Alice are basically quote on the top, and it's dropping down and away from them? That's what he's telling you.
Mhm.
That's what we're talking about.
So is Bob look? Is that curvature the mountain? The thing that's dropping down the
If you're on
mountain?
the top of the mountain, then yeah, it would be dropping down and away from you. That's what he's trying to help you understand.
Okay.
Yes. So
Yeah,
if
okay.
you were standing on top of the mountain, you would expect for the ground to drop down and away from you. If you were
Oh,
standing
yeah.
at the bottom of the mountain, you would expect the ground to rise up in
Yeah.
front of you, right? So
Yeah.
if you're standing on the beach,
Mm.
right, and you're
Mhm.
looking out over the ocean, what would you expect the ocean to do if you thought you lived on a ball?
Drop down.
If
Drop down.
Yeah.
Right. What does it appear to do?
Rise up. But
Why does
that's-
that take place?
Because we're going back to the same thing. If the ball is very big and I'm very small, it's gonna look like it's flat.
Yeah.
So at
No
what
matter how big
size
the
does
mountain
the
is, it
ball-
always drops down and away from you. It doesn't matter how
Why?
big it is.
When there's no mountain anymore.
No. Okay, no, but we're on the beach. All right.
The globe is supposed to be a huge curved thing. No matter how big it is, it's always supposed to be dropping down and away from you.
No,
What
no.
what size does
no,
the
you're
ball?
right. You're
hold
right.
on,
It is.
hold on,
It is
hold on,
dropping
bud.
away from me, but I can't see it.
It's dropping away, but appears to go up, right? So at what point does the ball appear to drop, but then appear to be flat, but then actually appear to rise up? So at what distance, what size does the ball need to be in order for it to appear to rise up when you think it's actually dropping away from you? Mathematically, if we want to talk about math, right?
Mhm.
Because you said one of the first things you said about why you think the earth is a ball or what you think needs to take place was math. So let's deal with the math of this problem, this conundrum we've come into. At what size does the ball need to be in order for that dropping away from you appear to actually be rising up?
Whatever size the Earth is right now.
Oh my god.
Amen.
Did not just say
Fam,
that, dude.
fam, you're telling me, you're asking me.
So what if I told you
what exactly is going on right now?
what if I told you that number was actually
Oh.
what if I told you the number that you need it to be is the
Mhm.
radius of the earth being 9,645 miles? Would you agree with
Over
that?
double.
Okay.
Yeah.
For what? For you to see for what?
For the
The radius
ground
is
to
9,000 miles.
appear to rise up to your eye level as opposed to drop away from you. It needs to be 9,563 mile radius.
Yeah,
Would
so
you
not
agree?
what they're claiming it is now. You just said.
Do you think that math works out?
No.
Oh.
What if I said the radius needs to be 7,642 miles? Would you think that's the proper math?
7,000 miles?
Yeah. What would you expect to see a ball with a radius of 7,642 miles as you look out over the surface of that? Do you expect it to rise up towards your eye level?
Yeah. 7,000 miles.
Yeah, you would expect that to rise. What if I said a radius of a ball being 2,642 miles? What would that look to you? Would that rise up towards your eye level?
No.
Why not? Mathematically.
The radius of the Earth is 3,000 miles.
The
3,900.
radius is not 3,000 miles, but What would you expect in your
What?
field of view? Can you give me a clear picture? How many degrees below eye level would you expect the horizon to be?
I don't know. I can't give you a
He's hitting
number.
y'all with the hard hitting questions.
But I don't.
17. I have no idea.
17 degrees below your eye level?
No, bro. We just be
Maybe
sliding.
maybe
back
maybe
then.
117.
This is a tough question, Napalm. I gotta be
100.
honest. I don't
Wait,
know how I would answer that.
100 and yeah, it's a tough question because motherfuckers don't think about this shit, right?
What's the answer? Do you know?
Dude,
What is
if you decreased the radius of the ball,
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know. Does anybody even know with the alleged curvature or the alleged radius that we currently have, what the expectation would actually be?
I like that GIF, but I don't have in terms of like a degree. I don't know.
Because right now, most globers will say if at any point the horizon is below your eye level, it's a proof of a globe. But you understand the only time that the horizon is actually directly at your eye level is if your eyes are directly on the surface of the earth. Because as you increase elevation, you're always going to have a horizon that is just slightly below your eye level. Always.
I think
Yeah,
every time
until
we
you go
step
high
in,
enough.
I think every time we step into the Ballard worldview and we're talking about the globe and we say horizon, we need to emphasize the refracted horizon that you believe in. Because it's like, I think that it's a huge concession that we just kind of let them get away with. Like, they've changed the goalpost, right? So if they're saying, well, the horizon doesn't rise up, perfectly to eye level, yeah, you mean the refracted horizons?
Well, yeah, that's why.
And also the definition of horizon as well. Do they actually understand the definition of the horizon?
It's an apparent location, right? It's not an actual geometric location. And that's why Jesse never comes into geos anymore, is because Jesse has measurements of the horizon being above eye level based on refraction. So
What,
Jesse will
an
never
apparent
come
place. So he's got the measurement of an apparent place. That's fucked up.
Yeah. So any claim of like, hey, I've got a theodolite, I create this horizontal, and I've got the horizon below my eye level. This proves globe. Well, all these people that go out and do these measurements realize you're going to get measurements all over the place, and some of them actually put the horizon above eye level based on
Yeah, they're always
refractive.
going to be different.
Yeah, based on
Always.
atmospheric conditions. So what does that mean?
That's going to cause
means you
obstruction
never
from
see.
the bottom up.
Yeah, if I want to cherry pick it, I could just constantly post the picture where the horizon is above my eye level and claim that the Earth is concave, right? I'd have justification.
Yeah, it's the same argument.
Do you guys believe in like telescopes and shit? Like, I'm just like friendly question.
Shut the fuck up, man.
What?
What the fuck
Do
is
we believe
that?
in shoestrings too, bro? I mean, what are you talking about?
Do you believe in
You believe
soccer
in
balls?
things that are real? What a stupid question.
My bad.
Come on,
You
man. You're
believe
smarter
in
than that, mate.
My bad.
Actually, bud, unpack that thought for us real quick. I understand it's like you gave us a simplistic thing, like, do you even believe in telescopes? But what is the deeper thing that made you ask us that question? What do you mean by, do we even believe in telescopes? Where were you going with that?
I was just thinking like, if I could put a
You
telescope.
weren't really thinking, though, were you? When you
My bad, Timbo. My fault.
but I'm just like, I know where you were going with it. It's because you say, because we say that the space that they tell us that you guys believe in isn't what they tell us. You were going to, do you believe in telescopes so that you could bring up a conversation about fake space? Yeah.
No, I was just gonna like, ask if I went to like the shore or whatever, I could get a telescope and see however far I want to
Yeah,
see.
and you can zoom back in until
Mhm.
it lets you not zoom back in, which is to do with atmospheric conditions.
And so I can't zoom all through flat Earth because atmosphere.
No, that's impossible. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
what
got
does the telescope
air.
do for you, bud? What does the telescope do for you that it's not going to do for us?
No, I'm just thinking like thoughts and opinions on it, you know what I mean?
But
Right,
the
but I'm
telescope
asking you a
actually,
legitimate question.
telescope
Like, what
actually
is?
helps us anyway.
No, I was
Sorry.
just like
Go ahead.
if it was like decently flat, I could just see the Eiffel Tower from wherever I want to see it, right?
What would
But
lead you to
you can
believe that
actually see
singular
further
size?
anyway, so so
Like,
that debunks it. You don't need to see the Eiffel Tower. You can see a boat out at sea, and you can zoom back in on it when your eyes think it's gone, disappeared, and then you can zoom back in and bring it in, which is further than the geometric horizon is supposed to be. So there you go.
Where do you live? Where do you live to where you think you would see the Eiffel Tower with the telescope if the Earth was flat? Where do you live?
Oh my god!
Oh, I
Did you
don't
really say that?
Yeah, I don't know the numbers,
Saw
man.
that on Reddit, bro. Relax.
So let me just go over something real fast. He's looking for evidences of the globe, and this is a really important time to say that, yeah, go ahead, Google the top 10 proofs for the globe, right? And they're going to tell you to look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, look at the
Geometry.
eclipses, look at Eratosthenes, look at the Cavendish experiment, look at boats going over the horizon. Oh, wait a minute. Did they tell you that? To look at boats going over the horizon?
They
'Cause
do actually.
I don't think that they
They
actually
still do.
do. They? Do they actually
Yeah.
tell
Yeah.
you to make
Yep.
long distance observations? Because
No, they don't say that, but I don't know if they still say it, but that was always a proof. That was always a thing they said. Boats going over the horizon.
how could they say that now while maintaining the refracted horizon?
They're not about to switch it up, bro.
Exactly.
Those mixed signals on purpose.
But you can easily destroy boats going over the horizon
Easy.
just simply with the Rayleigh criterion, right?
And the lack of water hills. Yep.
Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Like
You were
we
waiting
can
for that, weren't you?
we can simply explain why things appear to disappear from the bottom up. Very easy. We can actually not only explain it, but demonstrate it experimentally.
What's a water hill?
The thing that
It's
boats
what
are
you
supposed
live
to be
on,
going
mate.
over, bro. That's the thing that boats are supposed to be disappearing behind, right? So if you're standing at the beach and you see a boat and it starts to disappear, people go, "Well, look, that's the curve of the Earth." Well, if it's the curve of the Earth, it has to be curved water. So I just joke around and call it a hill of water. That's what I mean. I hate to be. I don't want to sound offensive, but that's what most globe believers they think. It's a hill of water. If you don't believe me, here's a gentleman named Bob the Science Guy, and I discussing the hills of water. Coming right up.
There's also
Oh, there you
horizon
go.
way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
So this guy and like most globe believers in general think that water forms into some big mound, a hill, a curve. You can call it whatever you want to. Look at these quote space selfies, these space pics. They show you curved lakes and curved oceans. Well, I just joke around and call it a hill, but we're just saying that water doesn't do that. So
Wait, what's this RC video?
That's showing that things can disappear from the bottom up without there being any curvature at all. So the measurement of that lake should show, I think it's about 3 centimeters of,
But anything
maybe
can
less
disappear
than
to
that.
40p.
Yeah, but it's to show that things disappear from the bottom up without curvature.
Right. Why did they do that, Glover?
Why did it disappear over the water?
Why did things appear to disappear from the bottom up?
Because it's probably not a perfectly flat river.
No. We can prove it on a flat surface.
It's not a
though.
river, it's a lake.
Or a lake. Yeah.
Well,
We
that's
don't even
actually the
need a
It's
lake.
not a flat
bro.
lake.
It is flat.
Like we can prove it on a perfectly flat surface that things appear to disappear from the bottom up. Why do you think that is?
Wait, you can?
Well, I don't know. Like the
video?
Yeah.
It's the one that the RC boat.
But it's not a flat surface. Yeah. Like if you put it on a
What
table, maybe
curvature
that's
do you expect at
bro.
the distance on that RC boat?
Wait, is this the really funny?
No, not much.
How much curvature do you expect is hiding that RC boat at that distance?
Wait.
Based on your globe math, pull up your globe math calculator and figure out the distance to that RC boat. How much hidden?
Wait, this is a funny. Wait, let me look at the GIF real quick.
Pull up your maths, bro. Come on. You got maths. You're a glober. The globe is based on math, right? That's what you think proves it. What is the distance to that boat? How much curvature do you expect?
Yeah, but this doesn't really disappear over the table, though. You know what I mean? Like if you like,
It clearly has.
Have you watched
What are you
it to
talking
the
about?
end?
yeah, you zoom in,
That's the point.
and then you can
It's
see
not
it.
actually disappeared over any curve. That's the whole point, brother.
Yeah. Okay, but wait. Let me.
Dude, we can do that over the floor at a fucking Costco and prove to you that this takes place. You can do it yourself.
Wait, do you have Costco in the United States?
Of course.
Oh,
Do we have
That's where it
Costco?
started.
Are you not in the United States? Where are you
No,
at, bro?
Canada.
So you're asking if we have an American company in the United States that you guys have in Canada?
Yeah, basically.
All right, bud. Yeah. So you can go to fucking Costco. You can go to whatever the Canadian version of Costco is.
Costco.
The Canadian version of Lowe's. The Canadian version of Home Depot. And you can prove this for yourself. Do you think the floor at any of these buildings is not going to be level?
No, it's gonna be level.
Right, it's going to be level.
Polished concrete, mate.
Do you think that concrete is going to be curved?
No.
Dude, wait, dude, that.
But
dude, what?
I mean,
bro?
maybe at like a very, 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 incredibly small rate.
Look at me,
dude.
Let me rejoin with my group here. All right, let me go into my breakout room here real quick. Okay.
Yeah. Do that.
Pada. Hear me out.
Yeah,
So
bro.
You see the video?
Yeah, bro.
So the GIF. This is the GIF I was looking for. This is the one that, not this exact one, but it's the one
The
with
coin
boat.
one?
Yeah, like the camera is not flat because you can't see him put the coin on the table, and then it zooms in, and then I'm pretty sure they lift the camera up a little bit to see the coin because it's like if it would be flat, you can see him place the coin on the table. Like I don't know, it's like pretty.
I know.
Pretty simple.
I mean, I could really do this.
If that camera moved, you would see the distortion in the photography. Do you know how much the camera moves? If you move it ever so slightly when it's on a tripod and you're taking a video and you're zoomed in, it's going to show a hell of a lot of movement. So you're claiming that they moved the camera up to pick up the coin? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I could remake this video and just like it's like.
Okay, so what? Let's throw it out then. Like whatever.
What is this guy even talking about? By the way, shout out. Clip.
Wait, so
Clipboard
what this is saying?
For putting a fucking clip of some Glober saying 8 miles per squared inch or some shit. Shout out.
So the GIF is showing us is
the table with
is that yeah. So it looks like it's not there, but when you zoom in, it's there.
Yeah.
So is there a?
It's just
Same
thing happens with boats over the horizon.
No, that's how they disappear.
Is there a GIF that shows the boat disappearing and then zooming in and reappearing?
Mate, we did this 6 months ago, man.
Okay,
That doesn't
no.
even matter, bro. Like
All
that
right,
doesn't
but
even
then
matter.
but then have the
That doesn't
but
even matter. Doesn't even matter. Why would things appear to disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface? Why do you think that that would take place?
well, I don't know. I'm not on the flat surface side. It's not my argument.
But it's provable. Like you can demonstrate it on a flat surface, right? So we need to have some sort of explanation for that. What do you think
why
that
it
explanation
disappears?
is?
But we could also say the same thing. It's provable on a round surface too.
Yeah, sure.
What?
But we can prove it on a flat surface. Why can we prove it on a flat surface?
But that this shit disappears.
From the bottom up, yeah. Why can we prove that on a flat surface?
I'm looking at the GIF and use the camera under the table because half his hand gets cut off.
Don't worry
Dude,
about that.
we can put the camera above the table. It doesn't matter. We can prove this over and over again. Why do you think that that takes place?
No, well, if you put the camera above the table, the
You
coin
can
will
still see the
disappear.
coin. Yeah, like
Right,
that
right.
proves everything.
So do you understand that the Rayleigh criterion does include aperture, right? So when you're dealing with a very short distance, the aperture is going to be relative, right? So if you're looking out over a beach, you're on the beach, you are physically looking out over the horizon with your eyes. What is the aperture of your eyes? Do you know what the word aperture means?
No.
No, I don't know what.
That's right.
aperture
I think he's a young man. I think he's
All right.
roughly
I don't know
around
if
18 or 20.
I don't even know if I want to go any further then, to be honest.
Well, no.
Oh, it's just because English is not my first language, bro.
Yeah, it's not mine either.
Okay. Very good, very good. So if the aperture is the size of your pupil, right? So when your camera, the aperture is going to be the size of like your lens, not even your lens. It's going to be the size of your shutter.
Yeah, it's like the opening.
So you can increase and decrease the size of your aperture on a camera manually, right? And the aperture means the size of the hole that is allowing light in.
So it basically
depending
focuses on
upon
something. Yeah.
So
Okay.
depending on the size of the aperture, meaning the size of the hole that is allowing light to come into it, you have a specified ratio as to when things are going to be resolvable and unresolvable based on that aperture size. So the angle of resolvability is going to be based on your aperture size, right? So for the average human eye, the resolvability is what we call the Rayleigh criterion.
Okay.
Right. So if you have, let me give you a perfect example of the Rayleigh criterion. Are you familiar with an automobile, a car, a vehicle? Yeah. So you understand that those have headlights and taillights, which are a specified distance from one another, right? So as that vehicle drives away from you in the distance, those two lights at some point appear to be what?
One.
One light. Why do they appear to be one light?
Because the aperture. I don't know.
Because of what we call the Rayleigh criterion, where the distance between those two objects, right? And your eye and your aperture has become so small that you cannot resolve two things. You only resolve it as one thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as an angle gets smaller, things appear to be one that may be two. You with me? You follow me?
Yeah.
Right. So when we're looking out over the distance, over the horizon, we always are going to have the ground below us, which is object number one, right?
Okay.
All right. So if I had a paddleboard and I sent that paddleboard off towards the horizon, at some point it's going to appear to disappear. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Cool. So if I had a canoe and I sent it out towards the horizon, that canoe at some point would appear to disappear. Would you agree? Right. So if I had a normal center console boat and I send it out towards the horizon, at some point that would appear to disappear. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
And we could even get up to the size of a cruise ship, and at some point that cruise ship would appear to disappear, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So if we tied a paddleboard to a canoe to a boat, and that boat we tied to the cruise ship, and we sent all of them tethered together towards the horizon, what would disappear first?
The smaller object.
Right. Why do you think that is?
Because it's hard to see it.
Why don't you think you would see it?
Because it's smaller. And it's going to be way too small for you to see.
Meaning the angle that you have from your eye to that object has become so small that it's become unresolvable from the ground, and in this case, the sea, in which it's residing upon, appear to be as one. They would merge together, right? So the paddleboard would merge together with the sea at the horizon first. We would still see a little bit of canoe, and then as it gets further away, that canoe would appear to disappear. And then as it got further away, that boat would appear to disappear. And then as it got further away, at some point, the whole entire portion of the cruise ship would appear to disappear from the bottom up, based on the Rayleigh criterion, which deals with angles becoming too small for you to resolve them based on what it's residing upon. Do you understand why boats over the horizon can appear to disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's one reason.
Yeah.
Cool. Welcome to Flat Earth, my dudes.
Cool. Dope, man. Swag. Yeehaw. Yo.
Okay, but that proves your side, but
the coin video is
Yes,
still bugging me, bro. Sure that does something to... Like, so...
That was well explained. That was well explained.
Thanks, yeah, man. It's simple, right? It's very simple. And not only is it simple, it's proved out through experimentation, through mathematics, right? So what else do you guys require for your glow belief? Experiments, mathematics, like it's all provable, testable, falsifiable.
okay, but that thought comes from the initial belief that we live on a flat plane, right?
No, it just comes from the very simple fact that the Rayleigh criterion has been proven out experimentally time and time again. It has nothing to do with a belief of what you reside upon. It's solely based on mathematics, trigonometry, and the way that we see the world.
So wait, so
Okay, well then,
I don't know much about cameras, but if you grab something that has a lot of zoom, you could technically zoom into the thing that disappeared and see it again, right?
Why do you think that might be possible?
I don't know, something to do. It's just a magnification, just like magnifying.
Right. So if you really dug into the Rayleigh criterion, you would realize that aperture has something to do with that. So when you say zoom in, can you zoom in with your eyes?
No.
Right. You can only zoom in with optics, meaning optically, what's taking place when you zoom in? Do you know?
No.
You're increasing your aperture. Wow. So that would affect the Rayleigh criterion. So that's very simply explained.
So yes or no? Like, can you see with the telescope?
Can you see with the telescope? Sure.
Like if the boat and the cruise ship that disappeared.
okay,
from your
but I don't.
eyesight, can you grab a telescope and see them?
You realize that the aperture is going to set the distance in which these things appear to disappear from the bottom up, right? So if with just my eyes, I'm looking out and these things appear to have disappeared from the bottom up, and I pull out some other type of optics, I am changing the mathematics that we're using for the Rayleigh criterion, right? Which means I'm I'm increasing the angle that I have to these objects based on aperture increase. So
Okay,
if
but
I'm
you just
increasing that angle, it would stand to reason that those things are going to possibly reappear or become visible to us, but they're still going to get to a certain point with that specific aperture where the same thing is going to take place that took place with our eyes, which means they're going to still appear to disappear from the bottom up due to the limitation of our aperture and our optics.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So the question is, the answer is yes. You would be able to see it if you got a machine. All right.
okay, no, but okay.
But it's very
You're
small.
trying to.
It's
Okay,
only
but-
going to be slightly further that we can see these objects. It's not that much further.
But I think with the technology we have pretty good apertures now to see pretty far. No.
Aperture means the size, right? So what do you mean we have better technology? Technology getting better, aperture size getting better is just an increase in the size of the aperture in which we're trying to view these objects, right? So when you claimed previously, like, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower?
Yeah.
How tall is the Eiffel Tower? And how far do you expect to see that, even on a flat surface, based on what I just told you? Do you even know?
No.
Not that far, bro. The Eiffel Tower is kind of big, but it's not that big, bro. Have you ever been to it? I've been to it. I've been up in it.
Like I was just using an example. Anything like the Dubai Tower, whatever the biggest one. You could also just say that one.
Sure. What do you think the angular size of that thing is going to be from the United States?
Dude, at least one, bro.
One?
Yeah, at least one, bro.
One what?
1 feet.
1 feet. At least 1 feet angular size?
Yeah, something like that.
You realize angular size has nothing to do with feet?
Yeah,
okay, but I have a question though. So you explained how things would disappear on a flat surface, which is valid, right? But how is that supposed to convince me? Because the same logic applies to a globe, right?
Globular Earth, bro.
Sure. So were you here when I explained, like, how can you personally explain to me how living on a globe, which means the surface below my feet, as I look out, is always constantly going down over distance, right? That's what you believe. You believe
No,
where
but
you're at
I'm
is
talking about
for you, it's the
Yeah.
top of the ball, right? That's what you believe.
Yeah.
So if you're on the top of the ball and you're looking straight ahead, what is the ground below your feet doing over distance?
It's rising, but
Hey,
that's what
wait,
I'm talking about.
whoa! It's rising on a ball. Why do you think that the ball is rising up? Are you
Because
inside the ball or are you on the outside of the ball?
I'm on the outside, but I'm very small. Relative.
Right. But why would the ball ever be rising up if it's constantly dropping away?
Because if you put a camera in front of a basketball low enough, it's going to look like it's rising.
Why do you think that is?
Because you're very, very, very close to the ground.
Why do you think it appears to rise up? What's taking place in there?
Aperture.
No.
It just, I don't know. Like, if you're on a round surface, but the round surface is very, very big, it can looks to be flat. Depending on your perspective, right? If you're very close to the round surface and the round surface is big enough, it's gonna appear to be flat.
So can you provide me with a picture of a basketball that shows me that as I get further away from my feet, that the ground appears to rise up?
Oh no, it's gonna have to be a very big basketball.
I think you just conceded that you can't see the curvature.
Okay, no, but I want to get back to the things disappearing bottom up.
Let's go back.
Because we both have valid reasons for things disappearing from the bottom up, right? If I'm on a circle or a globe, and the thing is going over into the over the what's it called, the globe, it's gonna appear to be going or disappearing from the bottom up.
Yeah. So if you had an increase in aperture, why do you think that object would suddenly appear to rise up again if you're on a ball? So your claim is that the leading edge of a geometrical sphere is blocking the bottom of the boat.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's actually a optical thing that's taking place where the bottom of that boat, the angle from my eye, based on my aperture, to that bottom of that boat is too small for me to resolve the difference between that and the ground, right? So it's appearing to disappear. So in your worldview, there is a leading edge. Let's use a basketball. So I'm rolling something over the edge of the basketball. Now I slightly increase my aperture. Why do I see further past the physical obstruction? Can you explain that to me?
Further past the further, are you further past the horizon that you see? Is that what you're trying to? Because the physical obstruction would be the horizon, right?
The physical obstruction in your worldview is the geometric leading edge of a sphere. We can translate that to being your basketball example. So if I roll something away from me over the basketball and it has been blocked by the basketball physically, why would I be able to see it or more of it if I increase my aperture?
You wouldn't.
In that scenario.
You wouldn't.
You wouldn't, exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth again, my dudes.
So then, so what you're saying is, you could technically see very, very, very far.
Nope. I'm saying you can
incredibly
see as far as you can see, and the rules and the laws of perspective, the Rayleigh criterion, many other things don't
So in
allow
the future,
you to see that far. You can see as far as you can see, dude.
Okay, but so you're telling me in the future, as technology improves, we're gonna be able to get
in the future
aperture enough to be able to see crazy distances.
Do you understand the word aperture?
He's just using it
No, I'm just
in
gonna-
general, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that.
Because you're saying we can change, if we change the aperture, we'll be able to see more, right? That's what you're saying. If you're saying you
can.
have a set aperture with your eye, you change it, you can see further.
Testable, provable, and falsifiable. So what do you think the term aperture means?
I don't know. I just learned it.
So why are you using it?
Because he's using it.
So you have no idea how ridiculous.
No, because he's saying
when you say if technology gets better and we can increase aperture, we'll see further. You don't realize how ridiculous that statement is, right?
No, it's not ridiculous. Because you're saying the more we increase the aperture, the further we can see. Is that statement incorrect or wrong? No,
the aperture is the size of the opening of the hole in which you are.
Okay,
Bro,
so if you get it smaller, you can see.
I'm gonna have to light it lets in.
I'm gonna have to check out.
Okay, so help me.
Hey, it's how much light it lets in. That's what it is.
Okay, so
that's not the only factor.
Does the aperture? So when
it
the
opens
aperture
up, it's a bigger hole, therefore lets more light in.
So to see further, you have to close it up.
No,
right? Or you have to open it.
No, you've got the wrong fucking idea, mate.
Okay, no. Okay, so how does aperture help us see further? Like in the simplest terms ever.
It doesn't matter. If you can see further than the presupposed globe of the radius of what they tell us,
No,
then
we're
you
not talking
see
about the
too
globe. We're not
far.
talking about the globe.
Yeah, we are.
I'm just trying to understand
Exactly what we're
aperture.
talking about, mate.
It says that with smaller aperture, the objects further from the subject will come into focus.
Okay, so we can get.
He's explained something to you.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what don't you get about it?
Well, I just told you I'm trying to understand what aperture is.
Who cares about aperture now? You didn't know what it is.
From the whole
You started
conversation.
using it. Started using the word aperture. You
Mhm.
didn't know what it was. So fuck it. Let's move on.
All right, bro, my bad. I'll never use the word again.
All right. Well, you don't even know
But
what
no.
it means.
Yeah, so I'll never use it again. So
Well, why would you use a word that you don't know what it means?
okay, so that word that I don't know what it means, as it gets smaller, you can see further, right? That's what
It goes into more focus.
Yeah. Am I wrong? I just help me
Yes, you are.
understand.
Yes,
The
you're wrong.
wider
Yes, you're wrong.
aperture.
You are
So,
wrong.
Just
so as
stop before you sound even more retarded. Seriously, just stop.
no, I'm fine with sounding retarded as long as I'm learning, right?
Amen. I respect that.
So as we change the aperture, we can see objects that are further, correct?
Wait there, stop. Wait there. Have you even tried to look to find out what aperture means for yourself? Are you on a phone or a computer?
Yeah, I'm on in optics. An aperture is a hole or an opening through which light travels. More specifically, the aperture or focal length of an optical system determines the cone angle of the bundle of whatever. But what I'm saying that I still haven't got an answer for is when you change the aperture, you basically focus on the object that's further. It helps you see the object that's further, correct?
So you can focus in. Yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't
So-
let you see further.
Okay, so that's
you
where you
could
got it
focus.
wrong.
Okay, so you could focus into objects that are further. Correct?
You can focus what's already there.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already there.
So then,
Have you learned what? Do you know what aperture is now? What is an aperture?
it allows light in. Helps you
It.
focus on.
What is it? What is it? What is an aperture?
A hole.
Aperture is a hole or an opening through which light travels.
Okay, so have you absorbed that? It's at a hole through which light travels, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you understand that it's a hole through which light travels, it has nothing to do with technology because it's just a hole, right?
So then at some point the thing is going to disappear because we're not going to have enough light coming to whatever, right? Whatever you're looking through. So a camera, whatever.
Can I just? What's your point? What's your point?
That at some point the object is going to disappear.
Yeah, because you can't resolve it. Correct.
No, because it goes over the horizon.
Oh, fuck off.
God, man.
Hey, I take a brick,
No,
man.
like
Let me take a brick and I'll hold it in my hand and I start walking away from you. At what point you're not going to see the fucking brick in my hand? At what point? Where?
Maybe like 500 meters.
100 meters, maybe 300, maybe 500 meters, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some point, man. It's not that difficult to understand that at some point you're not going to see the brick in my hand. We don't know where it is exactly, but we could probably test it, right? We could test how far you can see a brick in my hand, right? Yes or no? Can we test that? Can we test it? How much does it take to test that shit? $0, right? Zero.
Mm-hmm.
Take your friend, take a brick, and start walking. How far? Mile? 2 miles? 3 miles? How far? It ain't that far. It's not that far.
Eventually,
Right,
eventually things become unresolvable because they become too small for your eye to resolve the angle of it.
Jesus, man, you could
It
do
works.
the same thing.
The camera.
But then you're saying, follow the object.
I can do the same thing with letters.
Oh my
and
God,
then you're saying follow the object and you'll see it again, right?
So, at some point, the camera's like your eye. All right. So, with your eye, it gets too small and you can't resolve it. The same with a camera. You can zoom in with a camera, but eventually it gets too small to resolve even with the camera.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Guaranteed.
So where are we going with this now?
So that at some point it's going to disappear, and then once you follow it, you'll be able to see it again, right?
What do you mean follow it?
Like once you go after it,
When
once
you
you
get closer
once
to
you're
it,
closer
it'll
to
get
it,
big.
yeah.
Yeah, it'll get bigger in your angular view, and you'll
But
be
that
able to resolve it again.
okay, but that doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, right? You
Who
could.
cares? It doesn't prove anything.
So then why are we talking about it?
I got no idea why you're still going with it.
Well, he's the one that brought it up.
He was talking about angular vision and how
Okay, but
things work. Because you started saying that he was talking about a ball. The ball, the angle of the horizon should dip down. This is where this whole. You don't even remember where the conversation started. If you
no,
could,
I
you need
do.
some Ritalin or something, mate.
No, I do. I didn't know where it started.
Smoke another bowl, man.
Where did it start, man?
This is one of the most complex, subjects in the world.
It's
Like what light is, what it's doing, how it's acting, what it likes, what it don't like. It don't like being observed because it starts acting like particles for some reason. I don't know. Like what is light? It's like,
How
this
far?
is like
How
some complex
fucking
stuff.
far can we see, Larry? How far can we see, man? That's what we're talking about here.
I know.
Bottom line, man. Whether it's light or no light, obviously, man, you can't see forever, man. Anybody that thinks they can, they're crazy. You just can't, man.
And you see way too far for it. If you can zoom in on something that's supposed to be over the horizon, then you guys are fucked. So that's it. Unless you want to claim refraction, and then you can't claim a horizon. So you're doubly fucked.
Doubly fucked. It's
Double your pleasure.
Double your pleasure, double your fun. Doubly fucked, I guess.
Y'all have a
You
good
got
night.
nowhere to go.
It's a shame that you just got here, Kenny, because I got to go to bed. I got work in the morning.
Oh, shit. I just got here, man. Sorry.
All right, Kenny D. Have a good night.
All right, Larry.
See you, Larry. Always good to hear you.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good night. Peace.
All right, we got this, man. We got this. Hey, how far can we see? I don't know, man. Depends. A penny, a nickel, a dime, quarter, brick, a fucking building. How far can we see? A boat. Pick your how far can we see fucking object, man. I don't give a shit what it is, man. I mean, you can't see New York from Los Angeles. No shit. I mean, come on. That'd be ridiculous.
Because it's too small.
Yeah. I mean,
In your angular view.
That's just one factor. That's just one factor. If you're in a place where there's air with water vapor in it, and there's weather and there's other things in the air, there's many things that can affect how far you see. The only issue is with the glober or the person who thinks that the world is a ball. I don't even think he knows how big his ball is supposed to be and what its limitations are.
Nope.
Well, the ball has been given a size, and they don't know the size, of course. They just don't know, man. They don't know what size they were given. We know what size we were given, but they don't know what size they were given. And that's where the problem starts. That's where we start. Step one. How big is this ball you're living on, man? Do you know? Do you even know what the fucking radius is or anything? No, you don't know shit. Yeah, you're screwed. First, step one, you're fucked. Sorry, man. Shit happens. You gotta know your radius, man. You gotta know it. Circumference, whatever. Diameter, cool. That's cool. The radius, oh, that's a bitch. The big R. The R is a bitch.
There's a lot going on in the atmosphere as well, because with that water vapor in the air, you've got magnification as well, which makes things look bigger. So therefore, you think it's closer, but it's not. And that actually exacerbates like your angular view. So if you see something disappear from the bottom up because of angular resolution, if the air is being magnified, then it's going to look closer and it's going to look like a curve, like something's going over a curve. This shit happens, but it's too far for it to be going over the Earth's curve. It doesn't fucking work.
Don't work. Hey, I asked, dude, I did this experiment when I was 2015, 16. I like laid on one room of my floor, man, and then I put like a nickel on the edge of the other floor over there, and I got my eyeball down on the ground, and I go, could I see that fucking nickel pushed up against the floorboard from, it wasn't even like 10 feet away. 10 feet! But I put my eye down there, man, and I couldn't see that nickel. And I was like, oh, shit, man. Damn. Yeah, of course, there's a limitation to the vision. It's an angular resolution, man. It's so easy to figure out for yourself, man. You can lay on one side of the room and try to see a nickel on the other side of the room at the floorboard. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that.
Yeah, just go to a hallway. Just go to a hotel with a really long hallway.
Doesn't matter. Yeah, it's whatever. 10 feet. Put your eyeball down there, right at the surface, man.
I'm on a street now, and I'm looking, and everything looks like it's closing into one point, and it's just a fucking street. So imagine what that does over a long distance. You guys are fucking stupid.
Even like,
Not you as you is stupid, but generally stupid.
But we can see like 10 miles, and that's interesting.
That's interesting. Beyond 10 rides, I'd call that horizon behind those oil rigs. I'd call it 20 miles. Fuck
yeah,
that.
I wouldn't argue. I wouldn't argue with you. I'd be like, right, it could be 20, which is like crazy. I mean, that would completely blow up the.
But to just to do it for safety, so they can't go. Well, that's not 20 miles. You go, okay. Well, the oil rig's 9.41, so it's got to be at least 10.
Shout out to the YouTubers. Anybody out there? Yeah, 23 people out there, man. 23 people hanging out. Got Dexter. Shout out to Dexter. That's it. Okay. All right. So we got angular resolution of what we can see, man. Whether we're using a camera or optics or just our eyeballs. It's a pretty easy thing to figure out, man. See how far you can see at the surface level. And if there's bendy water going around the globe, man, I'd like some pictures of that, man. That'd be cool. But that hasn't happened. We're a little short on the bendy water. So that's a hell of a phenomenon. You guys got to explain away, man. Bendy water, really? That's some troublesome situation you found yourself in, isn't it? Bendy water. Yep. So
I just thought of a great idea. That's a name for like a theme park or water world. Bendy Water.
The Bendy Water Park, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it.
You could build it beside NASA and hang out, with the same
Where's
people.
Kelly Slater, man? We need Kelly Slater up in here, man. I need a Bendy Water Park, man. Oh, shit, you made one? It's called... Oh, shit, he already built one. Kelly Slater. Check it out, man. He built a wave machine in a lake in California, man. Yeah. He made a surf park, a surf bendy water. Yeah. Pretty fascinating. Pretty fascinating. Disneyland, look out, man. We're coming with Bendy Water Park. Bendy Waterland. How about Bendy Waterland?
Oh, they just dipped, did they? They left.
Who knows, man? I guess they would have dipped. I'm here. Of course they dip. Fuck. What the hell are you going to do? Sorry. You still got a few guys up, gals. I don't know.
Who's that?
We got a doctor.
Oh, Blartek. Oh, okay. Yeah. Him. That was the guy we were talking about refraction with for 4 hours.
Yo, what up?
We're not doing this refraction thing again.
Hey,
Oh, yeah, you still haven't managed to prove refraction exists. How interesting.
So if I stick my butt on the shitter and I refract my, does gravity help that situation?
NASA built a refraction machine. Bends the
Hey,
universe.
They got a hell of a pooper on the ISS, man. Have you guys seen that? That thing's.
You mean that studio in Austin, Texas? They filmed the ISS out. Yeah, I heard about that.
Well, you know, you got to take a shit in space, man. That's a fact. You know, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but you know, I'm just stating out the facts that they got a $25 million toilet flying above your head, and somebody's taking a crap in it. Okay.
Actually, I don't actually think you could. Can you go to the toilet in zero gravity?
Well, yeah.
I don't think you could.
Well, according to NASA, they got it worked out, man. You got a tube and a thing with the suction, and you got to aim right. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
No, I don't think it exists.
$25 million. I mean, come on. They spent 25. It's got to be real. They spent $25 million on a toilet. It's got to be real. I mean,
Have you seen the movie Alien?
Alien. Yeah, of course, man.
So because what I'm imagining is probably they have something like a face hugger for the backside. So it's like a face hugger for the backside to suck up the shit.
Yeah, they got the vacuum seal pump thing, man. You gotta get that shit right, man. You know, not to be.
It's disgusting.
It's pretty disgusting, man. I don't know if you guys know Jin from Japan, but we used to laugh about that. If you had explosive diarrhea, man, on the ISS, man, it could be.
You'd take out the whole aircraft.
An absolute disaster. It could be bad. That's what I'm saying, man. Pink eye. You might want to get some goggles or something. Maybe that'd be a good time for one of those masks. Maybe might be a good time.
Blue mask, yeah.
You know, blue masks. Hey, they got the whole world to wear them, dude. I mean, what a ritual that is. Shit, fuck, man.
Yeah, that was bigger than
What a
NASA.
shit show that was, man. Oh my goodness.
I thought the face visors were that was the biggest joke. The one that thought the face visors could do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw it all, man. We all did. We all saw it all. Damn, what a wild, crazy time that was. Oh, shit. Wow.
I had so many fights with people, not literal fights, but arguments with people about it.
Yeah, it got pretty heated. It was.
I had this woman walk up to me in a supermarket, and she's going, "Don't you know you're supposed to be wearing a mask?" I said, "No, I don't have to wear a mask." She goes, "You're supposed to be protecting me." I went, "That's a whole new level of friggin' manipulation." To think that,
Yeah, what a twist
to think that. Yeah, I just looked at her and said, "You've got to stop watching television, honey."
That's all you can do, man.
Yeah, I just felt bad, and then no, I said, "Look, you're now harassing me. Can you just leave me alone? I'm not wearing the dumb mask, you know."
Yeah, people forget easy, man. What we went through 3 years ago, man. It was a shit show,
Yeah.
man. Fuck.
And get this, right? I'll tell you another time. I went to walk to this second-hand store that sold books and collectibles and that. And I walk in there, and the guy goes, "Oh, you're not coming in, mate." And I spied this book right near the doorway, and I wanted to buy it. It was $30. And I said, why? He goes, oh, you're not wearing a mask and you got to show ID. I said, you want me to show ID to enter your store? He's going, yeah, we've had people come to our store from out of the area and they should have been in lockdown. I went, dude, come on, you're an adult. It's all bullshit, man. If you think viruses are like chasing grandma around the supermarket, you need some psychological help, right? And he's just staring at me like I was insane, like it was just the first time he heard something like this, right? He's going, and I said, I'll tell you what, I'm not even going to enter your store. He goes, oh, well, okay, that's fine. Because I'm not going to show you my ID and I'm not going to give you my driving my mask. So he goes, but I said, look, I'll buy this book off you, though. He's going, oh, how much is it? He goes, I said, it's $30. I said, I'll just leave the money here. I'll just leave the money by the door here and walked out.
There you go. Yeah.
But get this right. I went past that store last week and he shut down. So whether he died or whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, man.
But it's in my perspective, it's just it's the same sort of mental laziness and indoctrination that goes with this space crap and the globe crap. It's like they make it part of you. They make it part of your ego, so that now the people who have absorbed it, they become the defenders of it, and they'll attack you, because if you attack their religion, they don't think it's a religion because they're ignorant. But if you attack their religion, you're attacking them, and so you're the one that needs to be destroyed because you're not thinking according to their system.
Yeah. There's I'll give you an example of that. Like in the news just now in Australia, they're running with the fires in Hawaii for like 10-minute stories at the start of the segment, right? It's not even real that big a news, right? It's just a fire in Hawaii. Right? And I'm thinking, this is such a massive distraction because there's so much news in Australia, right?
Yeah.
Because they're trying to do this treaty thing with the Aborigines called A Voice, and someone did a Freedom of Information. They got the files, and it's actually a corporate takeover of our government and our institutions, right? It's a total scam. And it's just the way it's worded differently. So this is top news, and they're not even covering it. And yesterday in the Australian government, they had this big argument, an inquiry into the whole, the C's and the J's, right?
Yeah.
And they realized there's a correlation between the C's and the J's and illnesses and heart attacks, right?
Yeah.
Big news.
I saw it.
All over the world. That finally the government admits there was a problem with these things. Silence from the media. Nothing. We get fires in Hawaii. And I went, this is bullshit.
Yeah, you're right. Complete silence. Yeah. They're not going to show that on the mainstream. They're going to show you.
Yep. It's all over the world in alternative media. Australian government admits problem with the things. And I went, holy shit.
Yeah, there's no mainstream news for that stuff, man. You got to find that shit on the alternative network. Alternative news sources, man. It's wicked out there, man. Hard to find the good stuff, man, but it's out there. BitChute's good, man. I like BitChute, man. Shout out to BitChute. Get a lot of good information on BitChute, man. You can see what
it's a good it's like an alternative social media platform.
Yeah,
I use it a lot, actually.
Yeah, you got to filter your way through it, but there's a lot of good stuff out there, man. I mean, there's plenty of fucking 4 7-hour videos out there or whatever. But there's a good minute, 2, 3 here or there, man. Excellent, man. Excellent. Thank you, BitChute. Without BitChute, man, I'd be limited for sure, man. Where I'm going to find out what the hell really is going on. Got to find out what the hell's going on out there, because talking to you guys wherever you're at, UK, Australia, whatever, that makes a big difference, man. I know some guys in Hawaii right now, man, in Maui, and that's a shit show, man. They burn up the entire fucking.
Yeah, that's government shit.
The whole thing.
It'd be.
Coast,
Yeah,
dude.
I noticed. I looked on the map, and that part of Maori, Maori, whatever it is, there's a lot of older type houses close to the beach.
Yeah, right.
And
on
the
beach.
government wants to get that land and probably
Yep.
redevelop it.
It's a land grab.
So I'm going, this is bullshit. You know, there should be an uproar about this.
There won't be, but yeah, that's pretty much the vibe I got immediately. Was like, oh, this is like a land grab and a reset of some sort. But yeah,
nothing
that
changes.
city's been there a couple hundred years, man. It's not like
Mm.
a new city, man. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. It's been there, and a lot of little teeny mom and pop. I mean, she got the land from her grandma and grandpa, and
Yeah.
you know, they had like a little store or whatever. That's all that shit's gone, man. All of it. I mean, they burnt the whole fucking mom and pop fucking bicycle rental, whatever the fuck it was. It's done.
Yeah.
Sad. Fucking sad.
But a lot of the other island is developed by the corporation, the government anyway. So these sections they wanted to burn out. It's going to be interesting.
Some Lahaina's gone, man. Too bad. Sad, man. So the
Yeah, this photograph here, this little section of the strip here of the little older houses.
Yep. Fucking nuked. It's fucking
That-
nuked. Yeah, my buddy.
Maui fires, likely largest natural disaster in Hawaii history. Actually, the largest disaster of Hawaii's history of America's invasion of Hawaii and forced occupation.
Well, we don't talk about that. Yeah, man. That's a whole nother shit show, man. I used to look at that shit back in the '90s. I was like, oh shit, they just took over the whole island and turned it into a fucking tourist. That's after World War II. You know, it was like the place to go, man. Hawaii.
Yeah,
It still is, man. Hawaii's bitching, man. Been there, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. Fucking
Yeah.
man. Fuck.
What's so good about
cool.
it? It's
Just the surf, the air, the temperature, the water. Just the people, the food. Just
is there sharks there?
just a beautiful, like, tropical. There's plant life and birds and just really cool, man. Sit there on the beach,
Wow.
look at the sunset, go, holy shit, this place is stupid amazing. It really is.
Hey, did the historical district burn down? Do you know?
Lahaina is pretty historical, man. I think that whole thing burned
Yeah.
down, man. I'm sure it's like
Oh.
looks pretty wasted to me, but I could be wrong. But I watched a shitload of videos in the last couple of days. I was like, oh fuck.
I'm gonna see if I can get some data. It's kind of strange that that this area burnt as well, and the other part of the island burnt at the same time.
Yeah, there's
Okay, 1,000 structures burned. We will rebuild. Okay.
anyway. Yeah, fire is ultimate disaster, man. When it comes to fucking up your shit, man. If your shit gets burned out, man. I mean, I live in Southern California. We get a lot of fires here, but there was one fire that was just over the hill from me, not too far. But I volunteered to help, search somebody's ashes of their house for a wedding ring, and we were sifting through just dust and dirt, shit, ash, man. That's all we were sifting through it. For fucking days. And the guy come up to me and goes, forget it, man. Just go. Just forget it. But yeah, it was just ashes, man. This whole house, all this family memories, everything. Done. Ash. Fire is one of the fucking killers, man, when it comes to when it comes to like destroying your life, man. It'll fuck it up. So destroying your life and reconciling your education, saying, "Hey, man, I think I live on a globe." What? Well, I was taught it in school, man. How dare you question me living on my globe, man? I mean, my kindergarten teacher wouldn't lie to me. I mean, come on. You guys are crazy. You flat earthers. You guys are just nuts.
I wonder how it burnt so fiercely. They just must have evacuated. And it must have burnt over several hours or longer.
Yeah, it burned up pretty much all day yesterday, man. It was. But, you know, I could.
Well,
get some
I've just learned a lot about Hawaii, just researched in a couple of minutes. Yeah, all you gotta do is walk down the beach, just sit in the water. That's all I would have done.
Yeah, that's what they did. That's what they said people were doing, man. It's like, let's just sit here in the ocean. I'm like, okay, watch the whole fucking city burn down. Yeah, that's weird. Anyway, what a mess. It was a beautiful place. I never got to go to Lahaina, but I knew some people that did, and it sounded similar to some other places in Hawaii that are amazing. But Lahaina was special, man. It's been around for a long time, and it's toast. It's bummer. Just another disaster, man. Seems like there's a lot of them lately. I don't know. I could be wrong. A lot of shit going on out there, man. Well, welcome to 2023, man. I heard it could get worse in 2025, but you know, I just hear.
Yeah, the government's gonna have to go harder and harder to push their slave narrative, their agenda. So
I hear
there's no other way they're gonna get away with it.
I heard there's a lot of agendas out there. 21, 23, 25, 27, 29, 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, could be a lot of agendas. What do I know?
Well, also the climate. Sorry, not the climate change. The corruption agenda.
Yeah, I've been in the camp that like, man, if we could get rid of corruption, we could probably fix this whole place, man. But corruption is so bad, man. It's like it's been around for a long time, and
Yeah, they've made it militant. So they've broken people off into groups and taught them a certain way to think and act.
Yep.
And the low IQ people go along with it. That's why they can get so much racism and hate and division.
it's just when you have a system of corruption, man, it's really hard to fix it because it's just rampant. It's everywhere, man. It's like, oh my goodness. Thanks. It's my city council, president, well, county, whatever. It's just right there, man. It's like, damn. People getting paid off, man. People getting paid to go along with the program, man. Just go along with the program. You get paid. Just keep it going. Keep going. Just tell them it's for the betterment of humanity. Just do your job. Shut up. Just do your part to help the system. But, you know, people are getting paid in back rooms and back deals, and Yeah, wicked stuff, man. Yeah, if we
I
could get
think.
rid of that, that'd be good. That'd be a good start. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, it's like the corruption, right? Yes, that people are getting paid to do, terrible stuff, but even with the normal day-to-day 9 to 5 job, people are also paid just to keep going, keep the system moving. So it's like I'm not saying money is the reason why everything's bad, but I'm just saying that because money is just a tool that can use for good or bad. It's just the way that it's being used to keep the foolishness in place, keep the evil, just keep it pumping out, pumping out. On every level. Corruption is fine because it's comfortable. It protects itself and it makes the population comfortable. And a comfortable people, like bread and circuses, they're happy as long as they think that they're happy.
Yep.
It's all good.
Yeah, you're happy watching the football. You're happy rooting for the English or whatever, the Germans, whatever. Bread and circus, man. Yeah, that's a
And
good.
even the education system is a form of like the bread. It's like people think that they're getting fed information to help them have successful lives. Just go to university, go to college. You'll be all the best you can be, but then in what's happening really, which I'm sure you and I know, is that the education is mostly trash. They're just training people. They're training the plebs, the lower class, to stick with the system and to be compliant and to do as you're told. You forget the languages, you forget the calculus because that's just icing, the crap icing on the cake. The fundamentals is just we're teaching you what to think. You better think this way. And if anyone else, it teaches you also like the gang mentality, the peer mentality. Already teaches you you have to think according to what authority tells you, or else you're the enemy. So every piece of bread that the system gives you is poisoned, and the poison tastes good. It's got sugar in it, right? So even that goes into the food system. But even with, as I say, space, globe Earth, all the mainstream stuff is just
Wow.
poison.
Yeah, that's called social engineering, man. Right, Beats? Beats knows what I'm talking about. Where the hell you at, Beats? Yeah. What's up, bro? Damn. Wanted to say hi to you. All right. He's probably working or cooking or something. Or sleeping. Not sure. Yeah, the social engineering, man, of people who get caught in a narrative. Damn, you got caught in the narrative. Damn. Ain't that a bitch? That's a sucky shit. Ah.
I think it's wonderful. It's wonderful the way that when you're young, they force it down your throat, and by the time you're out of the system, you're just swallowing it happily.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, what a wicked shit hole that is, man. Thanks. Thanks, assholes. Fuck. There's a lot of psychology to deal with this stuff, man. There's a shitload of it. Goes deep, man. It's some deep shit. MK Ultra deep shit, man. Fuck. Yeah, they figured out how to do it on a small scale and then ramped it up to the big scale. And we have been the recipients of the big scale, for sure. And what a mind fucking trip that is. Damn, thanks. Yeah, 1984. That's it. Thanks. Welcome to the MK Ultra program, everyone. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for participating. Thanks for everything you guys did along the way to help promote. To help promote the agenda, man. Duh. You guys did it. We all did it, man. We're all guilty of helping the agenda along. It sucks, man. It sucks when you get caught up in the dichotomy of the act that they put you in, man. Damn. They're really, really good at that. Hollywood. Yeah. Music industry, television. Yeah. You got caught up in football. You got caught up in soccer. You got caught up in Hollywood. You got caught up in the news and the wars. And we all got caught up somehow, man. They snag you. Damn bastards. They're really good at it. They're damn good at it. They've been doing it a long time, man. However, there's a few of us that have broken through and said, hey, man, wait a minute. Time out. Fuck off. Yeah. Whoa. No, wait a minute, man. Let's look at this climate thing. What do you got there, man? Exactly. Let's look at this space shit. Oh, wait a minute, man. What's it? Vacuum? Space? Yeah. How's that work? Where's the gas pressure coming from? How do we get... Does anybody got... No, they don't have gas pressure without a container. No, oh, fuck. That's weird. How's that possible? Yeah. Thanks for playing anyway. Thanks for playing. Yeah, so a few of us have sit there and questioned what the hell they got exactly. And turns out, man, they got a lot of trickery. And we expose their trickery, and they don't like that, man. Nobody likes to be exposed. They don't like that. So they got to come at us from different angles, man. They got to come. I've seen the worst of the worst, man. I mean, these Globers, man, will call, if they find out where you work, they'll call your employer and go, do you know that guy, Jeff, he works for you. He's a flat earther. You know, he's a flat earther. Yeah. That's scary. You got to go.
Isn't that the same? So isn't that the same thing that like I think they call them SJWs do as well? Is it the same mentality?
I don't know, man. I'm not sure. That's a good question. Could be.
Because if you don't support the Alphabet Squad, or you don't embrace all of the liberal agenda, they call your work. If especially if you're on the social media and they find out who you are,
yeah,
they call your workplace. Make sure you're embarrassed with everyone, just like the Globers. I remember what they did. Well, I think what one of them did to. There was this guy who did a great series. Forgot his name now. He had a beard. He was talking in front of a whiteboard. What's his name? But they called his work.
Balls out physics.
When
Brian
George Notch reported Brian Mullins years ago.
Same thing, man. George fucking fucked that guy and fucking fuck you, George. I've told him to his face, man, a couple times, but thanks, asshole. Yeah, Brian Mullins was balls out physics, and he got called to the board of engineering or whatever from a Globe stauncher, man. Said, hey, man, this guy's teaching bad shit, man. Whoa, That's desperate, man. That's desperado. Yeah, when you got to go that far, man, you're so sold into the system that you cannot let anything through, man. You can't let it through. We got to stop this guy. We got to stop him from, just giving us information. My God, that guy, he's bad for business, man. That guy, bad. Brian, you're bad for business, brother. Sorry. But, yeah, it's fine. You can bring your fucking
The irony would
shit
be,
show.
the irony is that the Globers say there's no scientists, there's no physics, there's no engineers that are flat earthers, and then when they do come out, they call and report them and try to get their jobs taken away.
Exactly. That is really cock. That's super cock. And for you cocks that do that kind of shit, man, fuck you guys, man. I just like tell you to fuck off because you're an asshole, and you're an asshole, and you'll figure it out. You'll figure out you're an asshole. Hey, where is George? I hadn't seen him around, man. Did he die? I heard he died. Maybe he died.
Yeah, he died like a year or two ago.
That's what I heard, man. And yeah, he was all in on the program, man. He was all in. Yeah. And I heard he died. So, but anyway, rest in peace, George, for calling out Brian Mullins for being an engineer and asking engineering questions. Oh my God. Make sure you get his license taken away. Make sure you get his license taken away. Because all he was doing was like saying, hey, man, what do you guys have for this? What do you engineers have for that? What do you engineers, can you guys please help me? You engineers, all you engineers out there, could you guys help me figure out this? That would be great. Because I looked into it and it doesn't make sense, man. It doesn't make sense. I just want to figure it out. And then, George calls the state and says, this guy's teaching bad shit. And all Brian was doing was asking you fucking engineers how the fuck does this work? Because I looked into it. I did all my math. I did my fucking measurements. And it doesn't work. And I want you guys to fix it. And they all, instead of fucking fixing it and saying, hey, man, Brian, you're wrong, blah, blah, blah. No. They fucking want to get him fired from being an engineer. What? What a cuck shit show that is, you fucks. Fuck you guys, man. You guys can't step up and just fucking do the fucking math and say, look, here, this is where Brian's fucked up. No. You didn't do that. You just had to destroy his fucking career. That's how cuck you fucking guys are, man. Yeah, that's how shitty you guys are about, anybody questioning your engineering skills, my goodness, or your math. That's all he was doing. It wasn't like he was mean or I don't even think he used any cuss words ever. Yeah, but you guys wanted to destroy Brian Mullins for just questioning what the hell's going on. What's up with the thermosphere, the atmosphere, the temperature between yeah. That's all he was doing, man. Simple. He wasn't trying to fool anybody. Anyway. So yeah, there's
Well, I would say that
go ahead.
the game is rigged. The game is rigged. Like if you're a scientist, an engineer, any degree going against the mainstream narrative, they're gonna throw you out, disregard all your stuff, and you're gonna be ostracized and like thrown away. If you question the government narrative, you're out.
Yep. Hey man,
and they own the judges, yeah, they own all the systems. So like they own all the levels. So I mean, yeah, it's a risk to speak out against the official narrative.
No question, man. I was involved with a pilot that worked for a major airline in Europe, and she, her name was Lady Copilot, was her handle, and she spoke out that, hey man, the Earth is flat because we fly over a flat plane, man. That's a fact, without a doubt. That's all she did, man. That's all she did. She got fired and she had to go like through the ringers to get fired. They can't just fire you, because you think the Earth's flat. But yeah, they had to send her to like mental doctors and all this crazy shit, man, and try to put her through the ringer. And they did. They ended up putting her through the ringer, and she got fired. Just because she was like, hey, man, without a doubt, we're flying over a flat plane, and I can prove it. That didn't matter. They don't give a fuck. They just throw you under the bus, throw you under the plane. And they keel haul you. Oh, shit. Getting keel hauled's a bitch. You don't want to do that. But, yeah, that's what they did to her. So, yeah, you come out against
Oh yeah.
the globe, man.
Well, if you have a job and if you post on Facebook anything or any social media, anything against the government narrative, you're probably going to get fired.
You're guaranteed.
So yeah, I would. That's why. That's why I don't show my face. That's why I don't tell people where I live, because even if I have the job I could lose or whatever, it's like there's, yeah.
Yeah, I get it, man. That's how they do it. They put a lot of fear into people by firing a few people here and there. But, if more of us stood up and said, hey, you know what? Hey, bro, where's your globe? Where's the radius? Where's the circumference? That'd be cool. But, hey, why is it that all those planes and missiles and everything they fly over the flat plane are designed to fly over a flat plane? Oh, fuck. That's weird. All the calculations, all the math, everything. Flat plane. Okay. Got it. Now I got it. Now, you have to assume a stationary flat plane in order to do your math for, a Titan missile or a Sidewinder or a 747. They all require a flat stationary plane in order to even work, period. If anybody can show me different, man, that'd be great. We'll be here 24/7, 365 days a year, showing me that a 747 was designed to fly over a globe. That would be cool, man. If you got that laying around, that'd be great. I know you don't, but it's just like you don't have gas pressure without a container either, man. There's no such thing. But, you just make it up in your mind. Go ahead. Make it up in your mind. That's how it works. In your mind. Yeah. Well, they wouldn't lie to us. What? They wouldn't. Okay. You go ahead. You bury that one, man, in the back of your skull. They wouldn't lie to you. Yeah, really? You're gonna own that. They wouldn't lie to you about that 747 was designed to fly over a flat stationary plane. Okay. Go ahead. Keep lying to yourself, man. Go ahead. I dare you. That's all you got. Is your Disneyland imagination in your mind. That's going to tell you, well, they wouldn't lie to us. They would never, deceive us. No. Why would they do that? Why? Okay. Nobody's ever tried to lie to their populations. Yeah. Nobody. It's never happened in all of human history. Yeah, there's no records of people getting screwed over by their government. Come on. Don't be ridiculous. That would be ridiculous. I mean, come on. The Romans, man, they got along with everybody, right? Everything was cool. Yeah. Aztec. The conquistadors, man. Those guys are cool. Yeah. Everything's cool.
Professor,
Yeah, bud. What's up, Beats?
how you doing, man?
I'm doing better. You're here, man. Fuck. I'm about ready to fucking. I need some help over here, man. I'm just rambling about.
You got this, bro. You got this. When you leave, the whole place gonna be bored.
But, you know, the conquistadors, man. That was one of my interesting looks into the human history. I'm like, who are these conquerors? Who are those guys? They conquered the Americas. Those some badass motherfuckers, man.
Yeah. Talking about that, but you know, when Santos Bonacci made that claim, talking about these family that conquer the whole world right now.
Yeah.
I guess there's a few families that we don't know about. Maybe we do know about. I don't know. But anyhow, he said, man, they came from inside of the earth, and the earth has like 7 layers. They just
Whoa.
came out of the earth.
It
Shit
has-
like that, man. But it was crazy. I don't know, man. It's too much of a claim,
That's a big one, man. That's a big claim. I love you,
Yeah.
Sancho Bonacci, man. I love you, brother. But
Yeah.
you can't just be spewing shit without, some evidence,
Yeah.
Yeah. I know
But
that
yeah, I mean,
I know Richard Nixon was the president. He definitely lived over here where I live, pretty close. He has a library. I've been there to the library. And
Okay.
that guy got kicked out of fucking office. He got in my lifetime, man. That guy had got the boot. And
what year was that? What year was that?
1972.
Shit, I wasn't even born yet.
You weren't born. I get it, man.
I was not even in the process.
Hey, you're not even close. But it's all right. But yeah, I remember as a kid, I was just a little youngster, 8 years old. But I remember, him getting kicked out of the presidency, man. He's like, I'm gonna resign. My bad. I fucked up. I lied to the people. My bad.
Oh, that's what he did for real?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that story.
Yeah, he had to bounce. Like, all right, well, thanks for everything. Yep. So
Richard
anyway,
Nixon. Okay, I
Richard.
see.
They call him Tricky Dick Nixon, man. Tricky Dick.
Is that the one supposedly was making a phone call from to the moon? That
Yeah,
numbnut?
that guy.
That numbnut, the actor.
That guy. Yeah, it was a telephone to the moon, man. Oh, did you guys ever listen to that call? Because it was totally pre-recorded, man. You can hear it because he goes, "Well, Buzz and Neil, it's such
It's
a
really
great,
weird, man.
such a
So
great
weird.
I
honor
want to
to."
see them do it. Do it again. Do it again. Do it right now. Get a man on the moon. Make that phone call, and then let's connect the dots. Like I want to see. I want to see them do it again. Like they had better Wi-Fi than I have right now.
But I bet you anything. Right now, they're gonna have to make the account for the delay. I bet you anything. If that's what they're gonna do, they make sure to have that delay. But then back in the '69, there was no delay, right? You can hear them back and forth.
Yep. Yeah.
But if they do it now, they're gonna have to make account for the delay.
Well, Neil and Boz, it's such a great honor to talk to you from the surface of the moon. What? I mean, it wasn't like, "Hey, what's up? What's up, Beats? Hey, man, how you doing on the moon, bro? How you doing? You feeling good? You guys
I
got
have
enough
a
to
question.
eat?
How far does your Wi-Fi cut out when you leave your house? Like, when does your Wi-Fi cut out? Like
My
1
Wi-Fi
mile, 2 miles, 3
my
miles? Like,
like
somehow they made that call.
2 houses down, man. My shit's it's done. That's it.
Yeah. So how are they getting signal from 238,000 miles away?
Well, you
What
know,
exactly?
thanks to Australia. You guys are great. You guys had the satellite dishes
But
on
I
it.
guess Marconi sent it 10,000 or whatever he did back in 1918. But 10,000 compared to 238,000 and making a
Yeah.
phone call
Big
is
jump, man.
slightly different.
It's great to hear you Buzz, and Neil. I'll challenge any Glober. Let's listen to the conversation. You can tell it's pre-recorded. Fuck shit.
Yeah.
It wasn't like they were talking back and forth like we are, going, "Hey man, what's up, man? How's it going?" You know, no, nothing. It's just, Mr. President, here's Buzz and Neil. Hey, Buzz and Neil, how you guys doing? It's so great to talk to you from the planet Earth to the moon. Yeah, like it's not like it was. It was completely scripted, man. It's so bad. It's such a cuck shit show. People buy it though, man. People buy it.
That's crazy. Wait, you said 1972. You were 8 years old, so you were born what 64?
Yeah, 64.
Okay, you like right there like my parents. My parents
Yeah, man. I'm like your.
65. Both my
There
parents
you go.
65.
There you go. Yep, same age. A little older. That's cool.
It's cool. It's
Yeah,
all
man.
good.
I was alive when they actually landed on the moon, or at least it was on television. But yeah, it was a big deal. I remember it. I was 5, and I'm like going, "Holy shit, man!" Everybody's pretty pumped up about this fucking moon thing, man.
Yeah.
But I don't remember any of it. But I remember people being excited. That's kind of my brother.
You know the propaganda. Well, listen, I'm from a different country. You know, I grew up in a different country and came to America. And now I hear about this for since like what maybe 10, 20, 10 13 years ago. The propaganda is real, man. Over there, everybody believed that we went to the moon. We praising, you know, the idea, you know, that you know man stepped their foot on the moon, and it's real. Like you know, but that's the reason why the people don't understand. Okay, maybe America as a whole kind of stupid, right? But individual Americans are smart as shit. Same thing with like Australia, certain country in Europe, certain individual are smart as shit. That's the reason why we be able to figure out that they've been lying to us. You know, if it wasn't for like you know the truther and smart people, you know, a lot of us wouldn't know none of these shit. To be honest, you know, but they done a good job to brainwash people, you know. I mean, we all got brainwashed, you know. So
Yeah, they did, dude. They did such a good job on the brainwashing. MK Ultra, that shit out of that stuff, man. Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks a lot, assholes. Yeah, you done fucked everybody over. But yeah, the litmus test was 3 years ago, man, when it was really wicked, man. I was like, oh shit, we're fucked. This is not gonna go well. They're buying it. They're buying it, and they're buying it. Yeah.
yeah.
So be careful, man. Be careful.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard to find people like us, man, that want to talk to and hang out and laugh and piss about it. But fact is, man, and when you realize what the hell went down, it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Damn, that's oh shit.
You know, the last 3 years before anything happened, I call out. I told my coworker, man. I said, the Japs coming. That's all I said, right? And this before they shut down everything, and they didn't. None of them would believe me. They look at me like I'm crazy, you know. Like 3 months later, everything was, you know, like shut down, everything, and then I think another 3 or 4 months after that, they pushed with the, you know, the chat. Yep. And then when that time came, I was like, I told you guys before they even shut down anything. I said it was coming, and that's the reason why people don't understand this whole fucking flat earth is not just about the earth being flat. You know, we can give a
Right.
shit if the earth is flat, round, square, circle, you know, triangle, whatever. It's
Right.
the truth behind it. And flat earth open up to almost every little fucking things out there, you know. And when you are you know, awakened, you're not gonna be asleep anymore. That's it. Like it's like after you've seen something, you can't unseen it. It's like it's inside of you, you know, and you know, for the most part, you know, of course, you feel free. And
Yeah.
I think most of everybody in general, you know, whether what country you're in, like most of people are asleep, bro. You know, and they obey everything. They listen. They very gullible. We used to be very gullible too. You know, like back then when space was coming out and shit. You know, this propaganda about space, about anything, movies, TV show, anything about space. We felt so into it, you know. But when we found out, oh shit, this shit's all fake, you know, and that's when we start to realize shit, you know. The Earth is flat, the stationary, and when that happened, it's like we can't go back. We can't. We won't go back because
No.
the evidence is there. Like, you know what I mean? Water cannot curve into a ball. That just the water itself. Water would debunk the fucking globe. Anytime, any day, drop over this and anytime, any day. That's just one fucking proof that, you know, solid proof. Yeah.
Just the bendy water. Where's the bendy water? Show me the bendy water. That'd be great. That'd be great. We'll be
Tim,
here, man.
yeah, Timbo's upside down. He can tell you all about it.
Dude, he's got trillions and trillions of gallons of water hanging over his head. Oh my goodness. That's scary. Hang on, Timbo. You'll be all right, man. You'll be all right. I know you will.
No, he should be fine because according to the science, because the Earth is really, 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 really fat, apparently fat things draw things to themselves like food and stuff. So you shouldn't worry about the water because the Earth is fat, so it's pulling all the water to itself. Apparently.
Fat Earth, man. Welcome to Fat Earth.
The father. I mean, there's a couple knuckleheads earlier. Just listening to.
Yeah. Because it's fat. It draws shit to it.
That. Yeah.
Fat. You guys are
You know,
crazy.
but hey, you remember the two knuckleheads earlier, right? But at least they listened some part because, you know, um, they were having a hard time trying to understand us. But when they start to understand how perspective work, you know, flat plane and all that shit, you know, that. But in a way, the cock this is still strong for them, so they kind of fight back and forth because, you know what I mean. It's kind of hard, but at least the you know, it's a good start that they actually came in here and having. They don't fully understand. They don't fully accept 100%.
You're breaking up.
Yeah. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Broke up.
Those
No,
morons they've been around for 6 months, 8 months, I reckon.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's not their first time. I see.
Nope.
Yeah. Well, good to know. Next time when they come in, we're not gonna take it easy on them because they've been here long enough. So, Professor, what you been up to? He probably fell asleep already.
Has he gone?
I don't know. I think he knocked out. Sometimes that's what happened to Professor. He'd be talking, and all of a sudden, boom! You don't hear him anymore. He probably knocked out.
Man, what a way to drop asleep. That's good.
I just kind of woke up from a nap. I took a nap like 3 hours earlier. I was tired, and then just woke up. Now I'm wide awake.
You can flat smack any time, any time of the day. 2 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 p.m.
It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, you're just killing time, spreading truth. It's a win-win.
True story. True story. I mean, just lately I don't have a different motivation like what I'm supposed to do. I've been kind of slacking on whatever I do in my everyday life routine. I got to kind of get back to that. This past couple weeks, family came over from Dallas to visit us, and I kind of slack off a little bit because yeah, because the privacy I couldn't turn up, speaker being loud or whatever. But now like they gone.
Oh, you're clipping a tiny bit.
My Wi-Fi is not working. That's why. Second.
Yeah, you'd think by now I'm not sure if it's hardline or you think they'd be able to fix that where you can if you can contact the moon, like we can't even talk on Earth without getting gargled or cut off and low connection.
Yeah. Well, apparently my Wi-Fi kind of not working at the moment. I'm using the data, so maybe that's the reason why I go in and out.
To be fair, it's amazing that you can actually talk to people around the Earth at the same time at one place. I imagine 100 years ago they would have never even thought of it would be even possible.
Yeah.
But even with
When
it
people
now,
move,
even with the way it is now, for me, even though I've got this device in my hand, it's still magic. I mean, I don't. If people 100 years ago couldn't imagine it, even in my own hands, I know I'm using it. I've got no idea how. It's just like magic to me.
I don't know how it works. As I was going to say, I don't know how the internet hardline and my fake satellite internet works, but we're talking to each other somehow at all different times on all different locations on Earth.
Yeah. And
Which
another thing,
100 years ago, like 100 years ago, they couldn't even fly. They didn't even have plumbing, supposedly. So I mean, like that's a giant leap in these 100 years.
Whoever that person is, they're roboting.
Yeah,
Is
you're
that Beats?
roboting. I don't know if it's my connection or you.
It's my Wi-Fi. I mean, I gotta go fix it real quick. Okay, I'm putting myself on mute now.
But I remember like movies, movies in the past that were trying to imagine what it would be like in 2000, 2020, how they thought there'd be flying cars by now. And as fast as things are going now, I've got no idea how fast or slow things are going to develop in the future, mate. I have no clue.
I would just keep it real. Like whatever is physically possible is probably going to be possible. Like there's what is a flying car? A car that's hovering and flying horizontally. So that's like a jet, but that turns into a car. So I mean, can we afford that? Especially with this inflation.
There's a whole heap. There's too many factors. Too many factors involved in the whole thing.
Yeah, like we've had gas engines for 100 years. So I mean, when like until they develop a better slave system that steals our money, we're probably never going to switch. Like we only switch technologies when it benefits them, whether it be iPhone, TV to spread their propaganda, iPhone to track you, gas engines to raise the gas prices to siphon the money out of you. Like every system they have is designed to keep you enslaved.
That it's interesting that you say that because recently I've been noticing this AI thing, and in so many ways, I know people say it's been around for a while, but the way it's like blown up in the public eye and its apparent functionality, it's and like you were saying, these things are brought into focus because I guess a design or somebody wants it to be known now. I'm just wondering the agenda and everything.
Yeah. Well, they're not going to introduce something that helps overthrow them or helps you save on bills or helps you save money. They're never going to really introduce that. It's all going to be economy, build things to break so you have to buy them again and raise the hydro and gas prices, and they'll tell you it's cuz of war in Iraq and we raised the prices, but it's really just they're stealing your money.
And if everybody in the world live comfortably, financially and all that stuff, everybody would just start thinking, getting smarter and smarter and not worry about everyday lives. We would try to find a way to, overthrow them, but that's not what they want. So favor.
Repeat that again, Beats.
Yeah, you cut out a little bit.
Oh, okay. No, yeah,
Hey, Cambo.
nothing crazy. Yes, sir.
Hey, are you on? How are you, mate? Anyway, sorry, mate.
What
Hey,
happened?
are you on your mobile?
Yeah, I'm on my mobile.
If you are you on? Are you using data or are you using the Wi-Fi?
I was trying to fix my Wi-Fi earlier, and I think it's fixed now. But before
It's
that,
much
I
better
was
now.
before that I was using data. So
Oh, okay.
I think that was the reason why. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're all right, man. Yeah, I was just gonna say my data works better than my Wi-Fi, so I was if my Wi-Fi starts playing up, I just flick the data, and I never had an issue with it.
Yeah, I guess my data is it's kind of sucks, and I
Yeah.
just fixed my my Wi-Fi now, so I think it's good now.
What's happening on this flat Earth? How is everyone?
I'm just
Couple of
making fun of the
new,
globe, making fun of
couple
the
of new
globe
voices. Ah,
about the
hey,
inflation.
Northern Rebellion, long time no here.
Yeah, what's up?
How are you, mate?
I'm pretty good. How's it going?
Good. What's been happening? Been on a different server?
Just, I don't VC very often. Usually late night sometimes, but
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
good to
I'm a
hear your
late night
voice.
VC. A late night with America. During the day, I don't really VC very much.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what time. So this time for me, so it's 5:30 p.m. on Friday night. So I normally listen during the day, so my working day, which seems to be American evening. So
Yeah,
it's
it's
I
2:30
think you guys are
Central,
15, yeah, 15
12:30
hours behind,
California time.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's super late in the Central West or Central East, but in California it's only 12 a.m. But it's like 2:30. But it's
There was a
the
new,
night owl shift.
yeah, there was a new voice I was hearing. Matik Rushev.
Greetings, greetings.
Greetings, Earthling.
Yeah, she's
That's what it sounded
she's
like.
a flat earth.
Oh, okay. Okay. I don't think I've had the pleasure of having a chat with you before.
No, I had the same thing. I heard a new voice and I was like, oh, flat earther. I
Yeah.
haven't heard anything sound. So everything sounds good. So
Yeah.
Now, I normally disappear, but when I appear, it's just like for a blink, and then I'm gone back to the vicissitudes of life, if that means anything.
That voice is familiar. You sound like another guy that came in called Purple Aki. Do you know him?
No, I don't know that name.
No. Okay.
But
Yeah.
it's so far this morning. It's been a very interesting listen to some more crap from Globers who can't
Yeah, you
understand.
heard those two young guys. Yeah, they've so Faudo and Gonzo, Ganzo, I think it could even be longer ago that they came in, but I think it was summer for me. So maybe 6 months ago they came in and they were in for a few days, like 3-4 days, and now they're back again answering, asking the same kind of questions. So it's kind of weird that. They didn't
they
pick
probably have a
anything up,
YouTube
or they didn't.
channel of like
Yeah,
200 viewers, and they're making a video, and yeah, there's a
yeah.
lot of those.
Look,
I type in flat Earth Discord to YouTube, and then I try to find like the troll videos and who's trolling, or like if I come up, or if a server I know comes up, and it's like guys with like 30 subscribers, 200 subscribers, or sometimes there's a little bit bigger, but
yeah,
yeah, it's
I don't understand the purpose of people like them. There was this other guy who was here earlier who broke down the Rayleigh criterion fantastically. I never heard it so clear. I'm sure it's been discussed anyway, but the way he broke it down so clearly, how why ships disappear bottom up. And again, I've heard it before, but he broke it down so easy. At least this time I'll be able to remember it, hopefully. But that was great as well.
yeah. He's really good. He's a good person to talk to as well.
Yeah, this was my first time heard him too, and I was surprised the way he broke it down and everything.
Yeah, he's very calm and relaxed. I remember listening to him in the early days. I can just go.
Who's that?
His name. Let me have a look. I didn't post anything.
Man, but the patience that he has is crazy. The patience. I don't think I have that patience with the Glober. I can't. I don't have the patience. A minute when they start asking stupid questions. Oh, do you guys believe in telescope? Like, what the fuck is that supposed to even mean,
Yeah,
bro?
but yeah, it's good to have patience. It's even better if you have patience and it's recorded, and then you get the sound bite that is pretty much priceless on our side.
Yeah,
It's like
I gotta learn how to be a
getting them
little
to
bit more
double
patient.
when you get the Glober to double speak, it's just like it's like the icing on the cake. It's as good as you can get when he says the horizon is physical, but it's non-physical, apparent, but we see it. And when you get them scrambling like that, it's. But yeah,
Yeah.
it's you can have the clip, and you can play it for 50 atheists, 100 atheists, or like 50 truthers. So it depends on who the audience is and what impact it's going to have.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you get like the top quote unquote Globers to double speak, like Clipcourt has that video, and there's a couple other Glober double speak videos where like they just constantly say two reference frames, one reference frame, it's spinning, Earth's not spinning, we don't feel it, we feel it. So yeah, it's
I'm just going to go up to CogDis and see if I can drag these guys down there.
Okay. Well, I'm glad, man. I just been here for like a month and a week, and I mean, I guess I made some good friends in here. Get to know more people.
how long
More,
have you been a flat Earth?
I would say 7 years, but I didn't know
Oh yeah,
Discord
that's a long time.
existed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a flat earther 5 years before joining Discord. The only reason I joined Discord was because I got locked down in March 2020 and I had a bit of free time.
Man, I needed that too, but I guess I never found. Well, I didn't know it exists, you know. And thanks to Witsit Gets It, Austin, he mentioned about 24/7 Discord like about 2 months ago, and I came out and check it out. I came here, check it out, and yeah, I found a Discord. You know, now I'm here. Meet a lot of good people here.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of, I guess, well, there's a lot of Globers don't really have a voice, or so. I, mean, I guess even it goes on both sides where they don't want to speak. It's understandable, but
Yeah. You know, but the issue is this, like the the globes in general, they do not want to look at any information of flat Earth, any information about flat Earth. Because they think that the evidence, the heliocentric model evidence, is solid, concrete. That they don't even need to look at anything. Just like one of the idiot came in earlier. Well, I would say yesterday now because it's after 12 o'clock already. Came in and refused anything um you know, that we show. Oh, I don't need to look at that. You know, oh, this math is wrong, and but that's the same math that they came up for the globe, and he said it's wrong. You know, but
Yeah,
he
well,
doesn't want to look at
it's
it.
just simple geometry. Yeah, like they
Yep.
gave you a radius, so that's it. From
Yep.
that you can work everything out. So it's not anyone's maths. It's just maths. You know, like they go, oh, that's not. No, their maths must be wrong. You go, no, the maths right. It's just maths.
Yeah. But they
Well, when
think
they
that we
realise,
came
like
up with
they
the
get
math.
cogged this, you know, like they go, okay, when you explain it and we see too far, they get cogged this and they go, no, well that must be wrong. The math must be wrong because it's a globe.
And you wonder where they get these ideas from? Like they got this idea from because we can see star from trillion of miles away, and that's the reason why they think like, oh yeah, you can see that far. You know what I mean? You can see that far because we can see the star because they made up this freaking distance of the star like trillion light years or whatever. We don't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you can
They
see
came up with this
forever.
math. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, it's really tough, man, to wake people up. It's really tough. It's not easy. I mean, in real life, I've been down this road for who knows how many years. With friends and family, co-workers, and well, I'm glad that one of my friend he's a flat earther now.
That's good.
Thank God.
Yeah, but I don't bother anymore, man. With people, I don't bother trying to wake anyone up. I'll explain it, but if they want to listen, they want to listen. But if they, I go, oh, yeah, it's flat, man. That's it.
Or if they're like, we're going to Mars, and you're like, oh, how do you prove that? And they're like, huh? What do you mean? How do I prove that? You just like throw in the jabs, like subtle jabs, and they're like, what do you mean? How do you you don't believe that we went to Mars?
I get the nudge. I get the nudge and the look at like a dinner party from my wife. They go, "Don't you shut up? Just shut up." Come on, it's such an easy opening. Just let me do it.
Yeah.
No, that's my friend's husband. Fucking,
Shit.
he's a clown.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, but
yeah,
nowadays,
no, sometimes it's like, especially with family, I just leave it alone with family. I don't bother.
Yeah.
I don't even talk about it. We just go, like we talk about things that we get along with. We can joke around and stuff like that. I bring it up and I throw little jabs here and there, but I don't push anything.
Oh,
I don't get
yeah,
into a
I've
deep
played
conversation about it.
multiple poker games. I play multiple sports. I don't bring it up in the dressing room. I can go like multiple games. I don't bring it up. Some people they might bring it up and try to poke and try to prod or try to like bring it up but like you threw it out there, they didn't take it, they're gonna say gravity is a force and all the dumb responses and you're just like whatever.
Yeah.
Like they don't care, they worship money and like they're maybe eventually they'll wake up to all the hoaxes and psyops, but
Yeah, there's photos from space.
And it's like there's such a because people are so lazy-minded and just accepting all these baseless beliefs. They don't care about thinking critically and knowing how to reason properly. That doesn't matter. It's just, oh, I already have my belief, and it should be like when he was talking about the distance to the stars. It's like that's based on nothing. You don't know why you believe that. You don't know why you believe that, but you're saying it like as a fact. It's so many things are just full of belief, and they hate. But they can't. If you talk to them about logical fallacies, you've lost them already.
Yeah. And nowadays, I don't care too much anymore. I just let them drown. Like nowadays, but before I used to care a lot, but now I'm like, shit. You want to drown? Go ahead, fucking drown. I don't care. But like now I pick and choose like who I talk to about these type of subjects. Before I just talk to anybody, like I get excited. I get very excited. I got very passionate about it. But now
For
I'm like,
me,
I
the
gotta
world,
calm
the
down.
world. What we talking? Yeah, for me personally now, it's just if the world's burning, it's just easy way for me to get popcorn and watch. That's it.
well the ironic thing is we're the dumb flat earthers, yet we know all the globe measurements, the 3959, the 24901 circumference, the 1080 spin at the equator. Like, if you ask your friends that, they won't even get those three. They don't even know the
They don't even
basics.
know.
So I mean, we're stupid, yet I know your model better than you, and I'll destroy you in any debate.
Yeah, and they don't even know the distance to the moon to the sun. They don't. A lot of them don't.
Yeah, they'll get 2 of 10 basic questions right, but the flat earther is going to get 6 to 10, probably to the higher range. Because the flat earther is going to know the globe model better than the average normie.
The same thing, like some of my
I
family
don't have time to
members.
study.
Say that again.
Oh,
Okay,
rebellion.
Beats, carry on what
Say it
Beats,
again.
carry on what you're saying.
Oh, okay. No, I
Oh,
was just
go
saying.
ahead.
I was just saying that yeah, some of my family member call me conspiracy theorist. Some of them call me. My brother-in-law called me that too, because like sometimes when we get together, I'd be talking about stuff, 9/11, talking about the moon landing. Um, I I haven't talked to him about flat Earth yet. My brother-in-law, I kind of, yeah, but he has this idea and saying and telling me like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, but yeah, so I kind of stay away from that for now. But maybe later I'm gonna hit him with it. But by the way, his son is a flat earther too, because I show him the stuff. And he's like, oh shit, the Earth is flat. But he didn't go too deep though at the time. I think it was 2015. Like that's when I was like I start to discover 2014, and then between 2014 to 2016, me and him, we always like, hey, you want to watch something with me? Like I bring him around so we watch it together. But for me, like it took me about 2 years to to came to realization that we on a flat stationary plane. But when we were watching whatever we were watching documentary from ODD, allegedly Dave, Eric Dubay, um, couple other guys, Stewart, Tanner Stewart, yeah, a couple other people. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, my nephew was like, "Oh my God, the Earth is flat." Like he could understand that, but he was also a space junkie. Anything that about space, he loves about it, just like me. I was a space junkie too. But yeah, so he became a flat earther, but he didn't go too deep though.
Yeah, I converted one guy. He was a conspiracy theorist. We played sports together, and then we talked conspiracies. Then I told him Earth's flat. Told him all the basic arguments from like 2017. And then he came back the next week, and his eyes were bright. He's like, "Earth is flat," and he was like, "Yeah, this and that." And he actually found the black swan himself without me telling him or anything. Like, I went to his house and like 2 years later, and he's like, look at this picture, and he showed the oil rigs, and it's like, yeah, that's the black swan. And he's never been on Discord, he doesn't know Quantum Eraser, so like somehow he found the black swan. And he like, yeah, the picture of the moon, yeah, like it's always the same, and like, yeah, but it's slim pickings to get the local conversions. So I would say drop the red pills and move along, and that's all you can do. Plant the seed and go along. Like, who cares? Like, but if they're family, it's a bit different because like you have to deal with them. But
You say you play sport. What kind of sport you play?
I play hockey.
You were cutting out, my friend. You say hockey?
Yeah, I said I play hockey. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. How do you like it?
I live in Canada, so it's pretty much like it's in the blood.
Yeah.
Even though it's just a sport, it's like one of those things that like not for all 30 million of us, but
Yeah. I mean, that sport is pretty famous. Hockey sport. When I was in Tampa, they were big in Tampa too. Hockey. A lot of people would go watch the
yeah,
game when they play in Tampa.
they went back to back recently, and yeah, so
Cool.
they have a championship reputation. I think Napalm's from that area, so but here we play like all year. Like in summer, our summer leagues are packed with like NHL draft picks and all these
Bang. You
WHL
got it,
lacrosse
Northern
because
Rebellion.
they all
It was Napalm we were talking about before. Hmm.
yeah. I know plays hockey, but yeah, but
Yeah, that's what he was saying about
anytime
the description of the Rayleigh criteria. It was Napalm doing it. Sorry to interrupt.
anybody, no, I was gonna say anybody who mentions hockey, I'm like, oh shit, okay, hockey. And like I know, I haven't talked to him about it, but I make mental notes of specific people saying specific things. So I know the few random hockey players, a couple of them, but
I can't play hockey, man. I never went on that ice before. I probably bust my ass.
yeah, it's a whole different game because we're born with feet and we're born running, but try to strap on like thin blades and then try to maintain your balance at high speeds. But
Ice, what's that?
yeah, like
Oh yeah, I mean flat ice. You know that's the globe killer right there. You know, you go
Bang.
on a lake like 30
oh yeah,
miles. Yep.
that's actually one of my flat Earth proofs. Like when I make my own ice in my backyard and it freezes perfectly flat, like every time. Like even if
No,
the
it's
land's unlevel,
slightly curved, just slightly.
like
Sorry.
even the ice rink is specifically made to like try to be as level as possible over that 180 feet and then 80 feet wide or whatever it is. Like you don't want a hump, you want like it's
Yeah, well, that's what they do, isn't it?
like the
They have
water.
those freezing elements underneath, and then they just pour water on it, and it freezes level. Yeah.
Yeah, like they pour a little bit of water with the Zamboni as they go across and scrape it, and it
Yeah.
freezes perfectly flat and level. Unless you change the level of the like the blade, which is going to dig 2 inches deeper or at the same. So yeah, it's
Zamboni. I've
the
never
amount
heard
of
that word in my life. Is that the machine that goes over the ice?
yeah. It's there's a guy named like Zamboni that made the machine that cleans the ice and like puts water on it. So he's like the guy who made the. There is other machines that clean ice, but Zamboni is the number one like ice cleaning machine. Frank Zamboni or something.
Funny.
Yeah, there is probably an Australian hockey team. I'm pretty sure
Oh
there's a
yeah,
couple.
we
There's
have.
probably like five ice rinks.
Yeah, we have some ice skating rinks here. I mean, I'm in Melbourne, so I think we've got three. But it's not big.
Yeah, Yeah, I would say like the sports you're going to be good at is depending on your climate. Like there's a reason
Yeah.
like we produce all the hockey players because it's ice 6 months of the year. There's a reason you produce all the swimmers because it's or like there's a reason all the football players are from Florida because you can play football year round or
Yeah.
like there's a reason there's only one like hockey player, 10 hockey players from Florida versus the 3,000 from Canada.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
that's
talk
right.
about Australia, man. Australia also have I don't know if you guys watch UFC. The guy named Alex Volkanovski. He's a champion of UFC. Um,
I don't
he
watch it.
about to get. Oh, you don't watch it? Yeah, he's
No.
yeah he sounds just like you, Timbo. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah,
Hey, we all sound the same apparently.
he's a great
I'm
champion,
T
man.
Dub and T Dub's Timbo, and we're
No,
all the same.
no, you sound different than eggshells for sure. Like if I hear eggshells, I hear this like liberal, this liberal, high pitched, whiny.
Um,
Yeah, no,
now of course you guys don't sound the same. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
I work in construction. Like I got a construction company, so I've been around, builders and labourers. I speak a little bit, probably bogan, they call it, like bit rough,
Good. But yeah,
Even eggshells. I think. Yeah. No, go ahead. I was gonna have an eggshells commentary, which is yours is probably more relevant.
talking about it, Big Pond also from Australia, right? Big Pond. Timbo. He's probably busy.
He sounds Australian or British, so it's just
Yeah, Big Pond, you can't miss his voice. I talked to him one time, and after he came with a different name, and I recognized his voice right away, I said, "This is Big Pond." Yep. Oh, we got another one too.
yeah.
Ruhif from over there. Ruhif. That's the anti-flat earther right there.
Yeah, he got a different cadence as well. Like even he's got a more like English, or I don't know. It sounds more cleaner. Or, I don't know.
Yeah.
It depends if you live in the rough part of Australia or the rich part, I guess. Because eggshells is pretty, yeah, and Ruhif is pretty well off. So just like anywhere, if you grow up in the hood versus you grow up in a rich neighborhood, you might talk a bit differently. It doesn't even matter what country you're in.
Yep. I mean, when I first came to the U.S., I grew up in the project, because my family all from you know from another country too. So we came over here. We were poor. Well, we're still poor now, but it's okay. But yeah, I grew up in a project, very diverse. I grew up with everybody from, people from England that used to live there to Mexico, Vietnamese, Africa, South American, you name it, even Chinese and all that stuff. So I grew up, Jamaican, Brazilian. I grew up around Brazilian too. I grew up around Haitian. Yeah, so I grew up very diverse. Um, and everybody just, we were kind of, ghetto, pretty much. But
Yeah, the States is different to like Canada. There's like one black person in my school. There's like one Pakistani. Uh, I don't even know if there's any natives. I don't know, but and then when I went to high school, where 3 high schools merged, there was a bit more culture, but yeah, it's
Okay, what part of Canada are you from?
unless you live in Toronto, where it's going to be a bit more multicultural. Like Vancouver is going to be a bit more Asian, but
What about Montreal? I was in Montreal in 2006. I went over there for like a week. Um, I don't know what happened when I went over there, because I guess I got used to the food, in the U.S. or the food in general. When I went to Montreal, we went to eat everywhere. We went to eat like the Asian buffet. We went to eat the Vietnamese, restaurant, the noodle soup called pho. We went to like a Canadian restaurant, like other restaurants. I don't know what happened at that time, but man, the food was sucks. Even the Asian cannot even cook over there. I'm like, what happened to the food? Uh, but then I thought about it. Maybe it's because it's a tourist kind of city, so they don't really care about the quality. And the good restaurant is like the local go to, and the regular restaurant for the tourists only tourists go to because it's like right there. So a lot of time I guess they don't care about the quality, so they just like what, fuck it, let's just make it, and we don't even care if it's good or not because these people most likely they're never gonna come back because they tourists. But yeah, I had very bad experience with food when I went to Montreal. So
yeah, it's things you you learn as you get older. Like you buy a new product, and then you're like, oh, that tastes bad, and you just wasted 5, 10, 15 bucks or 20. If you went to dinner, that you just wasted 40 bucks or whatever. Like, but every time you go for food, and every time you go for takeout, it's gonna be a gamble. Are you gonna get cold fries? Are you gonna get a shitty pushed together burger? So
and
yeah,
and
it's
and that's the reason why
some
I
people
don't do
put pride.
takeout, man.
Yeah, like some people put pride in their work, where it's like I don't know, even cooking or whatever. But I guess it gets to a job and you don't give a crap, and you're gonna put out a raw burger or something, maybe. But like if I was the cook, I would hopefully never put out a raw burger because I wouldn't want my food to make somebody sick. If I'm doing a job, getting paid, like do the basics. But
I mean, yeah, you're right, bro. But nowadays, man, I don't know, man. I guess I just like to. Well, I don't. I'm not gonna say that I like to work. Of course, you know what I mean. I work, but when I work, I work. I bust my ass. But nowadays, I got this job at the Italian restaurant, pizzeria, more like a pizzeria. But yeah, they have a lot of Italian dish too. But I've been there almost a year, man. But the people are so lazy, bro. They so lazy. They don't want to do anything, and if they do it, they do half-ass anything, from cleaning, from organizing stuff, from even even learn the menu. They don't even want to learn the menu, and I'm like, oh my god, this is what we come to now. I remember back then, when I was in Maine, um, you know, where I was growing up, my first job, like most of the kids my around that generation, my generation at the time, man, most of everybody work hard. Yeah, we got some lazy here and there, whatever, one guy, two guy, but most of everybody was working hard as shit. Now with the new generation, I'm working with the, I guess it's just what, millennia, bro. I don't know, man. They so freaking lazy. They like, you here, you getting paid, you sign the paper, you sign the paper, you fill out your application, you agree to do the job, but when it comes to do the job, you don't want to do it. Crazy, man.
yeah. Well, it's just like sports, or people want to be the number one or LeBron, but they don't want to put in the work, and they want the videos and the women and the money. But Like, are you going to put in the work, or are you going to put in the work ethic? And yeah, but
Man, I'm hoping in like maybe 3 to 4 years, I want to open up a pizzeria myself. But I'm so scared too. I'm like, damn, if am I gonna find you good workers? Because I would consider myself a good worker. I work very hard. But then I'm scared. I'm like, am I gonna run into like if I open up my business, if this is the type of people that I have to work at my establishment, then I don't want to open it because I'm gonna lose all the money and all the efforts and all the energy, the time, everything. So now it's like I'm very skeptical. I don't know. Maybe, but maybe I should try. Maybe I just maybe trying to find something else to do. But I'm really passionate with the pizza. I love making pizza. I love doing trick. I love spinning it. I love making those like the
well,
process.
usually you make the one location and hopefully it's successful, and then if you want to make a second or third, you're like, you can't, like, the quality control may drop because you're not the one making the pizza, you're not the one at that store all the time. So then obviously you have to spread out the responsibilities, but maybe you're making enough money where it doesn't matter, and as long as you have that one restaurant you're working on and you're putting in on the hours on, that it can be the foundation. But
And yeah, it's you're right. You're right on that part. You're right. I mean, just to open one, just to make sure that I can be able to
I
maintain it. There's a lot of money involved too. So, um,
oh yeah, it's risky.
it's a lot of money involved too. But I need to find the location. Where's all the traffic's at? Because well, I'm in Antonio. It's number 7 most populated city in the U.S. So, and the city is big. I see a lot of money, a lot of potential to make money. You know, so. And hopefully in like 3 or 4 years I'll be able to do it if I don't move.
See, I don't know. Like, the one bad thing is, like, I would say, as flat earthers or like truthers, we all know about their next agenda 2030, and whatever happened in March 2020. So anything you do from this point, you have to be aware of the next potential down that they're going to do, and the restrictions they're going to imply on your business. And are you going to lose everything just like people did in March 2020? So just be cautious of that.
Yeah, I didn't take that into consideration, but yeah, hopefully in 4 years I'll be able to do it. Just a little small shop, mostly takeout, a lot of slices and all that stuff. I mean, at least that's one of my goal that I really want to do, and I think it's gonna take off because I
Yeah.
know I used to work with the Sicilian, I used to work with the Italian, Irish, I used to work with Greek, so I know different recipe, and I work at a different pizzeria before too, so I know all the recipe, but I like but I like to tweak into my own kind of like signature or flavor, whatever you want to call. So.
Yeah, see, even like, I'm guessing like the location costs the money, or like it shouldn't cost $500,000 to open up like a little pizzeria, but it could be 100, 200, 500, or a million. Like, it's just like, why does it cost that much? It shouldn't, but I know it does.
I hope I can spend like hopefully it's a little bit less than 100 grand, and that's the that's what I hope for, a little bit under 100 grand, and a good location, of course. Anybody, and but you know what, the equipment, that's what's gonna cost a lot, like the ovens and all that stuff. um I think this I think that the oven that just came out maybe a couple of years ago. It's called Hot Rocks. It's a conveyor belt, but it's stone, right? And I think it's made by Canadian. Some Canadian guy just sit there. We have a regular, conveyor belt, but if we can make a stone into conveyor belt, that would sell a lot too. And I used that oven when I was in Florida before I came to Texas, and that was amazing. Some Canadian guy, you guys built it, but yeah, it
Like
costs a lot of
you
money.
have like if you have the simplest thing is like if you have good ingredients, good food, I would come back. Like for me, if I go to a place, even if it's for like fries and gravy, and it's hot, fresh, like I'll go back, and then I go back next week. Oh, it's hot, fresh. Okay, I'll go back. I'll go back. But once I get like if I go there once or twice and it's garbage, I'll never go back. So like
Exactly. Man, I'm the same way. It's like this. Like if I order food from somewhere and the food is sucks, I would never like go on and leave a review. I just don't do it. I just don't go anymore. I just stopped going that place. I never like leave a review.
like imagine this. Okay, it's like your 10-year anniversary, and you're like, let's try this new restaurant. We're gonna spend $300 on all this takeout, on this new restaurant, and then you take it out. It's your 10-year anniversary. You get home, and it's all garbage. Or do you smartly like go with the restaurant or the location that you know has got good food, or you hire like a home personal chef and you know he's going to cook either your steak right or your food right? So I mean, like that's what I was saying, like anytime you go to a new restaurant, it's a complete gamble.
Yeah,
But
and that's the reason why I don't do eat out too much. Maybe once in a blue moon. Anything I want, I just cook at home. I pretty much know the basics of
yeah,
cooking. I would call myself a cook or a chef in a way because I cook a different type of food all the time. So like Mexican food, Italian food, Asian food. I do want to learn how to cook Indian food though. That's one thing. Indian.
yeah, no, I like I myself, I'm a black pillar, like so I'm like I was gonna say something, but I shouldn't say it because it's always I always have like a negative slant. Like I'm a black pill realist cynic, so I always have like this. Always like it's like as they squeeze us through the inflation and the gas prices, like people aren't going to go out and buy as much takeout. So food is always going to be it's one of the riskier businesses. But then I'd also say like if you're following your passion, even if you're making $5, like you're making you're paying your bills, you're scraping by, and you're making $5, and you're following your passion, and then you may have time to follow your passion and spread truth on Discord
Yeah.
or on any platform. Like, I mean, obviously, we want money to have a bit of leeway and security, but yeah, everything's a balance. So it's
Definite. Oh, so what about you, man? What do you do for a living?
I never, yeah, I never talk about personal.
Okay, all right,
Not
it's
very
cool,
much
bro. I'm
personal on
sorry.
recording.
It's all good.
No, like yeah, it's there's the people watching and clipping and taking notes and trying to use any past information against you. So
Yeah. No, I get it. It's reasonable. But you like the undercover multi-millionaire somewhere, in Canada.
yeah, and like I say, if we were in a non-recorded, then I'd it'd be
Yeah. No, it's cool,
it'd be,
bro.
it'd
It's
be
cool,
more
bro.
liberal.
No problem. Hey, but I do want to go back to flat Earth. Maybe you can explain, help me out with this. when I think I asked this question maybe one or twice already. But I'm gonna do it again. So when they say refraction, right? The globe people, when they say refraction, are they account refraction from the distant or from the height? And somebody told me it's from the distant. Well, okay, let's say you measure, you know, you do observation, the point A to point B, let's say is about 50 miles away, right? And but you shouldn't see it. You shouldn't see, let's say, a mountain or a city or whatever, and you do calculation with the 3959 that they gave us the radius, and you should see certain curvature, right? I mean, there should be certain curvature, but you don't see the curve, and the object is there, and well, the globe will come out and say, oh, it's because of refraction. You shouldn't be able to see it, but it's in refraction. Um, you know, that's why it appear like that. So when they say refraction, right? What math, like, okay, the refraction, like, what is the formula of that refraction they always talk about, And I want to know about that because I want to break everything down to math myself, at least understand the math.
But like to me, all they're doing is they're like the magician who throws like a smoke bomb on the ground, and the smoke rises and they run away. Because, like, say I see my car 10 feet away, how much refraction is there when I see my car 10 feet away? And then they'll be
About
like, "Whoa!" Like, I don't even know what a Glober would say. And then say, "Okay, see the car is driving away, 300 meters or 500 meters away. How much refractions then?" Like, and then they're gonna get into the atmo and the conditions and the weather and the humidity. It's like it's just it's complete. Like they're like say there's Chicago skyline refraction.
Mhm.
No, it's not a mirage. It's the physical Chicago skyline from 56 miles away, seen from Michigan. It's not refraction. It's not a mirage. It's not a mirror image. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's 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 kind of like just a giant smoke screen. Because we
Oh,
see when you see a cup of water and you put a pencil in it, that is refraction. That is the water refracting like the pencil to seem a bit off, and it's two different media.
yep, yep.
But yeah,
So when they
but
throw
like
refraction,
many
they just
Globers,
throw it out there, right? They don't even have
yeah,
the math behind it either.
it's like like say like you're shooting a missile at a target. They're gonna throw the chaff to hopefully distract the missile, and you're gonna go for the refraction, or you're gonna go for this. But like when I say the Chicago skyline seen from 56 miles away in Michigan, they say refraction. I say no, it's not a mirage. It's the physical, tangible city of Chicago. So like it's not a mirage.
No, it's
But
not. We know that. We know it's not a mirage. We know it's not refraction. Maybe there's
yeah,
a little bit of refract there, you know what I mean? But of course there's no curve. There's no fucking curve, man.
yeah, like even if you ask them what is the different, like what do you mean by refraction, they'll just give you a 5 minute spiel, and like to me, it's got. I always keep it simple. Like always go to the curvature and the lack of curvature in the oceans and lakes and the second law of thermodynamics and gas pressure without a container. And like if these people don't understand the basics, then I mean you got to decide how much time you're going to spend on them.
Yeah. So, are
But
you more pond, more lands guy, or you like a dome guy?
you know, I, uh, hard. I'm a hardcore Bible literalist. biblical cosmology, dome, firmament,
We know there's a
enclosed.
firmament on the top. We know that on that part. Like there's no, yeah, like there's a firmament on the top. But like, are you like
Yeah,
more?
I've chosen to let people believe what they want to believe, and I can post what I want to post and say what I want to post, and if they challenge, then I can defend my opinion. But if somebody says something that I disagree with, then like, especially if it's a flat earther, I'll be like, I'll let them speculate, and I
Yeah,
often choose not to. It's just a choice I made when I joined. Like, I don't want to attack every flat earther for a different belief than mine. So.
yeah. I mean, speculation. Sometimes it's not good. Sometimes it's also good. We can speculate here and there, or whatever. But when you start making claims about like, oh yeah, the Earth has 7 layers, and these people come out from the Earth. Okay, that's a whole different story, man. That claim is too strong.
Well, I'm guilty. I make claims all the time, but like,
Oh, so what kind of
depends
claim?
on who I'm talking to, or if I'm talking to a glober, I'll claim a firmament for sure all the time.
Yeah.
Like I'll always make a claim.
Yeah. Oh, what time is it, man? Oh, it's
But like I'll make a claim, but will I like spend 20 minutes explaining to an anti-flat earther and finding links? Probably not. I'm just gonna make the claim and hopefully, like, dropping the seed. Hopefully somebody sees it, whether it now, later, recorded, if it's on YouTube. Like,
yeah.
I'm just killing time, fun, hope surviving and spreading truth.
Yep. My first time when I came into Discord, um, I have a mentality of kind of like, oh, I can make this claim, I can make that claim, a lot. Now, I try not to. Yeah, I try not to, especially like in the server, you know. But maybe outside the server, maybe I can make a little claim here and there
Yeah.
if I'm like you said, if you're going against the
Well,
anti
depends who's
flat
in the
earther.
room.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah, I probably wouldn't be so bold if there's even if maybe I would just be like, I know, like, to me, I know there's a container and I know there's a firmament. I've seen the rotation of the stars, gas laws, and I mean, it's just like, yeah, I can't scientifically prove it, but yeah, I'm openly a biblical cosmology Bible literalist, so.
That's cool, bro. It's all good. Wow, everybody start leaving.
Usually I don't know. I think you said you're in the States.
Yeah, I'm in Texas.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I'm in the same time zone, so it's like 3:30.
Yeah.
It's usually pretty quiet, quiet around this. It's pretty quiet around this time.
Yep. Yeah, I just turn on the computer, just checking out stuff real quick. But yeah, I knocked out earlier. Took a little nap for like a few hours. Now I was like, oh, I'm not that sleepy yet, but I gotta go sleep though. Gotta go to work a little later.
And yeah, it depends on the work, but if you can stay up for a bit in between and somehow get back to bed, I could never get back to bed if I was talking on the internet. Talking on Discord, I could never sleep for like an hour or two after. Usually,
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of
and some
time I just put myself on mute and listen to it and then knocked out.
yeah, I've actually, yeah. Sometimes I've slept, but sometimes I've even just been in the VC and had a conversation with friends, and then I try to sleep and I can't sleep for like 2 hours after for some reason. And it's just like what? Because I was talking, it got my brain excited, and I can't sleep all of a sudden, like for 2 hours after. And it wasn't an argument, it wasn't anything. It was just random talk about life or Earth or whatever. It was so. But yeah, if I have to get up tomorrow, if I have to get up tomorrow, you'll never see me online for like 4 hours or whatever hours before I gotta sleep.
Yeah. Man, you guys have a lot of salmon over there, man. I mean, if I ever want to move to Canada, that would be one of the main reasons. I would love to go fishing, catch
All
all
right,
those salmon.
yeah, Canada has pretty much all the natural resources. Yeah, anything in the ground. It's got wood. It's got water. It's got so it's it is the prime land. Well, U.S. and Canada is the prime land. There's good land all over, though, but some
Do you,
places
do
are
you go fishing?
slightly
Go fishing?
slightly more resourceful. No, I don't. I've been a couple times and I've never caught a fish, but
But yeah, man.
yeah, it's pretty much
Like
work.
I mean, salmon, bro. Like I would go every weekend just to catch salmon and store in my freezer. At least I'll smoke it and make into like whatever. Man, I would do that. I remember my friend. I used to have a friend live in Vancouver. He also go to Washington, back and forth right there. Because it's next to the border. But yeah, he said, man, his freezer full of nothing but salmon. And that fish is so good for you. Um, and it tastes good. It's good for your health too. You eat a lot of the fish. But yeah, man, that if you have a certain recipe to cook it, man, it's amazing, that fish. um but if you're ever trying to buy salmon or any fish, make sure you read the label, make sure it's not farm raised, because farm raised is like 5-10 times toxic than any products in the market. I think there was um, a doctor from France that they did the documentary, and they examined the fish that farm raised, and they examined like any products in the store. The farm raised fish has 5 to 10 times more toxics than any products. I was like, wow. So every time I go buy fish, I make sure it's not farm raised.
Have you seen the videos of like Walmart meat?
No, I haven't.
I remember I lived in a big city and I used to go to Walmart at like 4 a.m. because it was the only, like, it was just one of those superstores. It was open 24 hours. And I bought, I think it was steak or pork chops or something. And it was like pure rubber when I got it home versus now I buy food from like a small country store where like when you cut it, like there was a clear difference.
Well, see now, like, since they be able to grow meat inside the lab, right? we don't know if we're buying real meat or not. Like that's not. Okay. Maybe the big chunk of meat, yeah, you know, probably it's okay. But when it comes to like ground meat, you don't know. You never know.
Yeah, but if I like say I live in like small towns, there's multiple small towns around, and I know like they cut the meat themselves. It's not from a Walmart store or a Walmart like shipped in through like a truck. It's more family owned or like small townish. So like when I cut my meat from the small town, like it's like real meat, but
Well, that's good then.
like if you look at Instagram, yeah, like would you buy meat from Walmart or like from a butcher in a town of like 50 people or 200 people? Which would be smarter?
Of course, you buy
Which
from the
would
butcher.
which would be,
Yeah.
yeah, which would be a healthier meat from Walmart or the town of 500 people? The butcher from a town.
Of course, it's from the
So
butcher. You know. Yeah.
Morning, guys.
But yeah, it's
Good morning, bro. How you doing?
Morning, families. Yeah, I'm good,
Yes,
man.
sir.
Have you guys seen all that fake meat that's going around? When you wash the meat with vinegar, it starts to fall apart.
I think I seen something like that in the past. Yeah.
Yeah, they're selling it at Costco and Walmart. Getting terrible, man. And when you wash it with vinegar, you start seeing the meat come apart. And it's basically like all the strips of fat is basically like string keeping it together. It's disgusting.
I'm experiencing this in Australia with chicken thighs and chicken breast. It's almost like it's two pieces glued together. The top layer of the breast, which is a couple of centimeters thick, is a different color to the actual breast. And it's almost like a really hard, gristly, like a fat, but it's not really looking like chicken fat either. And then when you slice it up, it separates into two pieces. And if you cook that top piece, it's really tough and shitty. It's not like the chicken underneath at all. It's really weird.
Yeah, they're not even really telling people. It's just turning up on the shelves as meat. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've been pulling that top piece off, just separating it and actually using the chicken, the breast or whatever, the thigh underneath. But it sucks because I'm throwing half the chicken out that I've paid for.
Yeah. That sucks. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to like. I don't know, but I think if it's keep happening over and over again, now it's like certain people might be aware of it, but then the rest of people, they don't know the different, and so they get used to it. Maybe later on we can't even tell the difference because whatever they're doing, it just you can't tell the difference anymore. I mean, you might be able to do now, but maybe later on we don't. Crazy.
Yeah, most I'd say most kind of low income families, people who buy the cheap quality stuff, they won't tell the difference. Definitely not. I mean, and then it's going to be so far gone that they've been eating it for so long that when they do find out, they'll be like, I've been eating it for 6 months or a year or 3 years.
Yeah. Same thing. I don't care if the Earth is flat or a globe. I'm still gonna have to go to work tomorrow. Who cares, right? Same
Yeah.
mentality, bro. Same fucking mentality.
They've just, you could say that to anything, couldn't you? Until they kill you, then you can't go to work tomorrow.
Yep, pretty much.
yeah. Well, you're gonna buy the food that you can afford. Like if they had more money, they would buy better food. But obviously capitalism is a failure, so there's a lot of people struggling and the inflation. So like they're almost forcing you to buy inferior products, just like McDonald's used to be, and you poison yourself because you think it's cheaper because you're lazy and you don't want to cook. So it is about survival, and they make it so that the cheapest food to survive on is the most poisonous, and the cheapest materials that your clothes are made of are poisonous, and everything that you do is poisonous to you.
Yep.
And if you taste the patty from fast food, right? The burger patty, like you taste that, and then you come home, and you ground your own meat, and you marinate or whatever, and then you cook it. It's totally different because the meat that from the fast food like McDonald's, Burger King, or any other burger joints or whatever, if you taste the meat, it don't taste like beef. Now that's the question. Where did they get this meat from? Because ground beef itself, expensive right now. Ground beef itself, right? But then they be able to sell like 99 cents menu, $2-3 menu. If the meat itself is very expensive already. Like I'm just now at this point, like I don't want to eat any fast food joint. Maybe once in a blue moon. Not like I can't eat it every day. It's like sometime when I do eat, you know, fast food joints or whatever. Like I'd be having a hard time to use the restroom, or I got diarrhea or something. That's why like my body rejected. So that's why I love making food at home. I know what I cook for the most part.
Yeah, man.
But
Yeah, can't beat home cooked food.
to be fair, like your bowel movement today is your food of yesterday. So, but the food you eat today can trigger your past, and it can give you an instant stomachache. But yeah, like
It's
if you eat
very addictive.
McDonald's, if you eat if you eat McDonald's, there's a reason why you get the McBubbles after, and your stomach gurgles, and you might have to go to the bathroom because
McBubbles.
it's not real food. Not real food.
McBubble.
McBubbles.
Sorry guys, I got them McBubbles.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's really addictive, and they like it's I don't know what chemicals they use, but it never fills you up. You could literally eat 5 meals back to back until you died, like exploded. There's just something in it that it's almost like a drug, isn't it?
Yeah, I
Especially to
wouldn't
the
doubt it.
kids. Yeah, yeah. And there's so many. And have you seen how they don't go off? Like they don't grow mold. Their patties and their fries and stuff, like McDonald's, it doesn't go off. It doesn't mold. Even if you leave it in the sun, it doesn't decompose. I mean, that's scary, right?
Of course, bro. And we putting those stuff in our bodies. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
How can we break something down that doesn't decompose? That's what you got to ask yourself. How are we actually, breaking this shit down? And to comment on what you said earlier, I think Northern Rebellion, like it's the same with the supermarkets. No, sorry, Kembo. The reason how they make them so cheap is because of the marketing. Like they know that they sell so many, and they spend more money on advertising than than the recipes, because they know they can sell it cheap, and you will come back 3 times in a week. Not you, but people will come back 3 times in 1 week because it's cheap. So they actually net spend a lot more. It's the same as the supermarkets. Like they have products cheaper than every other shop, but they know you'll spend more in the shop because of that. So it's very clever, really. But cheap is the way to get the most custom.
Yeah.
You will know that anyway.
Yeah. No,
I'm
but
just
you're
feeling
right though.
talkative this morning.
Yeah, you're right. They sell them for very cheap or whatever, and people will come back. And that's a scary thing.
Yeah.
Like now, even kids nowadays. Oh, I want to go to McDonald's. I want to go to Burger King. Oh, I want to fast food joint, the fries, the whatever, like the most unhealthy stuff. Well, I'm guilty of it because last week you know, I went to Dallas, and on the way there, and you want something fast for the in-law, so we stop and get like uh, something from McDonald's. I don't know. I don't know the menus from McDonald's or from Burger King. I don't know because I don't really eat there, you know. So, but yeah, I'm guilty of that part. And like
Do you have
sometimes
KFC in Cambodia? Kentucky Fried
I'm
Chicken.
I'm pretty sure they do have now, but when I was growing up, no. When I was growing up, no. Over there, 2003, before I left the country, I never heard KFC, or even McDonald's,
Right.
or even Burger King's. I'd never heard of it until I
Seriously.
came to the state. Yeah.
So did you have other fast food restaurants then?
No, not that I know of. You know what I mean? But when I was in the capital, I stayed over there for like almost a year. Trying to learn English before I came to the state, you know. But I didn't really learn shit, yeah. but
You just learned
yeah,
about fast food.
yeah. But no, but I not that I know of. At the time, 2002, 2003, maybe they have like certain location that I didn't know about. But for me, the information about fast food like McDonald's, Burger King's, Wendy's, all that fast food joint or whatever, I never heard of it till I came to the state, you know. And even I came to the state, I was never big of the fast food, you know. I was never really big of fast food because you know when I was growing up, I tell you where I was at, my hometown, everybody have a garden, you know. Everybody have fresh vegetable, fresh food, you know. We might not have every little thing, but we have most of everything. Like we got mangoes, we got papaya, we got bananas, we got orange, lime, lemongrass, cilantro, basil, chili, you name it. Like you know, like every houses that you know that I was growing up or around my house at the time, everybody have a fresh vegetable, you know. So
That's how it should be, man. I only know a handful of people who even know how to grow in the UK. Like it's crazy. Nobody has this knowledge anymore. But that's how it should be, man. Everybody should be growing, and there should be fruit trees everywhere, and you know, we should have enough veg to just give it out to people. You know,
yeah,
crazy, crazy world we
when
live in now.
my mom just sold the house too, but when I was in Florida, we planned everything. The first time when we bought the house, it was 2013, I believe, 2013, 2014. It was dead grass, you know, because it was in like kind of um, like a project type of area. So, you know, it was so cheap when we bought the house, and it was dead grass, and we didn't have anything now. But before we left, now we have everything, man. We have mango, we have papaya, we have like same thing like I just described
Man,
to you. Yeah, and even
amazing.
bamboo, and even bamboos, and we eat the bamboo shoot too, or we make into soup or whatever. But yeah, we just sold the house. My mom just sold the house because
So where they
you
living
know,
now? Have they moved to the States as well? Are you in the States now, Kimbo?
yeah, I'm in the state. I'm in Texas
Yeah,
right now.
yeah.
I'm in
And what about your
Texas.
family? Did they move to the States, or are they still in Cambodia?
Um, well, you know, my whole families are here. You know, my mom,
Yeah,
my sister, my brother,
yeah.
my dad, and I. Yeah, we here in the state, of course, but we have other family over there that they you know they in Cambodia. But one thing they don't understand is you know they think like, oh yeah, you in the United States, you in you know the most famous country in the world, the most powerful country in the world. You must be rich, but they don't understand that we have to pay for every little thing. Come on, when we go to the restroom, we flush the toilet. That's money. It costs money. But see, most
Yeah.
of them right now, they like over there, like my families. I wish I can bring all of them and let them work their ass off so they can see what's going on. Like we work you know, some week I would, you know, 2, 3 weeks straight with no days off because I need the money. But over there, there's no property tax, you know. That they have houses
Yeah.
already, you know. And my mom, matter of fact, my mom just went to Cambodia today. Well, she on the plane right now, you know. She going to visit Cambodia, and she got the heart of you know, like angel, bro. She work her ass off in the United States. She barely even speak English, but all this money, she go over there help family buy lands and stuff so they can farm or whatever, and they don't have to pay taxes just like we do here. So when they have a
Yeah,
house, they have property, they all set. They can plant
they
whatever
own the
they want,
land.
you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, they might not have the technology that we have, but they living in kind of like a paradise in a way, you know. But they don't see it that
yeah,
way. They
bro.
think like we live in a paradise, but they don't know how hard it is out here.
No, bro. This is why I find this fascinating because I was going to ask you, where do you see yourself retiring? Like, when you have your kids and stuff like that. Because I don't see the cities as a paradise. I mean, as a youngster, as a teenager, yeah, I thought, I could never not live in a city. But now I'm over the age of 35. Like, man, I see this as more of a prison, and I see what you're describing. That feels like paradise in Cambodia.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
I
with
have couple
simple
option.
life.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have couple option. When I grow a little older, whatever, I have couple option. I would love to move back to my country. You know, to live
yeah,
there. My mom right now she have like a few lands out there, properties out there. She built like a
yeah.
house,
So
brand
you've
new
got
house.
somewhere to go back to. Yeah,
Yeah. And oh, I can go to Mexico, whereas my wife family from, over there too. The living cost over there is not that expensive either. So, I would say 20, 30,000, you can build a nice house, a
yeah.
nice freaking house. Same thing
You
like
need
Cambodia,
you
but
need you
yeah.
need 280,000 to build a nice house in the UK.
Yeah, same thing like the US,
Crazy.
my friend.
Yeah, it's
Same
just
thing like
amazing,
the
isn't it?
US.
Like, why not? Why just save your money and then just go retire over there, man? And you could be rich. You could live in luxury out there.
And another thing, you know, but yeah, okay, I asked my friend, I that I used to work with before, whatever. At that time, he was working over here, and he sent money to Mexico, and he started building houses. He showed me pictures and stuff. Man, it's a beautiful house. I asked him how much they cost. He's like about $40,000, you know. But if you
Wow.
take that same house and put in the United States, it probably like costs about maybe close to $1 million. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Same thing like my mom's house. She got a brand new house. She built all the fence, like what, the fence around it, and the fence is not just regular fence. She built a fancy fence. She got four,
That
bath,
sounds fancy.
like it does look fancy, you know what I mean? Like that would be a multi-million a million house in the state, but in other country, it's like, oh, it doesn't cost that much, you know what I mean? Because
Mm.
we came here, we work, and then we use the same money to go to a different country. That's why you see a lot of expat people that go out there to Thailand, to South America, to the Philippines, to like another third world country, and they live very happily. You know what I mean? But let's say you have a little business online that you can generate income. At least let's say $1,000 a month, right? Like just $1,000 a month or €1,000 a month. You go to other country and you start calculate all your expenses or whatever. You probably will still have like $300-400 left. You know, and you
Yeah.
live happily. And I think that's gonna be my next step is stay here, open up a business maybe in a couple years or
Mm.
maybe not. I don't know. Make enough money and just go live in another world. I can go to Mexico, but I don't know how to speak Spanish. But my wife does, so that's a good thing that she knows how to speak Spanish. Or I
Mhm.
can go back to Cambodia.
Mhm.
If the living
Mm.
costs over there is way cheaper and I can retire early, why not? So
Yeah. No, that's you've got it all at your feet, man. You still sound young. You young 20s.
no, I'm 35, my friend.
Ah.
I'm old. I'm an old man too now. Well,
Yeah,
I
I
think
don't know why I thought you were younger.
nah, bro. I'm an old man. Yeah. I mean, what about you, Big Roots? How old are you?
Me, I'm 36 now. Shit, I'm 37. I'm losing track.
I think.
37.
Well, you born 80? What? 86?
Yeah.
86. Okay. Well, see, my real age. I was born in 87, but then when I was in the Cambodia Thai border at the time, when I was a baby, when they did my certificate, they wrote it wrong. They wrote 88 instead of 87, so I'm like a year off. But my real age, yeah, I think 36 now. But on on my driver license, 35.
Yep. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to start thinking about, when you get past 40, you got to start thinking about where you're going to end up, right? You
Definitely.
can't, I don't want to grow old in the city, Growing old in
Me
the
either.
city, I just see the old people around the city and I don't know, man, they just get mistreated, they get overlooked, and they're all angry as fuck, so I don't want to be like them. I want some land and an internet connection and I'm good for life, for retirement.
So how's the crime over there where you at in UK? Like how's the crime over there? Like is it high or is it like not too high or is it
Yeah, it's
low?
really high. Really high.
Really
Yeah.
high? Jesus.
Yeah. There's a thing, there's a viral thing going around in London. So the police are patrolling the streets of Oxford Street, which is one of the richest streets in London, because there are crowds of people who have gathered together from TikTok who are just running in shops and robbing the place, looting.
Oh.
So there's a viral movement going on. It's been happening for the last week and a half now, where hundreds of people turn up and then they just start looting a shop. So they're having to get hundreds of police out on the streets to deal with it.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of shit that's going on in the UK right now.
Damn, bro. That's the same thing been happening in the US too. Like New York, especially New York and LA, California, Los Angeles. But yeah, it's crazy, man. But I bet you anything they don't try to do that either in Florida or in Texas.
Well, yeah, because there's no guns, is there? So people are in the UK. We get a lot of knife crime, but we also get a lot of just fighting in general and looting and like when shit kicks off, it really kicks off. But I believe it's because we haven't got guns, and because there isn't guns, there's no fear. There's no fear of being shot.
And that's the sucky things about the UK. You guys don't carry guns over here. Shit, we got our rights to bear arms, so it means that we can carry. Especially in Texas, you can open carry too. I don't even need like you know like driver license. I mean what is it, the concealed weapon license, or permit.
Yeah.
You can just carry. Like I always carry mine too, because in the city, it's a little crazy too. I drive around. I used to go to do a water softener last year with one of my buddy. He owns the company or whatever, and I went out there to do like some job with him. I see some part of the city, like, oh my God, this look like Florida where I was at. It's like very ghetto, very dangerous. You just kind of walk into like a neighborhood, like looking different, different colors, whatever, and you can be the target. So I always carry, mine on me, just in case anything
Nice.
happens, just to protect myself. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a good thing. I think every country should have had that right. But once you haven't got that right, like if you try to reintroduce that now to the UK, fuck me, we'd have problems. So we're so far gone down the whole personal freedom in the UK. I would probably say the UK is is the literal belly of the beast when it comes to control. We've got the most cameras per inch square mile. We don't have levels of freedom that you do in America. So it's just a different world in that respect. Like the people are very different in the UK.
Yeah. So how is taxes in the UK where you at right now? How's the taxes? Like the property tax, the state tax, city tax, the federal tax
Yeah,
in
everything
general.
everything's taxed at source in the UK. So you'll usually find we have 20% taxes. So you'll find 20% of your salary every month is gone at source. 20% duty. You pay extra for things like cigarettes. They've dutied petrol. We even have something called a TV license, where you don't have to, but people are paying per year just to use the TV tax. Basically, we have a lot of taxes in the UK.
Now, that sounds retarded right there. The TV taxes.
TV tax, bro. I don't even watch the TV
taxes.
anymore. Nobody watches TV anymore. That's just for BBC.
Yeah. Nobody watch TV, bro. Like anything I want, I have a third-party program. I can stream anything pretty much for free.
Yeah.
Any new stuff, any old stuff. Yeah. So I don't watch TV. I haven't watched TV since like 10 years ago, maybe even longer than that. Yeah, when I start to realize like, all this shit was just nothing but propagandas, I used to get mad when I watched TV and shit, and I used to kind of have, I would say like a little hatred against certain group of people because that's the idea they projected in the TV, and I took it, into my head, and it
politics
was
and
not.
stuff.
Yep, it was not a good feeling. So, but when I realized, it was all fun and game to them, and propaganda to make us hate each other and all that stuff, and I stopped watching. I said, no, fuck this,
Yeah, I believe this was all prophesized. I believe that this has been forthcoming for a long time, but the divide and conquer, it was prophesized that man would be against woman, father against son, mother against daughter. And I believe they knew it and they prophesized it because it's the outcome of the information age. So we're in the age of ideas now, aren't we? In information where everybody has their own beliefs and views, and whereas back in the day everybody sort of fell in line a little bit more. So I think this is just part of the information age now. It was all by design to divide and conquer us. And I've got a brother who I say to him all the time, stop talking to me about politics, but he still tries to talk to me about it, and I'm like, look, you don't realize, bro, like I don't have a side. I don't have any faith or confidence that a politician can do anything for us. So please stop. It's just pointless energy.
Exactly. I sometimes think it's just, everything's like just a cycle, like you said, prophecy.
Yeah,
I truly believe it's like a cycle that just that reoccurs, and this has happened before at some point in humanity, in the scope of from when life on Earth began. I truly believe it's cycles, and I truly believe it's to do with the age of Pisces and Aquarius moving into that. That's got a lot to do with it.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's long count and short count calendars, and I think you get a kind of reset in terms of you go through the same thing again, but from a slightly higher level up or from the next level across. So, yeah, 100%. 100%. This was prophesized because of nature, because of what we see, the repeating patterns, and one thing always leads to another. Yeah, I'm with you on that. 100%.
Just like the sun cycle, isn't it? On a yearly cycle, we don't prophesize it; we just know the cycle. But you imagine something else on a more massive scale than that, where it's something else is happening. Well, they call it the Great Year, don't they? Well, that's the Great Year, but you can have, like you say, every 2,000 years there's definitely a shift. There's different shifts, isn't there, in different period times? I believe.
Yep.
I think there's. I can't. I'm just guessing at numbers here, but I'm sure one's 7 years on a scale. I'm sure one's 100. Then you've got the.
Well, every 7 years, every single cell in your body renews. So there is 100% a cycle within the 7 years. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. And some people say the 7 year. With work and moving and changing the job career, it's usually every 7 years. So there's things that happen there's cycles of things in nature. And I think, like you're saying, what we're going through now with this old system being destroyed and all these changes. I think it's just a part of a cycle. It might be a clearing out the dead wood, ready for a new beginning. We're all seeing it as in one way. Maybe we need this to happen. I don't know. I'm just talking.
No. I love it. I agree. So, what do you think about the soul? What do you think about your existence and the soul? Do you believe in reincarnation?
I wasn't brought up to believe in reincarnation, but yes, I do. I think the soul is just a permanent thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Immortal. Yeah. And that we cycle in our lives, in our nearly said respawns, but reincarnations. We go through cycles of that as well. You think?
Yeah, I do. I don't know how or anything really, but I do believe that the soul goes on, and has different levels, and you. I mean, was it? Different cultures describe it differently, don't they? I don't know if it's the. Some describe it as Some describe it as moving when you look at the Earth and the stars and the wandering stars. That they're actually levels of you can move through them. We're on the Earth now, which is the mid plane, and then you might see where the moon is, but that's like another. People in ancient cultures describe that as another level, and that's where your soul will go into that level, and then you've got your Mercury and Saturn, and then you get to the Godhead. You call it the Godhead at the top, something like, I can't remember what culture that is, but they describe it like that, and working your way through this seven of these levels, or well, there might be 9 actually.
Yeah. You're talking about Hebrew cosmology here, and some of the ancient cosmologies.
Yeah.
The 7 netters and the etheric world planes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I to be honest, I'm really sort of taken by that, because I just feel like these numbers and these levels and these planes, it's very obvious this is how fractally how the universe is built. And if you know anything about dimensions, then you will know obviously that there is a 4th dimension and a 5th and a 6th. And if you look at the way life is and how it, as above is below, remember it's the same thing but on different levels. So that that's why I not believe, but that's why I'm taken in back a little bit by the 7 netters, the 7 heavens, not only because it's in scripture, not only because it's in multiple cultures, but also it makes sense from the dimensional aspect of reality and the soul.
Yeah,
it makes complete sense.
Yeah, I'm interested in all that. Obviously, it's not something you discuss really within you can, but it's not a flat earth sort of debate thing. But it's there's no evidence. But I sway towards all that type of stuff. I find it really interesting. It intrigues me. And like you said, there's got to be if it's been passed down for so long, and we're still talking about it. There's something, and maybe some of these civilizations knew a lot more about it and knew how to work. It's a universal, natural. It's a nature, isn't it? It's like you say, these numbers and 7s and 12s and 3s and 6s and 9s and these numbers and levels. It's all connected somehow. There's something there.
Well, I think it's the fractal nature. I was literally talking about this last night. Someone I was talking to on the phone was like, "Oh, why is it 3, 6, and 9? Why is it not 12? Why is it only 3, 6, and 9? Why is it not 0?" And we were talking about it, and it kind of came to me that when you get to the 3rd dimension, it's all about directions, isn't it? So you've got 3 dimensions, you've got 3 directions.
Yeah.
After you've got to the 3rd dimension, you have no more directions to go in this sort of 3rd dimension. We've got up, down, length, space, breadth, all that shit. But then to take it to the next level, you need a new direction that is not visible from us or whatever. So it's at this point when you get to the 3rd dimension where you need a whole new reference point So you then, you've gone from having up, down, left, and right, and depth and breadth, and all this. Now you put all that into one point and say that is yin. Now you had a yin and yang within it. You had an up and down. You had an alpha, omega, left, right. Now all of that becomes yin or alpha. And then you have to create a new reference point, which is outside of basically this existence, and connect them. And now all of a sudden, boom, you've created a new plane of dimension. So 3, 6, and 9 being, to me, this is obviously all coming from my interpretation, but 3, 6, and 9 is when you have run out of directions, and now you have to create a new direction, and everything you've been doing, all this complexity in the first 3 dimensions is summed up into one point. So then it's at the 3rd dimension, and at the 6th dimension, and at the 9th dimension, where you then take it to the next step, i.e. a reset. Like level 3rd dimension, 6th dimension, and 9th dimension are like resets in the geometry. Like it's where a new direction comes. I hope that makes sense. But I was talking about this last night with my friend for about 2 hours. It's beautiful.
No, I think them chats are really good, and when I'm listening to them, I can really, something resonates within me. I can't, I can only, something inside me tells me that I mean, I've listened to other people talk about that, the Santos Bonaccis and things like that, and other people touch on it a little bit now and again, and I resonate with it. I feel there's something much deeper, and this is the deepness that we're talking about now. That it sounds absurd in some ways to people.
It does.
But on a larger scale, we'll call it a universal scale. It's a massive scale, and that
fractal.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing that kind of get me when he, like, I listen to Santos Bonacci a lot. I still do now sometime or whatever. But one thing that he made the claim talking about that kind of got me a little bit, that I don't know, I'm just kind of lost with it. I think when he make that claim talking about, the family that own the world domination right now, that runs the world, there's a few family that came from inside the earth, and the earth has 7 layers and all that stuff. I'm like, like that part, it just got me, because I'm like, oh, so if that's the case, so then wait, so this is gonna be a hollow earth, that there's our layers, there's, there's, I don't know, man, it
Yeah,
just,
I
to me,
think he was talking about the hellish regions, like these levels, like the Earth being the mid garden, the mid plane,
Midgard.
Midgard, and then there's, I can't remember the names. To gentlemen, is it, sorry, yeah, you might. They have got names. These are the hellish. These are the hellish ones below. And what I think what Santos was sort of explaining was, as you're moving up through these levels, which we've just been talking about, there's a mixture in the mid plane. As you're coming through to these levels, there's some of the ones below, sort of, I don't know, maybe mingling in with this level, and I think that's what he was trying to explain. That until I don't know, there's some sort of change going on and cycle. I think that's what he was getting at. But there's a name for them 2 levels below, I think, or level below. I just can't think of it. I'd have to research it and have a look. But I know I've heard the talk before, and then obviously you go up on the other levels, and eventually you're going back to source. That's what he's saying. You're going back to source, creator, is what we're trying to do. We're moving up them 7 levels, and that's when the chakras. It's the chakras, and them chakras correspond to the 7 wandering stars, and there's all this connection going on.
777.
I think, what the topic that I heard when he was speaking about it, it was on, I believe it was on Tinfoil Hat, when he had Eddie Brower. Eddie Brower was with him, and also Sam Tripoli, and was in there too. I think that's the episode that I was watching and listening to him, and but you know what though, I might not, like, agree with him 100% or believe 100%. But the crazy part is, my wife, she doesn't like any other people talking about flat earthers or some other stuff, whatever. But when she listened to Santos Bonacci, she was get into it. She was really like, "Oh my God, this makes sense!" Like, she got excited with it. So, in another word, is this, like, well, certain people will wake up to certain people, and let's say somebody else would listen to Santos Bonacci. They're like, nah, this can't be it. I don't want it. But then if they listen to QE, they'd be like, oh, I like this guy. He explained very well. He
The
has
thing with Santos, is I'm not sticking up for him, or I'm not a big. I like him, but what I'm saying is, and I think he'll admit this, he's not. He's just relaying information of ancient civilizations. That's what he's doing. It's not his. He's not saying anything that's not been said before. He's just that's what he's into, the ancient knowledge, the hermetic laws and the universe and all that. And he's just relaying this information which has been around for who knows how long. So a lot of people say, "Oh, Santos is saying this," but he will tell you, "I'm just teaching you from these ancient books and ancient knowledge and ancient cultures and beliefs." But it is really interesting. I mean, I don't know. I stumbled on him. I've been in arguments. I'm not saying this is my. I say this because it's ended up in arguments when I mention it, especially with Christian flat earthers. So I was really intrigued when I've never heard of this before. I think I heard a bit of Jordan Maxwell talk on it by accident at first about the astrotheology and the sun and Jesus and the 12 apostles and the constellations, which I'm not saying anything about. Jesus is not real or has been on the earth, because that's where this conversation usually goes. But I really found that I resonated with that. I thought, well, I can understand the connection there. I can see it, and when you read some words in scriptures, you can sort of see it. But I brought it up with a few people, and it just ends up in arguments. But I mean, both things could be correct. Jesus could have walked the earth, and there could have been 12 disciples. But it also could correspond as well to that the sun does represent something of that nature of Jesus, and the 12 constellations. So it all ties in, and it's related. Not one or the other, and one above the other. It's just both there. And back, I really it blew me away when I first heard this. I was brought up a Christian, and I've used to go to church and pray to Jesus, and but I think now as I've grown, I always relate to the Creator now. But anyway, I don't know what I'm rambling on about there, but that really resonated with me, and I still find it so interesting when I think about it and compare notes on scriptures and with the zodiac and the heavens. Anyway, I'll end there. Sorry, guys.
No, you're fine.
You're good, bro. Don't apologize. It's great. I enjoy these conversations, One Deck. I feel like we've come across a lot of the same information. We've been researching in the same areas because we always tend to resonate on these subjects. But I think you're bang on. Sorry, Kembo, as well. I'll give way 1 sec. I just want to say that I agree 100% that both stories have an element of truth, because there was a guy called Yahushua or whatever. He had a brother called James. He had family. We follow the bloodline all the way up to the guy, the Ethiopian king, King Melanek and Haile Selassie. So we know they existed. But what's hidden is that they were not claiming, Jesus or Jesus or whatever you want to call him, wasn't claiming all the claims that are attributed to him now. What happened was a syncretism of paganism and sun worship with the story of this Jesus or Jesus or whatever. And basically what you get is the modern story of Jesus. There was an original story of Jesus, but this isn't the original story of Jesus in its entirety, because if you look at the story of Cyprus, which is from the Septuagint Bible, you'll see the resurrection, you'll see the walk on water, you'll see you'll see parallels or whatever. So yeah, you're bang on. From my research, I'm starting to realize both were true. This Jesus guy was one of the most influential guys because of what was happening politically and socially across the world, but he never claimed to be God's son. God's son is an actual sun in the sky, and that's how it always originally was. But yeah, sorry, Kembo, you jump in, mate.
No, you're fine, brother. You're fine. I like what we're talking here. My thing, I was gonna just say, like, yeah, different different type of truther or flat earthers, whatever, will wake up different type of people, and so I was just kind of shocked because I show my wife a lot of stuff. She was never really interested. She agreed with me, but she says not her thing. But when I show Santos Bonacci couple episode that we were watching with her together or whatever, and she was really into it, and that's why I said certain people wake up certain type of people. So it's not a
I mean,
bad thing at all.
but I find it amazing when he explains and he shows the wheel and the sun in Aries coming into spring, and how Aries is the ram, and each one of them zodiac signs corresponds to a body part, and the ram is the brain or the head, and that's where he mentions the cerebrum or the cerebrum, and it's to do with the ram, and then you've got Taurus, the bull, which is the cerebellum, and this is to do with the as the sun comes into there. That's the first thing, is the mind and the brain and the thought. After that, and then he goes on to explain the next sign, and then after that is Gemini. So it's all to do that's saying the sun's starting with a thought, it's starting with the brain, then and like an imagination part, and then the cerebellum is another part of the brain which does something, and then Gemini then is the twins and the two arms. That's then physical, doing something. So that's just explaining manifestation from thought in the first three zodiac signs, and the sun moving through them. And as he breaks that down, that's really interesting as well. And as it moves round into each zodiac sign, the sun throughout the year, and each one's a body part, and each one has different things going on within there. I just think it's really good how he. I know all he's doing is following the sun's path over the ecliptic. There was another. Who was the other guy? Light of Egypt, the book's called. It might have been Walter. I can't think of his name now. I got him up Santos's thing. He goes on about this, and he's good because he talks about a lot of the angle of the. Because even you'll find the shift of the zodiac now, maybe on the spring equinox on March. Aries won't be there. This slippage. So there'll be another sign there on that day. I've lost my trail of thought now. Sorry, I was thinking about two things, but yeah. So it's all interesting stuff, that there's the sun cycle over the ecliptic and the relationship between body parts and everything else.
It's so deep, isn't it? I mean, I'm just hearing thought, and I remember watching that lecture where he related all the body parts, and I was in awe when I was listening, because he, the way he was connecting everything, the etymology of the words of our body parts connected to the stars, like, it is really powerful. And I think, Kembo, I think probably the reason why, because Santos, I can show to people and they love it. They really love it. And I think it's because he's done, rather than being a specialist in one subject, which is, let's say, Nathan Oakley, for example, I try and show normal people Nathan Oakley, it's just too advanced. It's just too advanced for them. But if I show them Santos Bonacci, my God, he's appealing to them in 7 different levels. He's going across 4 different disciplines. He's then showing you the history. He's then linking in the etymology. And you can't argue with it. You know what I mean? He makes it so easy. And I think genius is the ability to take a complex argument and make it simple. And to have such a wide, to get involved in so many different subjects, like one deck, being able to flick between all these different subjects and link them together. I think this is where you really start to actually see a bit more, of all the connectedness of all of this, and maybe this is all one big event,
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that's what he does. Yep. He synchronizes everything. That's what he says. He said, he loves the Bible, but he loves the Bhagavad Gita and the Quran, and he can show how all of them are saying the same thing. It's got the similar stories. It's the same message. Everything's synchronized. It's just different cultures and different people have put it together differently. So, but it's all, like you say, coming into a bit bigger picture that we're trying to work out. Could be this moving up through dimensions eventually to meet the creator, him or herself. And this is because sometimes, I mean, I don't know how this just popped into my head, but I had a bit of a weird conversation a few weeks ago about someone I wasn't talking to someone as if they wanted to die or anything, but they were saying, we were just talking about what is the actual point of life, on Earth. What is the actual point at the end of it all? Because you're born into it. Yeah, you're gonna feel you're gonna have some good times here. Maybe doing whatever you do, and family and friends, work, holidays. But and then we all know we're just gonna die.
Yeah.
So someone said to me, "Well, why don't we just get it over with and die? Just die. Why go through all that? What's the point of going through all that?" So, well, there you go. There must be a point of going through it. There's got to be a point. Otherwise, what is the point? You might as well just be born and say, "Well, I can't be asked going through all that effort and energy. I might just fucking kill me, or I'm just going to die, and that's what's going to happen anyway."
Yeah.
I know it sounds stupid, that, but we're both having a bit of a deep conversation about it.
Yeah, have you heard of Charles Bukowski?
I've heard the name, but I don't think I've delved into it much. I've heard the name rings a bell. I may have done.
Yeah, have you heard of the ancient philosopher Diogenes, the one who dwelled with the dogs and said that dogs were more virtuous than man? And he's like a really famous philosopher called Diogenes. There's a famous photo of all the philosophers on the stairs. I don't know if you've seen that picture, and it's got all the big heads from ancient philosophy, and sitting down at the bottom in rags is a guy called Dionysius, I think. Anyway, he was the master of not nihilism, because he believed in God, but it was like what's the point? Really, what is the point in trying? And I don't know, I feel like Charles Bukowski is like the Diogenes of the modern era, where you listen to him and he makes this point very well. Like, why are you trying to achieve what? For what? In what ego? And in what world is this important? And for what reason do you carry that importance? To the point where his quotes come out, he'll come out with a quote basically like, "Do what you love until it kills you." Well, why not? And it's so credible. It's so credible because the deeper you get, the more insignificant the politics is, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
But check him out, Charles Bukowski, amazing poet. Is some of the best quotes that I've heard of to counteract the tryhards, the virtue signalers, the ones who say, "Oh, you got to do this, you got to do that." You ain't got to do shit. Learn yourself. That's all you got to do.
Yeah, it's a bloody big puzzle, isn't it? But like you say, I love thinking about it and trying to work things out. But then, like, on the other hand, you're thinking, well, I think we spoke the other week about this, like, meditation and just being at peace with yourself and not why work your brain and too much and have chattering going on too much about this and that, and what about these levels, and am I going back to the creator? And but why not? But you can just go within and be peaceful. So I sometimes fight between that sometimes with myself, like, well, I know if I just forget about thinking about this sometimes, I can just I don't need to think about anything really. I don't need to, even though I have just enjoyed all that astrotheology and the zodiac and the heavens and the star movements amazes me, because I know there's got to be something about it that, creator wise, but then
100%, yeah.
But it's a constant. I have a constant battle with myself. I don't know. Maybe other people maybe do.
Yeah. Same.
No, same thing. Like when we first heard flat Earth, it did make sense to us. We accepted for a little bit, and all of a sudden, like, we fought with ourselves. Oh no, it cannot be, it cannot be. And then the next day, you're like, oh, it is flat. So you fight back and forth till you accept it. Like the Earth is stationary, flat and stationary. There's no curve. You finally came to some sense with yourself and just accept it.
Mhm.
So just like we accept our life the way it is. We I would like to call myself a truther. I'm pretty sure you guys call yourself a truther too. So we accept we are the truther. We live our life to a certain way with certain moral codes. Don't do no harm, don't steal from anybody, don't cheat, don't whatever. We're just trying to be better ourselves. So, and because we accept it, at least for me, I accept the way life is now, and just trying to be better every day in general, and trying to spread the truth. um not in a crazy way like I used to get very excited, every time I meet new people, whatever, I throw that subject in there, and and it turned into like an issue, or and stuff like that. But now it's like, you know what,
Yep.
it's okay, I accept for what it is, and I just live my life, and the one that meant for me to like spread the truth, they're gonna come around. It's gonna be okay. So
Yeah.
I like
I
that.
mean, like like you're saying about finding the. I think that's that. I mean, it's a difficult one probably to eventually find all the truth, and I think that's why some of these religions have been put into place. Like, you've got a set a rule, you've got a rule book to follow, which is a good guidance. But it's just like, if I follow this, then I know basically I'm doing the right thing. Possibly, you're not actually maybe researching anything. You know that if you don't steal, you don't kill, you don't do this. Your 10 Commandments, and follow God's word from the scriptures. Then that's the way you should be, and that's the truth. But then
The point isn't we're not. It's not the point. Isn't following God's word. To me, God's word is just synonymous with natural and nature. So if you go against nature, there's repercussions, right?
Yeah.
That's just the guidelines. The commandments are: if you choose to go against nature with your free will, then you must suffer the consequences. Now we've created hell and heaven, off the back of that. But in reality, it's just if you go against nature, you will kind of live in a hell because you'll be constantly going against the natural order. I think it's so simple, but we've turned it into a fear-based thing with a heaven and a hell and a punishment after death,
See,
rather than
that's where sorry,
challenge.
that's
Yeah.
where I can. This is where I'm going back to what I was speaking about before when you start talking about the astrotheology, and I'll just bring Santos into it again about the heaven. I mean, I can't actually, I can't actually believe there's a place, called hell that you go to, or heaven. I do think it's, to me, when you say it, when you speak about it as a condition of yourself, um, you know, I can relate to that. I'm in a heaven, if you're in a heavenly place or a hellish place, depending on how you are, I can resonate with that. But when I think, when you're going to go to hell and it's all fire and flames and this is a real place, I just find that pathetic. I just can't resonate with that. And if I can't resonate with that, I don't believe there's an area somewhere. When we were talking about dimensions, that's a different thing and different levels. But I don't think there's little fluffy clouds where you go and you're in heaven and everything's peaceful. That you can get yourself to that state, and then that's the way I am with it. And this is where I have a clash with some flat earthers sometimes, Christian flat earthers, because as soon as you start talking about all that, then you're going against the biblical and creation story and stuff like that. But
yeah,
this is the way Santos explains it. It's not. It's not. Don't take it too literal. It's
yeah.
yeah. So it's a very tricky subject with some people.
I do want to, add something to that, or even ask the question about that type of stuff. Was like, I'm a Christian, I know that, but I'm not religious or anything. I'm not. I don't get too crazy into biblical stuff either, because last time I read, the Bible was in my language. It was, I would say, 2008. I read the book of Revelation. When the water turned to blood and then the horn stopped blowing. and I guess this beast coming out, whatever. I got scared, so I closed the book, and I kind of never read it again. But I'm gonna start reading it again, sometime this week. But anyhow, so my thing is this, right? I I do want to say this, but I'm not saying like I'm right or whatever. I want to think this in uh, a optimistic way, and if God has, you know, the power, He created everything, the living things, the consciousness, the soul, the whatever that He created, right? And I think I think that when we all die, He would take all of us to heaven, because I think if He has all this power, yeah, and everything, He would take the darkness out of our soul and give us another chance. I don't think He's gonna abandon His kid just because we don't listen to Him right now, or certain people don't listen to Him right now, or have not repent or whatever for whatever reason. Um, I think that He would just take the darkness out of our soul, and just give us another chance, after this world. So maybe all these, so-called idea, or you go to hell or whatever, it's all kind of all in our head, or even hell on earth right now. So
Mm.
maybe after this world, I don't know,
I
I
mean,
think he
we
a
could talk
chance.
about it like Root's just been saying, and we've been discussing. Like, so you could relate everything to everything. So you could relate the body, and if you've got energy chakras, and you can move up them chakras and enlighten yourself. Say, open your pineal gland and become enlightened. Yeah, that's the same then. So on a bigger scale, you're living in this mid plane now. Yeah, this is going on inside us, as well as we are moving up through a bigger version of ourselves. Trying to find our whole selves, moving up these 7 chakras, which are levels up to the pineal gland, which is at the last one, and that's where the creator is, and that's when you will be in heaven, and you have gone back to the creator. That's the most heavenly place. But you can do that down here within yourself, so you've got heaven and hell inside you, but that's just a small version of what's going on a bigger scale within the levels of dimensions and planetary levels that we were speaking about moving through, if that makes any sense at all.
No, I get it. Yeah,
100%.
I do agree on that part. But when I said like, oh, maybe we are gonna go to heaven or whatever. Yeah, it might trigger some certain Christian or whatever. But on another hand, I'm just being optimistic. And when I say that, that doesn't mean I will encourage anybody to go out there and still, harm anybody or sin in general. But I'm just saying, like, in an optimistic way. I don't think our Father gonna abandon us. You know, um,
Nothing wrong with that.
it just yeah, and but yeah, it just my thought process on this part. That's all.
Well, read your scriptures again, mate, because I think you might start seeing that God doesn't in the Old Testament, especially, He kind of doesn't treat everybody as a free ticket, and there is like massive repercussions for not being reliable. Not reliable. What's the word? For not taking responsibility over one's mind and being easily manipulatable, and like there are actual consequences to stuff. So I just think let's not create a scenario where nobody has to do the work.
Yeah, I do agree on that part. Yeah, I do agree on that part. Because if you fucked up, there's gonna be consequences. In life.
Well, yeah, I think
In
that's
life.
what this
So
is all
yeah,
about. Yeah, sorry, bro. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, because I remember reading a few scriptures where the choice at the end of Revelation, the choice of, the so-called day of judgment, it's a choice when people choose to follow take the mark of the beast. It's not because we're forced, it's because we use our free will to turn our back on basically nature. When I say God, I mean nature. So for me, it's like, well, it's going to be a choice that we subconsciously make. Some people will choose nature and subsequently God, and the other people will choose technology, AI, subsequently Satan. So I think it's a bit of a metaphor. Heaven and hell is going to be a personal choice, and heaven and hell has nothing to do with a comfy, living in a comfortable place amongst a broken society. Does that make any sense?
No,
Yeah, it does, and you can probably tie that in with the other gentleman was talking about these hellish regions below and people moving up, and there's a mixture of two things going on. That's what you'll have, I think. You'll have these two. You'll have these mixtures of, like say, you stick with the natural creator, or you go to the technology side and go that way. And that's another thing that I'm not saying it's correct, but one of that scripture, but I've spoke about this and got into argument. Where the disciples ask Jesus, "What shall they do when he's gone?" And he tells them to follow the guy with a pitcher of water and follow him into his house and the mansion, and that corresponds with the Aquarius sign.
Yeah,
the man with the pitcher of water. You know the story. So when I read that in the scripture, I'm thinking, well, I can that corresponds to me about moving out of Pisces and the fishermen and the Pisces era, and the disciples are saying, "What should we do?" He just says, "Follow the man into Aquarius." Follow the man in with a pitcher of the water. But she's going into a new age. But he's saying, "Follow that age." Now, that the age of Aquarius is all about technology. Because the Pisces sign is tied to a belief system. That's what it means. The Pisces is a belief. Each sign has a specific thing. Pisces is belief and faith.
Jesus.
So during that era, it's a bit, people have faith and they must believe this and they must believe that. That's what happened. That's what's been happening. You're going into a new system, which Aquarius represents knowledge and knowing. So people are getting more knowledgeable and knowing things. This is like an awakening thing going on. You're realizing things and knowing things, and finding out things you've been lied to. You're realizing things, and this is the new system. But it's also tied with technology, which could be. I know you've just said roots. Like arts. It depends if someone who's corrupted's got hold of things and controlling things. I mean, if it was happening naturally, it might just be a natural, peaceful thing. But somebody might be pulling strings on these movements as well. If you understand what I'm saying, that they know this is happening and they're guiding it in such a way which isn't a natural, 100% natural way. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, they're trying to replace. They like with the fake chicken. That's how we started this conversation. They're trying to they're trying to imitate nature, aren't they?
Yeah.
With the
So
fake chicken.
if you had no elite, say we did have elite people, satanic elite people running the show, and they know all this is going on, that the sun movement out of Pisces is coming into a new era. Now, if that was just left alone, as nature would, if everyone was peaceful on Earth and had no qualms, I think there would be an automatic shift of some kind taking place, because there's something happened in the heavens that the Creator's put there, and it's going to affect what's happening on Earth. And I think it would be a wonderful change. But I think that, like you've just said, there's somebody. They know this is going on, and maybe, but for the majority of us, they're creating it unnatural situations at this specific time. They know it's happening.
Yeah. Otherwise, why add 1,000 years into the calendar? Why steal nations' histories? Why steal religions? Why create what they've created with a long-term plan to get us somewhere? Why? It just doesn't make sense. This is bigger than businessmen.
Yeah.
Bigger than business.
Yeah.
But listen, I'm just going to have to jump off for. I pulled up at my next job, and I should have been in there half an hour ago. I've been sat in my work van chatting about zodiac signs, so I better go and sign in and do something.
Fair play, mate. Yeah. Catch you later then.
Great talking
Yeah.
to
Hey
you
man,
both.
take
See you
care.
in a
One
bit.
sec.
Chat, mate.
Right, mate.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah, I'm about to go too, but before I go, hey, so
Yeah.
how's everything goes with the? Oh man, that thing go hard, bro. The song
Yeah.
goes
Thank you,
hard,
bro.
man.
Thank you, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the main concern is just the quality, man. When you record it, have a proper recording, man, it's gonna be fire. But if not, then I work with whatever we have.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm gonna go
it,
studio. I was gonna go last night, but I ended up doing something else. But the guy was busy. But by next week, I will have recorded it in a studio, and I'll get a WAV file. But I'll also ask for the stems.
yeah.
But
So
this
so
guy's pretty
so
good.
basically, it's this, right? So basically, what you need to do, I mean, if they want to mix for you, just also that's fine. Let them mix for you. But listen, ask them, oh, can I have all the recording stem? You know what I mean? The stem that because it's gonna be more stem, but the stem that are what you choose and pick for the songs. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
the stem that you don't use, just tell them to delete it. But the stem that you're gonna be using, say, hey, can you zip it up, send it to my email, and yeah, you know what I mean? And if they help clean the vocal too, that would be perfect. But in the studio, most of the time, they're their equipment is set to go. All they got to do is just stop mixing. But most of the time, when you bring a raw vocal, you have to add it a little bit. You have to cut. There's a breath issue. There's gonna be a fade in, fade out. You know what I mean? But that's when the compression comes in. So don't worry about that too much. But just get it done. Send it to me. We'll get it going. I've been slacking off too, my friend. This past like 3 weeks, because family came over. Family came over. They stay here for 2 weeks, and I have not worked on music for like almost 3 weeks. So, but yeah,
Yeah,
but it's all
bro. I
good.
don't even do music. I don't do music. If I meet someone like yourself who inspires me, I'll dabble. But
Mhm.
if you send me a good beat, you can inspire me to create a track. But I have no desire to do it unless I'm inspired by a song or a particular reason. So it's
Yeah.
great. It's great that you're, reminding me and you're encouraging me because yeah, I could quite easily not do it, but I'm really excited to see how it sounds finished, polished, and then see if, how far it will go in the community. Really. So
I mean,
let's
after
do it,
you
baby.
drop this one song, my friend, after you drop this one song, you want to do another one because people gonna ask you for more. Because you're very talented, when it comes to rapping. You talented, very
Bro,
talented.
it's your beats though, man. Your beats are ridiculous. So it inspires me. If it's
Yeah,
a crap beat, I don't rap as good, man. But that beat really hit me.
yeah, but it's fire the way you put everything together. Man, like you know, it's amazing to me. It's amazing, and it
Thank you,
just
brother.
yeah, it goes with the beat perfectly too. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
but yeah, man,
yeah,
just get that done whenever. Just like no rush. I just want a good quality. That's it for just for recording. So when you
yeah.
send it to me, I'm gonna start mixing it, and if I don't like mixing the whole thing. I just pre-mix everything and send it to my engineer. I work with two engineers. I told you one is in Italy, one's also in India. So I can send to one of them, let them mix everything, just have kind of like a rough draft that how I want the vocal, certain effects on certain thing or whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah, for the most part, man, there should be no problem at all. Whenever you send it to me, it's gonna be done. Like it's gonna be, you're gonna be amazed. I'm gonna tell you right now, you're gonna be
Well,
amazed how you're gonna sound. Yeah.
thanks, brother. Well, I'm
All
paying
right, man.
£40 to record it, so I know the guy's gonna put a lot of effort in. I'm gonna go for 2 hours. It'll only take me literally 15-20 minutes to record it, so the rest will be mixing and touching up effects and stuff. So it's gonna be different.
Oh,
Uh,
so okay. So if that's the case, okay. So he charging you £40, correct? For 2 hours, right?
yeah,
So that means you're gonna be record, and then he gonna mix for you. Well, like I said, let him mix for you on that end, and then
Mhm.
also send the raw vocal over here. And when I finish on this side too, we're gonna compare which one that we're gonna choose. Maybe maybe the engineer that you're working with right now, it's his quality is also a good quality, or even better than what we do over here. So, but have to, it's the best option because we can pick
Yeah.
which one we want. You know what I mean? Um, while he mixing it, while you did, just tell him like, hey, I want this part to be this way. I want that part to sound this way. Or I want a chop and screw, kind of like a deep voice on certain word. You know what I mean? Or yeah, whatever you can think of at that moment, at least just tell him to do it. I'm pretty sure he knows how to do it. Because most of the
Yeah.
engineer can do that. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It'll be done by next week, bro. I'll be excited to show you.
No,
I'll send
okay,
it you as
cool,
soon as
bro.
I got it, bro. Yeah, man.
All right, brother. Hey, man, you take care, and God bless, and we'll talk to you some other time. Okay, bro?
Yeah. All right, bro. Have a good day.
Uh,
What time is it now
you,
for you? Is it night for you?
it's
It's
like
late, isn't it?
it's like 4:46
Jesus.
a.m. Yeah, I knocked out earlier. I took a nap, and then I couldn't
Right.
go back to sleep when I woke up, and then I got
Yeah.
these two cats. I just got these two cats too, so I have to kind of play with them a little bit and clean up their poop. So, but yeah,
Fair
brother.
play.
All right, man.
All
Take
right.
care.
Get some sleep. All right, bye.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Bye.
See you in a bit, man. Anyone in here know much about Kepler?
Join Discord.gg/Flat Earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC with you to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Doctor 97832-2S 50K failed bet and Camille.
So we got somebody in here that's betting money today. We need to get this on the record.
$5,000. You don't have that. You also are not going to put it actually on the table, so you're just saying things out of pocket. So I'm going to repost a video so everyone can take a look. This this evidence. There you go. So when are you going to pay up, or do we you got PayPal or Venmo?
Yeah, so just to give some context, the doctor is saying that the sun does not change in size. We're showing him images of the sun changing in size, and he's saying he doesn't want to watch the video. But listen, doctor, do you see the live stream voice text channel just above this?
No.
I think he might be having some technical.
Did you give him permission?
Yeah, he's got the role. Okay. Doctor, can you hear us? Doctor, he maybe needs to leave the room and join again. It might have been to do with getting moved room or something. Might have messed up the perms.
Reblocking him. You're not blocked, Doctor. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, we need to tell him in the text chat to leave and rejoin.
I'll move him back. Happen, see if that works. Doctor, can you hear us? I don't think he's just bricked. He was having a hard time reading how to get in the VC check-in as well.
Yeah, well, basically, he was saying he bets 50,000 euros that the sun doesn't change optically in size, and we're showing him the video of the sun obviously optically changing in size. And we said, watch the video, it's like 20 seconds. He said, no, I don't want to watch the video. So we showed him the pictures. He said, no. So we're just trying to get some sense out of him, and maybe 50,000 euros. Not that he's got 50 euros, but...
Gonna have to pay up, dude. About
right.
to go,
I'm
bro.
going to disconnect him, and I'm going to tell him to rejoin. All right, I need to jump on mute for a bit, but see if you can get him.
Shout out to you, Wolfgang.
Hello?
Yes, we got you. We got you. Welcome back. This might be user error because everything seems fine on our end here. So no one blocked you, brother. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay. So you're saying you've seen all the videos. Well, how about this one? I've got two for you. Do you want to take a look? Or no? Why would you say you're willing to put 50,000?
Then show me this
evidence?
fucking
We're
video. Come
trying
on,
to.
show me. Where can I
We've
see
been
it?
trying to. We've been posting it for you over and
Jesus
over again.
Christ.
Holy
Video,
smokes,
video. Flat earthers always have videos for everything.
What would you?
Always,
What do you want?
but they cannot explain things. I mean,
Okay,
this
well,
is really
excuse me,
annoying. This is
let's go
really
through.
annoying. So where's the
you
video?
said excuse me, it's been posted several times. Being a dong, you're having a hard time working
Where, I
Discord.
mean, there's so many channels and things,
The
and
one
I
you're
don't
typing
know.
in.
There. Flat Earth ranking
Holy
South
smokes,
Africa.
dude! And there's another one. So take your time. Go watch. Only like 20 seconds. You can go full conspiracy mode, and after you watch it, and tell us why
Maybe it's
reality is
clear,
false.
maybe it's whatever. I
You
don't
haven't even
know.
watched
I
it.
don't.
You haven't even
Yeah,
watched
I'm
it.
watching it.
So notice it shrinking. So what do you want to send us cash or Venmo or PayPal?
Whatever is easier, and then we'll just split it up. Send it to one person. He'll be happy to distribute it.
Yay.
Yeah.
You hear me?
We'll take it
Hello?
in cash. Yeah, we can take the cash. Yeah.
You hear me?
Money transfer. Yeah, this guy's bricked.
Hello?
Stupid.
Hello?
Shut up, bitch!
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you, bro. Did you watch the videos?
I did, and?
And the sun observably gets smaller in size.
It was not the sun, what I saw.
What?
It was the glare of the sun.
What? How'd you know that?
Because I have observed it myself, without
Okay,
video,
well,
without photo, without camera.
Where have you
Myself.
observed it? Where have you observed
Very
it?
easy. Very easy.
Yeah,
your
whereabouts?
personal experience doesn't necessarily reflect all of reality, my friends. Because I go outside and I don't observe um um food short, like what do they say, like hungry people, like starvation and stuff like that. There's a lot of people out here that don't have access to food and whatnot. I don't personally see that, but I know that it exists. So my personal experience doesn't necessarily reflect reality. Your personal experience of, well, I never seen the sun do that. Well, here's evidence of it doing that. Some people have experienced that. So you have to step outside your little bubble wherever you live and understand that there's more to reality than just your little personal bubble. So yeah, so you're gonna have to pay up that 50,000 euros. What do you do, PayPal or you got Venmo?
Look, let's meet and let's observe it together in reality
Where?
outside.
Yeah, sure. So you're
If
saying
the
now
sun
you're gonna move
shrinks,
the
I give you
goalposts.
50,000 euros without problem.
You don't have the
If
money.
it does
Stop
not
saying that.
shrink, you have to pay me all the travel costs or
No,
whatever.
you don't have the money. So stop saying stuff like
I
that.
have
Anyway,
the money.
you don't. You're not actually
I have
willing.
the money.
Stop capping, bro.
Stop the cap.
No.
You do not have the money, even if you work
I
for like
have
the
the
next
money.
5 years.
No,
I
stop
have
lying.
the
Stop
money.
the cap.
I'm sorry, I am truthfully, I have that money.
Sure, we believe you.
Stop the cap.
It doesn't really matter because we've just shown you the sun shrinking in size. Claim was that it doesn't
Show
shrink
a
in size.
video
But
of the sun. When I
now what you're
observe it
saying,
in
now what you're
reality, it
saying
does
is
not
it's
shrink. I
just
have
the glare.
observed it hundreds of times. Sun,
Yeah,
I
but now
have
you're just making
never seen the
excuses.
sun shrink.
Now you're just making
What
excuses
is
for why
did
we see
I?
the sun shrink because you said it was glare.
I
'Cause-
didn't. I see the sun.
yeah, you said it's like you see the sun shrinking, but it's because of glare. That's what you said.
In the video, yes, but in reality, with the
video is
non-filtered
of
where I can see
reality,
the
ding
sun
dong.
does not change. Oh,
So you do see the sun shrink, but you're just claiming it's because of glare.
this video, yes. It's glare, yes.
Right. Well, we showed you the sun shrinking. You
No,
never
because
said
of glare. That was not the
anything
sun. It
else.
was the glare
No,
of
we
the
showed
sun.
you the sun shrinking, so you owe us
No,
50,000
it did
euros.
not.
Yes, we just
I
did.
did not see the sun.
Yeah,
I
you
saw
just
the
agreed
glare
it's
of the sun.
sun shrinking. The glare of the sun. What tells you that that's the glare of the sun and not the sun?
Because I observed it myself.
So, but I'm talking about the video.
Yeah, that was the glare of the sun.
Why does the glare turn small?
Because of the lighting of the sun. I mean, when the sun is going down, you have layers of atmosphere, and the sun gets a little bit dimmer.
It's not actually going down. If you watch the video,
changes.
That's not
it's
glare.
not going down.
Now you're changing your story.
I'm not changing my story.
You're changing your story now. It was glare before. Now it's getting low in the atmosphere, so it's getting covered up. So it's appearing smaller. You're changing your story, bro.
I'm not changing my story, but that's explanation why the glare is small.
Oh, so it does get smaller. There's just explanations for it.
Glare does get smaller.
How do you know? How do you know it's glare? Doesn't look like
because I
glare.
observe the sun myself. How often
No, but that's
have
not
I
about the
to say
video.
that? Why don't you observe the sun yourself?
We
Instead
had
Yeah,
of
I've observed the sun.
making stupid videos. Observe the sun yourself. You afraid?
have. What are you talking
Yeah,
about,
bro, we've
dude?
never observed the
You are
sun.
afraid to observe the sun
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
yourself.
so
we're
scared of looking
afraid.
at the sun. You're a brick.
I need to interject real quick. He listen. He's already said he's watched it. Maybe it's hundreds or thousands of times he's watched the sunset. So I'm just giving you a heads up.
I don't know why you're
So
moving the goalpost as well. Oh,
that's
now
all
we need
right.
to get in a
We'll
plane
wait.
and I'll go to Africa and then I'll give you the 50,000. Nah, you better pay up.
Yeah, just let us know how you want to transfer that 50K. So what globe proof do you have? Do you have any? Or did you just have a question about the sun?
I would like to have an explanation how the sunset works on flat Earth.
Far away, you can't
Okay.
see that far. I told you 10 times already.
Okay, but just to clarify, you
What
don't
do
have
you
any.
mean I cannot see that far? I mean, what distance can I see?
Not millions and trillions of miles away.
Okay, how far?
Not
So just to
that.
clarify, no globe proof, yeah?
Or can I see things?
Not millions and trillions of miles.
How far?
Not across the whole Earth.
How far?
Not
What's
as
the
far as
weather
you think.
channel telling you the visibility is for the
You
day?
cannot
That's how far
answer
you can
any
see.
questions.
That's how far you can see. Ask the weather channel how far you can see today.
Now let me go look at my weather and see how far I can see today.
Today I have like a 10-mile visibility. I can see about 10 miles today. I cannot see downtown today. The earth must have gotten smaller.
So yeah, you got your answer. There's no globe evidence, obviously. Well, he left.
Did he bounce?
Yeah, I guess he left.
Pathetic. Got any globe evidence?
So you said that the sun is moving farther away, that's why it gets smaller?
It's not going down under the ground, under your feet.
Where is it going?
Not under the earth.
To
I'm just
another part
asking where it's
of the
going.
earth. You know the sun
Not under
moves
you.
in the sky?
Yeah, but it doesn't
You know-
move forward and backward, it moves sideways, no?
Bro, what?
So you're essentially saying that when things get smaller due to perspective, it's when they go further and further and further away, correct?
Oh, you can just bank on that's not going under you, which is what most people think is happening. So.
I thought you made the claim that what was happening was that it's getting further away from you so you can't see it.
Well, this ding dong was saying that it doesn't shrink,
Okay.
and we just showed him a video of it doing exactly that. So that was what we were
So
just
the
talking.
sun moves in the sky every day, yeah?
Yep.
And when it's directly over your head, it's noon. And as it moves further away from you, it gets darker. And eventually goes out of your line of sight, and it's nighttime where you are. And it'll be daytime somewhere else because it's moved to another part. Pretty simple.
It's really not simple. I don't even understand that. Okay, so whenever
Think of like the boats, dude. They're saying boats go down over the curve.
Well, what's
Wait,
confusing
I don't even
you
care
about
about
the
down
sun
over
moving?
the curb. I'm literally just talking about his
It's
thing.
the same
His
thing.
confusing me.
It's the same thing.
Well,
Wait,
hold on. What's confusing you about the sun moving in the sky?
I'm about to explain it to you. Well, you're being very disingenuous when you say that. But the only thing that I'm confused
The
about
sun
is literally.
moves in the sky. How is he disingenuous?
Yeah, but the problem is is that the sun doesn't move the way that you're saying that it does
You
move.
observe it move.
Well, I'm not saying
Yeah,
how
I'm
it
observing it
moves.
move, but
I'm
not in the
just saying
same.
it moves.
Yeah,
I'm
you're saying
saying
it
it moves
moves a
through the
certain
sky.
type of way, which is how it moves.
No, we didn't. No one said that.
I'm saying it
He
moves in
just
the
said that
sky,
it
yeah?
moves. He just said that it moves forward or backwards.
That's
No,
not
I didn't say that. What do you even mean by that?
You're
No one
the
said
only
that.
Wait,
You
what do you
said
mean?
that.
So when you say the sun
You
is
said
moving
that.
to a different area, therefore it gets smaller in your perspective, how would that be the case?
Well, no, it gets out of your line of sight. Whether it gets smaller in your perspective is going to be dependent on atmo condition.
right? Depending on what you see. But
And you,
yes, the sun moves through the sky in repeated patterns every day, every year, and when it gets out your range of view, it's dark.
okay, so after it gets out of your field of vision, it gets dark.
It's pretty big.
Well, yeah, when the light's no longer reaching you, it's dark.
Okay, which means that it's going further away from you, right?
You're the only one
From
talking
your
about going
location on
left
the
or
Earth,
right or forward or
yeah.
back.
Okay, so that's why I'm asking you. Is it the case that it's getting further? Because if it was the case, okay, so I wish I
it's not
could
remaining
show
over
you
the
your
top
model,
of you,
but
is it?
I really can't. No, it's not on the top of you anymore. But the problem is what I'm having with what you're saying. Okay,
Bro, we're
I've
not
never
making the claim
observed.
to what. Well, first of all, we don't know.
He's
No one knows what the sun is. Okay, so
that's nobody saying that.
okay,
I'm
well,
not
let's
asking him what
Okay,
the
now
sun
let
is.
him
I'm just asking him
explain
how it
what
works.
he's,
That's all I'm
what
asking
he's
him.
got a problem with, because he's confused about something. What is it that's
Yeah,
confusing?
I was just confused about the movement because the way that I witnessed the movement is way different than you. I don't see anything like getting
No.
further
We
away from
observe
you.
the same movement.
He
We
must
observe the
just
same
be-
movement.
Yeah, he's out to lunch.
Okay,
How does
Yeah,
it
the
not
sun moves
be
through
the
the
same
sky.
thing I see? If
so
he's
does
looking
the
at
does the
we
sun
all see
spin
the same
around?
thing.
Does the sun spin around us?
Bro, what are you
Well, you see the sun. You see the sun moving, right?
Okay.
You have evidence of the sun moving. Do you have evidence of you moving?
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure it out. I have evidence of me moving. Yeah, I do have. If I'm moving, I have evidence of me moving. But I just want to ask you. I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah, but there is
one
no
more
evidence
time.
of you
I'm gonna
moving.
ask you one more time. How does
Well,
a
Camille, that's not what he asked you, brother. So please focus. Please pay attention.
Okay.
We're not asking if you walking means you're not. Are you moving when you walk? That's not what he asked you. He's saying either.
Yeah,
the
you only
case
have
is either the
an
sun is moving
observation
or
of the sun moving, not the ground, not you.
Okay.
That's your experience,
All right.
right?
Okay.
Stupid.
Okay. So what else
Okay.
is confusing?
Which means that the sun is spinning, right? So you're essentially saying that the sun is
What?
spinning.
No,
I'm
not
just
Well,
trying
I'm
to figure.
saying the sun is moving.
Okay, and which way is it moving? That's what I'm trying to ask you.
not down.
East to west.
Okay, so east to west.
Yep.
Not down.
So is it going directly east to directly west, or is it meeting any other things, or
It's moving east to west.
directly east to west?
What the
So
fuck?
it goes in a straight
Directly
line.
east
It goes
to west.
into a straight line from the east to the west.
Oh, it's going generally east to west, yeah? Through the sky,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
That's common knowledge, right?
Well,
Sun
no,
moves
the problem is
east to
that,
west.
like, with the
So
flat, if the Earth was flat, that would be so weird on like any
not the way you're
map.
thinking. Not the way you're thinking.
No. We're just talking about the sun moving.
Yeah,
if
I
you want
know,
to talk
but
about how we know that the Earth isn't a globe, we can speak about that. Do you want to speak about how we know the Earth's not a globe?
sure we can, but I'm just trying to understand how the
Okay.
sun moves on a
Oh,
flat
so
Earth.
you don't
Well,
care
that
about
will take you a
sky,
long
bro. You're just
observation.
worried about the goddamn sky.
But for the moment, we're just establishing base principles, what we observe, what we experience. You want to know why we say the Earth isn't a globe? Well, you know, a globe, a sphere, means that the surface has to be curved, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Earth's surface isn't curved. It's that simple.
Well,
So-
I see the curve through a horizon every day.
You see the curve.
Oh.
What do you mean you see the curve?
I can see the curve. Depending on my height, I can see
You're
the
just
curve.
blatantly lying.
What does the curve look like?
It looks like a horizon.
Oh, a horizon is flat.
Mhm.
It's horizontal.
A horizon is not. A horizon is not flat. It's not.
What? So why is it? So wait. Do you know what horizontal means?
Yes, I know what horizontal means.
What does horizontal mean?
Wait, horizontal just means sideways.
Stupid.
Vertical is up and
what,
down.
like a straight,
left
what, like
and right.
a straight,
Not
a straight line
necessarily.
left to right.
No, it's just two. It would be two lines that are sideways that are remaining parallel to each
It's
other.
not
Oh,
curved.
so they're parallel. So they are. It's a straight line.
It depends. No, a straight line doesn't necessarily mean parallel. No.
Stupid.
It could be the case that it could.
So,
no,
You
like,
are just flying by the seat of your pants.
Horizontal isn't a straight line.
so difficult because it's things that we observe every
It's
single
really
day.
not difficult. These words are
Horizontal
well
lines doesn't
understood.
necessarily mean that it's going to be a straight
Dictionaries
line. Not what that
exist.
means.
Okay, could someone pull up the definition? Wait. Could someone pull up the definition for horizontal, and we'll have this guy read it.
Horizon means horizontal. That's where the word comes from. Horizon and horizontal. They're one and the same.
Horizontal, right? Okay, so we've got the definition here. Do you see the live stream voice text, Camille?
Mm-hmm.
Right, can you read that definition of horizontal?
Wait.
Yeah, just read it out to the room.
Flat and
read
level with a ground or with a line considered as a base, affecting or happening at one level in a system organization. Horizontal
Okay, so the first definition's fine. Or three, horizontal plane, position line. So the first one's flat and level, yeah?
Wait, say that again? Yeah, flat and level.
So it says flat and level, yeah?
Yeah, flat and level, yeah.
Right, so horizontal means flat and level, like we said. So the horizon coming from horizontal, flat and level. So you're saying a flat and level line is your curvature.
Let me see.
Bro, you flopped. I just hate to be rude, but like, even if I were Team GE, right? If I was trying to represent the globe as best as I could, I would not be going around saying you can see curvature. It's just bold. That's a blazing lie.
Yeah, I mean, just to tell you, Camille.
Because you're a globe earther, you believe the Earth is an oblate sphere.
The globe story is not
curving no matter where you are. Right?
Yes, but you don't observe that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, you
The globe, the globe story is not that you observe curvature. The globe claim is that you don't observe curvature. You will never observe curvature from any altitude that you can obtain. Their story is that there's an organization, part of the government, that can go to a place where they can see curvature. That's NASA and the space agencies. But they don't say you, as a civilian, can see curvature, even from an airplane, right? That's not the globe's claim. So you're not actually making the argument that the globe makes. But if you want to continue down this way, we can stick with you saying the flat horizon curve, if that's the way you want to go.
I mean, it depends on if we're just doing this based off like definitions of words. Sure.
Oh no, it's
well, no.
I wouldn't say the horizon is a.
Yeah, the horizon is what you said was the curve. You said you see the curve. So we're trying to figure out what is it you think you see that is curved, because a flat line is not curved.
You were probably in here when the guy bet $50,000 and bolted because he was wrong. Do you have $50,000 you want to put up?
Put up for what?
To prove that
the guy gave
on the ball.
That we live
the
on a
guy
ball.
said
I wouldn't
the guy
necessarily
said he would bet $50,000, €50,000.
Yeah, I'll give you, from myself, I'll give you 10 grand if you prove we live on a ball.
I mean, I'm probably not the best person to do that for you.
Oh, then yeah.
You don't even know what the
I'm just
horizon is.
interested in ideas. Well, I do know what the
All right.
horizon
Let's get back to you.
The fact that somebody like thinks that the horizon is a flat plane whenever you can go
It's
into
observably.
I can
hold
go.
on, Camille,
Well, hold on, wait, hold on. If I get into a plane and I take,
you're way off here, my friend. Listen.
Yeah, I mean,
you're flying by the seat of your pants here. I joke around and call it BYOB, right? Maybe you're familiar with BYOB. It means bring your own booze. I've redubbed it to bring your own ball. This is what goofballs like you do. You come in and make your own globe. Well, on my globe, I definitely see curvature. That's false. That is blatantly false. Not just because I said it. It's what the claim of the globe is. The Earth. You've never heard this is too big to see curve. And then here's the other thing, Camille. Sure, you've got a nice phone with a good camera. Why don't you have any pictures in your phone of this curve? If you've seen it, why don't you? How come there are no picture? You don't have any pictures of it? Never took a picture?
what do you mean? I
That'd
don't
be
have
something
pictures
beautiful.
of it for myself. No.
So you're saying you saw curve and you never once snapped a shot.
Not from my own eyes, no, or not from my
Maybe
my own
that's because you
experiences.
didn't
No.
see it. It's kind of hard to
Well,
take pictures there.
wait, is it hard to view something from someone else's perspective?
Oh, it's just not there.
Oh, we
It's
all
hard
have
to
the
see
same
things that
I
perspective,
mean,
though.
if
That's
I
the
see it from
problem. No
someone
one
else's
sees
perspective,
the
does that
curve.
mean it's not real? I'm just trying to
do
ask
No
you
one sees the curve,
epistemically what you
bro.
believe. Can I just ask you epistemically what you believe? Do you believe that if you view something through an image?
I don't care. I'm just telling you that even if the Earth was a globe the way they claim it to be, you standing or even in a plane, you cannot see curvature. It's too big to see it. So you're making shit up. I hate to be rude. You're just flying by the seat of your pants, dude. You've not seen curvature. I'm sorry.
What do you
Yeah,
mean
or
by
you're
you
just
cannot see
confused.
curvature? And what globe earther has ever?
And too big to see the curve. Okay, so you first of all you have to know how big the globe is claimed to be. It's claimed to be a radius of just under 4,000 miles. So you'd have to be. You can do the math and break it down and find out how high off the ground you need to be. So let's actually let's get an answer here. What's the minimum altitude I need to be to see curvature?
I have no idea off the top of my head. No,
Oh wait, but you saw it. So where were you? If you saw it on the ground at the beach, then
I'm just saying I don't.
you're like 6 feet, right?
I don't
If you
have
saw
the.
it, if you saw
Uh-huh.
it, where were you? Where were you?
I didn't see it within like I didn't experience it myself. But I've seen it through.
What?
Stupid.
Oh man, stop the
Wait,
cap.
are y'all stupid? I'm confused. Wait,
You
do
just
you
said
think
you saw the curve.
if somebody?
Now you're saying you didn't see it. What? You see the curve or did you not see the curve?
Okay, when
Where
somebody
did you
takes
see
a
it?
pic. Oh wait. Okay, so
No,
if you
we're
look at.
talking about. Hold on, Camille. We're talking about in reality. Okay, obviously you can go on Google and find pictures of freaking curves and planes and all this stuff. It's false again because you have to check the math. Math will tell you exactly how high off the ground you need to be to see it. And we're trying to tell you that wherever you've been on Earth, a plane, the beach, your house, a building, a tree, you didn't see it, my dude. You claimed that you did. Of course, just looking at your profile, whatever, you can see that GIF. Oh, I see the curve. That's not in reality. That's what we're trying to get you to understand. You don't see it in reality, even
Wait,
if it was a globe.
the problem is like I don't think I like. Okay, sure. I guess we're just epistemically different. Do you think that images
No,
are like?
hold on, we all
Dude.
observe the same.
Okay, wait. Are you gonna cut me off?
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
Because
see,
you're
I
not
cut you off
focusing.
every time you talk over him.
Talking about the Earth in reality. Of course, you can see pictures of it online, right? You can see pictures of Loch Ness Monster online too. We're talking about in reality. So you and I live on the same exact Earth, where we all observe the same thing: the sun, the horizon, etc. You have never seen curvature in your life in reality. No one has. Even if the Earth is a globe, which it isn't, you wouldn't be seeing it. Not from a plane, not from a beach, not from a tree, not from a mountain. None of these things. It's too big to see the curvature. So they claim. You'd have to be much, much higher to see it. So you saying, well, no, I've definitely seen it. That's false. That's you're capping, bro.
Stop the cap.
Okay.
But they do give us.
It's literally just like you're gonna dominate the whole conversation. So this, but I just can I just ask you a question before I get muted again?
Trying to get you to be honest here, because like,
Okay,
look,
well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to figure out
You're
if you were
not.
being honest with me. That's the problem, right? You're telling me that images aren't reality. That's what you're telling me
No,
right now.
listen. I'm trying to say in reality. That's
So
not
you're
what you
saying
see.
without a picture, that's not what you see. Well, I've never been in a plane before, so I don't know.
Well, don't
I wouldn't
worry.
have seen
Even
that.
if you were in a plane, you wouldn't see it either.
Well,
That's what we're
there's pictures from planes. Well, the problem. What I'm trying to get you to understand is that images absolutely do reflect reality, right? We do agree with that, no?
According to the last guy we spoke
Do
to, no, we showed him a video of the sun.
So
drinking.
I don't care about the last guy. I'm talking to who am I talking to? I'm talking to
Let
the
me
station there.
quickly
I'm
speak
not
to
talking to
Camille. Let me
the
quickly
doctor
speak to
dude.
Camille. Right, Camille.
I just
When
wanted
it
to
comes to images, if you can reproduce that image yourself and verify it, then okay, you can likely accept that, right? But if you're shown something that you cannot verify and you cannot reproduce yourself, and they say you have to go to this special place where only we can go to take this picture, then that's not verifiable, is it?
Okay, well, a plane, anybody can get in those. I'm actually
Anyone
my
can get a
first plane I'm
plane.
gonna go on is the 25th. But listen, I'll try to take a picture. I'll take a picture of the horizon for you. Okay.
Yeah, you can take pictures, bros. We've been on the planes. There's no curve from the horizon. The pilots will tell you
Look at
there's no
that.
curve
Wait,
on the
is that?
horizon.
Hold on. Wait, give me a second. Is
The
that
globe
from?
model doesn't predict that you can see curve from a plane.
Right.
Wait,
This is
is
embarrassing,
that
dude.
GIF? I mean, sure, it's embarrassing that I keep getting muted over and over and over again and not being able to even get you
You're
to answer
still
a question.
talking. Well,
But hold on,
brother,
wait. The
you're
GIF,
way
brother.
off
No
track here.
question.
Okay, I can
Hold on.
be
No,
I can be
let's let him ask his
out of
question
my
just
depth
for a
or whatever.
second.
So is this like the last gift that the guy just sent? Can we all look at the
Bruh.
last gift that guy just sent?
Right. What about it?
Can you like tell me like what was that shot from?
So that'll probably be a high altitude balloon.
No, not where it was shot from. Like what like video? Can I find the full video of this somewhere?
Ask the guy. We'll see if he's got this source. It's
Mhm.
Secret Asian Man. He might be able to post it. Anyway, I've got to drop off for a bit, but have fun. Ask questions.
Regardless of this, there's a certain altitude you can get to. I think you can get up to like maybe 120, 130,000 feet. So it's not like only one person has ever done this. They claim to have done this with the Red Bull jump. Do you remember, Camille, the quote Red Bull jump?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that they claim to get up to about 128,000 feet, if I'm not mistaken. Now, in the video, you can see this drastic curvature. Then Neil deGrasse Tyson comes out and says, "Well, it's not high enough to see curvature." So, and this isn't based off just because he said it or I'm saying it. This is based off of the claimed size of the Earth. So you can take that claimed size and know how high off the ground you need to be to see curvature. I'm here to tell you, this is again not coming just from me. An airplane is not high enough. The beach is not, you standing at the beach is not high enough. You know, being in a tall building or a mountain is not high enough. You'd have to be like, from my understanding, you have to be like 700 miles away at least to see some
Can you
curvature. So
can you source that?
yeah, I got you. I'll post it in the chat right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to like grill you.
Bro,
I just want you
it's
to be,
fine.
hold on, Camille. I want you to be at least representing your position accurately. If you come in and say, I have seen curvature, it's just an obvious lie.
Stop the cap.
Bro, you have a problem discerning images in real life. So like,
Okay, now
I
hold on,
can't. I don't
hold
think
on,
I
hold on,
convince you of
hold on,
anything.
Camille.
Like,
Hold on, Camille. There's images of the Bigfoot and the Loch Ness monster. So that's what Wolfgang tried to help you understand is like it's about verifying what you see. I don't see, there's lots of images of the Loch Ness monster. Do I just accept it because there's an image? No, of course not. There's lots of videos and images of Bigfoot. Do I just accept that because I've seen images? No. We're trying to help you understand that in reality, this is not something that you observe. Of course, you can go on Google and find pictures of fairies and unicorns and Loch Ness monsters and all this stuff, curvature as well. But I'm trying to help you understand that not all images are representative of reality. And if they are, say they are representative of reality, then you should be able to go into reality and match it. The problem is these curvature images, they don't match reality. So
which
I'm just helping. I'm trying to help you out here.
You don't have to help me with anything, but I'm just trying to explain to you that I can. Sure, but I can. Okay, well, I can get into a plane, so it's not.
Or like you're
very
not
difficult, and
you're
no
not
one
about
is getting locked into.
you're not about to get a Nobel Prize for doing that. It's not like you're the only person that's ever going to have that ability. I've been in one. I'm sure many people on this panel have been in one. But again, I'm trying to help you understand that even if you were in a plane, that's not high enough. You gotta do some homework here, brother.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's
In
why
the
I'm
chat
waiting
right
for you
now.
to send that.
Got you. I've got this and then a graph for you as well.
Okay, so these are from who?
This is a gentleman named Paul Larson. He's a planetarium director, and this is the graph you can take a look at. What else do I have for you? I mean, first of all, do you know how big the Earth is claimed to be?
Yeah, 24,901 miles around, which is I believe the circumference of the Earth.
Correct. So I guess like based off of that, then you can take that number and break down how high off the ground you need to be to see curvature. Just again, I don't want to repeat myself over and over, but being in an airplane it's just not high enough. Look at the graph I posted. The ISS is claimed to be at like 250 miles up. Okay, it says, let's say we're at the elevation of the ISS. They're about 250 miles above the Earth. So if we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at that point, looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? Would look flat. Now, this isn't.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Hold on, can I ask you a question real quick?
Well, let me just finish by saying that's not necessarily saying that the Earth is flat. That's not like proof that the Earth is flat. We're just trying to help you understand. Even if the Earth was a globe, you won't be seeing curvature like you say.
Okay. Okay, so if I were to view the horizon from the ISS and it was indeed curved, what does that mean?
You can't. Why would you propose that when the math tells
It
you that's
means you'd have a
physically
McDonald's
impossible?
Earth.
Wait, would you? Okay, so you wouldn't see, so you can't see like, I don't know. I would have to look at this math and go through it, but from
Sure,
my
sure.
understanding, from my understanding is that like you can literally, even if I'm looking sideways from like a horizon line, if I have like a decent like range of visibility, I can see even from left to right that
From
whatever I'm
where?
looking at is curved. Well, this
From
is
where?
pictures from like these are like pictures from like the ISS.
Okay,
There's
then
also pictures of the
turn
Bigfoot
around.
Loch Ness monster.
Yeah, turn around 180 degrees, and is it curved again?
And around
Right.
188 degrees is it, or 180 degrees is it curved again? Yeah, I would believe
Yeah.
so. Yeah.
Then you got
Okay,
your
so where do
McDonald's.
those two lines intersect then? They go down and meet in a valley? Because you've got two
Think about
hills. You're telling me you see two hills. Now where do the lines intersect?
Think about it,
Where
bro.
lines intersect into what? What are you talking about? Can you
Oh, let
explain
me
that
help
to
you out.
me?
Let me help you. Yeah, let me help you out. You're
Wait,
let's
I don't.
let's
Wait, hold on. Let him talk.
let's
Let Timbo talk real quick.
That's
I
all
got
right.
you.
TB
I
knows
got
what
you.
I'm talking about.
I got you.
TB's got it.
Just relax, bro. You're
That's what I'm saying. You gotta relax, bro.
hold on. Just you're in an airplane, right? So let's go
Uh-huh.
because you've never been in an airplane, but no one's been in the ISS either. But you can understand that the airplane has two sides, right? You got a window on the left, a window on the right. If you go to the left window, you see curvature left or right.
That's right. Uh-huh.
Okay, and then we go to the other window, and you also see curvature left or right.
Yeah.
You see the problem there?
No, not if you're on a sphere.
No, well, you
In
should
every
think about it.
direction, the
Hold on, think
Earth is
about
gonna
it.
be curved. No.
If you go to the left side and it's curving left to right, you
Let me
got
see.
basically a hump on that side, and then you turn and look at the other window, also curving left to right. You got like a and connect two ends. What are you left with?
Go up go up where the
Oh,
pilots
let
are
me
sitting.
see.
Look out the window, and you see it curving there too. So now you got three different curves. How do you connect them?
Hold on, I'm trying to like draw this out so I can visualize it. 'Cause
Exactly.
it's so much sense in my head. Literally, it's like
Well,
You
that's
end
what
up with
it's like
Timbo joked around
you know
about it.
the McDonald's sign. You end up with that going all the way around.
You got a
the
hump over there,
first
a hump
one.
over there, and a hump over there. It should be like the horizon would be 360 degrees around you. Look at what the FBI posted.
Uh-huh.
As you go up, you still see this 360 view around you. It's just one connecting, even if it was curved, which is fine. That's what you would see. This
Yeah.
360 view. What you're talking about is like a wavy, wobbly McDonald's on this side, a hump on this side. You go to the other side of the plane, and there's another hump. That doesn't even match what the globe is claiming to be. That's like a waffle. You know what I mean? Like a freaking. I don't know, there's like a McDonald's. I think that's a good way to put it.
So if I'm in a plane above a sphere, and I look in every direction, it's not gonna be like a curve in each direction I look into.
No, because then you'd have multiple curves.
No, it would all be one curve if the sphere itself is. So if you're on top of a sphere,
Think about it. Think about it. If you look out the left,
I'm literally
window,
thinking
there's
it's hard.
a
Wait,
curve.
hold on. Hold on. Wait. Let me clarify the question real quick,
Jesus.
bro. I was literally in the middle of trying to ask you the question to clarify.
You're on the
You're
struggle
like
bus
you're
right
going.
now.
Well, that's fine. I can be on the struggle bus. That's what we're here to do. We're here to learn. Correct? Okay. So either way, like I said, if I'm on a
Sounds
globe
fun.
or if I'm on a sphere, and I look and I'm like in like a plane, if I'm in one point, and no matter where I look, there's gonna be curve. Correct?
No.
Hey, Timmy,
Why would you
listen.
not if it's a sphere that's under you?
It's too big to see it. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, Camille, if you're
Okay,
claiming,
so your problem is that okay. I'm
claim,
thinking that
hey,
you're
Camille,
assuming that you can't see the.
Camille, if you're claiming to see the Earth's curvature from that altitude, you're describing a tiny Earth.
No, I'm not describing a tiny
Got
Earth.
even
Because
more
you
problems. You
know
are. If you
how
look
you
out the window and you're seeing curve, complete that circle.
you're talking. Oh, I'm talking about the horizon. You can see the curve horizon. You can see the horizon of the.
Okay,
You can see the
then
horizon
Camille.
curve. Yes.
Okay, Camille, if you're here to listen, think about it. Dude, Camille, You're describing a tiny Earth, if that's the curve of the Earth you're saying.
You've also got a
Oh,
bit
I
of a
don't think so.
problem when you're talking about
I'm in the
making
sky
multiple.
and I can see things way farther than me.
Dude, you got if I may interrupt, and hopefully I'm not coming through whilst roboting. Am I coming through okay?
Gotcha.
Awesome. So you got a bit of a problem when you're making you've got a few problems when you're making an observation of the curvature of the Earth with the horizon because you're only taking your one personal vantage point into it. Let's take the example of an aeroplane. Now you've got two views or three views out of an aeroplane, one on the left, one on the front, and one on the right. Now, if you go to all of those points on the aircraft, you will see the curvature of the Earth. But if you were to join those lines up, you will get a wibbly wobbly line, wouldn't you? You understand the problem here, right?
I feel like you should just draw it out. I'm a visual learner.
You were doing that.
Well,
I thought you were drawing it.
No, I did, but it just like I'm literally
Sorry.
as I draw it consistently, I'm saying the same thing. No matter where I am on that plane, I will see a curve because it is a sphere. That's my problem that I'm having. So if you could just draw it for me and explain it, it'll be good.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to, in kind of a visualization in your mind. You're on an aeroplane. You look out the left-hand side and you see curvature of the Earth. You have the pilot in the cockpit who sees a curved line, and you've got somebody on the left-hand side who's seen a curved line. Now let's take parachutes. It's going to jump out the back of the Earth. Now, if you were to join all of those lines up, these things are going to get a sphere. Are you?
Okay. Hold on. I think I'm understanding it. Hold on.
got it,
I
man.
think I'm getting it. I think I'm getting it. Okay.
I'll post the
So
Bob.
this person looks out here, this person looks out here, and this person looks out here.
Join the
Now
lines.
There you go.
Now you've got too many curves. That's basically the
Okay,
problem.
I see. Why would you have too many curves if you're on the same thing that's infinitely curving?
No, man, you didn't get it.
Hey, I know I did get it.
Yeah,
I just
go,
didn't agree.
Jedi.
Hell, I just didn't agree with what, like the shape of your Earth would be. Can I just draw it out?
No,
real
it's
quick?
not our
Let
Earth.
me
Explain it.
explain. Let me explain. Gentlemen, please let me explain again, because you're seeing the horizon from a very high vantage point, right? Nothing's getting in the way. You've got an extremely large line in front of you, but unfortunately, your eyes are spherical, and you do have a peripheral vision. Now, on the extent of your peripheral vision, when you're looking at a not physical thing, the horizon's optical, right? So when we understand that the horizon is an optical line, a demarcation between the sky and the floor, and your peripheral vision seems to curve, then you're not actually seeing physical curvature of the Earth. You have to also understand that if the Earth was flat or a globe, when you rise in altitude, you're not going to see left to right curvature because you've got a 360-degree vision. So if you were to walk around in a circle, what are you going to see? A flat horizon line. You're not going to see curvature of the Earth left to right, even if the Earth was a ball, my friend.
He thinks we're explaining our version.
No,
This
I
is
don't
what
think
you
that you're
think,
explaining
buddy.
your version. Yeah, that's what I think. I
You
think you're
did.
talking about
That's
a globe
because
Earth.
you almost got it, and then you said I don't agree.
No, I
Well,
understood
you
what
don't
you
agree
said.
because it doesn't work. Your curved lines left to right do not work because they don't intersect. That's the whole point. Do you get it? Do you understand?
Okay, sure.
No, do you understand?
I understand what you're saying clearly. Just don't agree with it.
Do you agree that if you see left and right curvature...
Hold on, sorry, Timbo. It's a misunderstanding, all right? You should not be able to see left to right curvature even if the Earth was a sphere. You understand that, right? Because you're looking horizontally across the plane of the Earth. So turn 360 degrees whilst constantly looking at the horizon, you're just going to have a horizontal line around you because you see 360 degrees. The curvature of the Earth, you want to be facing the Earth and then rising with altitude away, so eventually a sphere would appear in front of you. When people turn around and say, I see curvature of the Earth when I'm in an aeroplane or the top of a mountain or whatever, the left to the right curvature is not even curvature that you should see, even if the Earth was a ball. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Do you understand that?
It's
Not
not.
okay.
It's
Do
look.
you understand?
Okay, man.
It shouldn't be. Oh, I tried to draw it for you. This is a horrible
Yeah,
drawing.
yeah,
I
just
really
draw
do
it. Yeah.
apologize. I did. I posted it in the chat. So I really apologize. This is a terrible drawing. But the arrow. Let's see the arrow. Do you see what I posted there? The
Let's
arrow.
check this out.
This is terrible. So I really apologize. So do you see the arrow I drew there?
Mm-hmm.
It's the plane, right? So we've got looking out the top. Looking out one side and you see the curve, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not
Then
bad.
you go to the other side and you look out that and you see that curve.
Okay.
And the pilot sees the curve in front of him. And like Jedi said, you jump out the back and there's another curve. So do you if we try to connect all those, what are we left with? Like some type
Okay.
of
No,
wibbly
no.
wobbly,
Okay.
goofy.
Now
You
I
understand?
understand what you're saying. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna make a
And
drawing
let me
for you.
try to
Okay.
redraw it. Let me try to redraw
Yeah.
it.
I'll make a drawing for you real quick to
Alright, go ahead.
to show you what I'm visualizing.
Alright.
Okay.
Like the whole point is that, like,
It's
because you
fine.
were bringing up seeing curvature from aeroplanes, and even the academia says it's not possible. So that's what is being pointed out here. Yeah, it's not possible to see curvature from an airplane. Get it?
I've been on
No,
an
I think I know what
airplane.
the problem is.
Okay. So this is what I'm imagining in my head right here. Okay.
I think I know what
So
the issue is.
this is what I'm visualizing.
I'll repost another one for you as well. So I think I know what the problem is. Right. So here's what.
Yeah.
think
Okay.
this is what-
That
I
see
think that's what
that's what I'm
what you're
okay.
caught up
That's what I'm imagining. Okay.
That's what you're
See,
caught
this
up
is so much
Yeah,
better
but
right
that's
here.
a top
Yep.
view, though.
There we go.
That's
Okay.
a top
top
view.
view.
That's the problem. That's the problem. You're not
Okay.
actually. That's not seeing. Here, let me post
But,
the
but
GIF.
no. What I'm saying is
That's
that's
an
where you are
elevation.
relative. That's where you are relative to
Well
the
done.
Earth, though.
So
Correct?
sorry. So
Right.
you also what else we're looking at?
No, but can you draw like
Sorry.
what I'm trying to? Can you draw like the views that I'm talking about? Can you like draw arrows to the views of
GIF.
each
It's
person
that
that would
GIF.
be in there?
Yeah.
No, it's that GIF. Look at the GIF I posted.
It's
It's essentially
Like,
that
I'm
ring,
understanding
that
it.
circle that you see around. It's not
Mhm.
actually. That's like basically what you're seeing is that GIF there. It's a
So
circle around you, 360 view, but that's still a
yeah.
straight line.
my
No,
friends.
the
Hold on.
problem is it depends on.
Sorry,
Oh, the
guys.
problem is that
Sorry,
it's
You
guys.
pull up,
curved,
it's still
Right.
right?
straight.
2
Like
seconds.
I've seen the
No,
even in. I mean, can I show you? I'll just show you a
My
photo
friend.
of the.
but
My
you showing
friend.
me
Can
a
I
Can you
give
put
you
a
another
straight?
example.
example?
Can you put a straight line up to that window and like tell me if that's a straight line, please? But I'm gonna show you exactly what I'm trying to
My
Yeah,
imagine.
but
friend.
you're not getting it, man.
So
You're
in
not
these
getting it.
My
directions, well, no, you the
Dude,
problem.
stop, man. No, stop. You're not getting it. If you see a curve in that window, it doesn't matter because you look in the other window, the horizon's at the same height. Is that curved again? Where do those lines meet? You're not getting it.
Well, cool. If this person sees that, this person sees this person sees this. Exactly.
All right.
Okay.
Have you ever been on my friend? Have you ever
Because
been on a boat at sea? My
hold on.
friends, again, have you ever been on a boat at sea?
Give me a second.
Have you ever been on a boat at sea where you can
So
just see
creation,
the
this is what
sea
I'm
and the
doing.
sky and
Okay.
the horizon?
I think he's
So
got you
from
muted,
Dude,
Jedi.
I don't have them muted. I'm literally just ignoring the.
I bloody hope not. Right. So you're going to ignore another example to help you, not an argument to make you feel small. Something that may help you understand an unobstructed view of the horizon. If not, could you imagine such? Yes or no? Just trying to help you, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, Camille,
You can understand
what you just
if you can understand the horizon, right?
Yeah.
If you could just imagine turning around 360 degrees whilst looking at the horizon at sea, what you would get is a circle. The horizon, when you stop
you're roboting, man.
incrementally, may have a curvature at a 100.
Yeah.
Okay, creation. Can you explain? Okay, can you explain this now? What I'm getting wrong in my image?
Camille,
That's too many.
Oh,
you're
wait,
seeing
bro,
it
can
from
I just
you're
finish the
seeing it from. Do
conversation?
you know what
Just
a
let me
plan?
finish the
Do you know what a plan
conversation.
view is? Do you know what a plan view is?
Okay.
It's seeing something from the top. Creation Bear drew that. You are seeing that from the top. That's what he's seeing from the top. Now you're thinking that he's drawing that from eye level. Yeah? It's not.
Yeah, that's a
Now
top-down
you
view.
just drew four little curves.
Yeah, bro, think about it. Think about it, right? So well, I think the mountain is really helpful because there's nothing blocking you just
Mm-hmm.
from seeing. But just think about like, think you're Goku, right? You're on top of this mountain. Just rise up to the height of the airplane. You're not. You're still gonna see the. You spin around. If you stand looking like east and you see a curve there, you spin around and you see another curve. Then you spin around and see another curve. Then you spin around and see another curve. What are you left with? It's like a wibbly wobbly type of Earth. Okay? So even if it was a globe, you would still see this 360 around you line, essentially 360 around you. So that's
Yeah,
not
you're trying to.
curvature. So if you're in a plane, you look out the left side, you see, okay, I'm seeing a hump on this side. You turn around and you see another hump on the other side. Those two humps don't connect.
Let me
The
ask you a
pilot's
question.
looking at the front window and he sees another hump. That's too many curve. That's too much curve. To think about spinning around, you'd see a line, that ring around you. Wouldn't be up and down around you. You tracking?
Right. If you're
Look at that.
looking out the right side of the window, right, you're looking out the right side of the plane, you're looking out the window, and you see left to right curvature. Okay, let's say you're seeing the left side of the curvature. Continue that curved line. Where's it going? It's not going. It's
Oh,
not
yeah,
going
I think our problem
horizontally
is
around to
left and
meet the person on the left's view. It's going down and away, down under the plane. So how can that be?
Okay, so in this creation bear, in this gift that you sent, what curvature is this from this level? What direction of curvature are you seeing?
Not seeing any, but essentially, if it was, it'd be
No, if it was, what would it be?
it'd be going like you're on the top of it, so it would be going down and away from you. You wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see
Exactly.
it as the
Hold on.
horizon.
Tony?
I'm here.
How's it going?
Was that again?
How are you doing today?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Yeah, very well, thank you. So, what's bringing you to the server today? You were just listening in?
Yeah, I drop in to listen. I sometimes listen on the YouTube channel, but I decided to drop in on the Discord channel this morning.
Cool. So you obviously find the discussion somewhat interesting.
It depends. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't.
I mean, do you think flat earthers have any valid points that they're making, or any of the questions that we're asking? Do you think they're valid? Do you think they should be given time and discussed, or do you just think it's all ridiculous?
Oh, I discuss these quite a bit. I mean, after all, I wrote a book on flat Earth, so I think it's important to take the time to discuss these things.
Why do you think it is that in the mainstream and in the education system they're not really discussing it seriously and they're just kind of dismissing it?
Well, I think in the mainstream and in education, things are greatly simplified many times. You flat earthers are right about some things. For instance, very few people were actually convinced of the Earth's being a sphere. They were simply told that when they were very young, and that does sort of amount to indoctrination. My teaching over the years, I would ask students, if they believe the Earth. This goes back more than 10 years ago now. Ask them if what shape the Earth is, and they'd agree that it was spherical. And then I'd ask them, well, okay, can you give me some evidence of that? And I rarely could find a student who could give me a good argument. I mean, really, they could not. Doesn't mean that they're wrong about the Earth shape. It simply means that they were never really educated. And education's like that, unfortunately. You take the shortcuts so many times, and people, and even today when I talk to people, they find out I investigate the flat Earth movement and write about it and speak about it, and they just kind of roll their eyes and they say, these are friends of mine, by the way, and they say, well, that's so stupid. I said, well, hold on a minute. Can you give me 3 arguments for the Earth being a globe? And my friends generally can't. So
you've been out there flat smacking longer than most people here have.
well, sort of, except I don't steer them that direction. But I want to get them to think about these things, and unfortunately, much of education doesn't really foster thinking. And when my years of education, I was not so much concerned with giving my students information that I think is true. More important to me is how we know things to be so. That's what true education is all about, really.
Yeah. So I find it interesting, and I wonder what your perception is of why you think it is that the education system is teaching.
What?
I find it interesting, like you say, that the education system seems to be indoctrinating this belief in children that the Earth is a globe, but not really equipping them to be able to actually give any coherent reason or evidence for that when they're asked the question. Why do you think it is that the education system is operating in that way?
That is it's not just on that front, it's in all sorts of things.
I would agree with that.
We like to, education unfortunately is about memorization, rote things. History, for instance, is dates and names and places, but there's very little of taking that information and putting it together to figure out things, because that's hard to do. It really is. It's hard to instill that in students. Number one, they have to be really interested and be motivated in it. And if they're not interested, they're not going to want to think through it. So it's like pushing a string. It cannot be done. And so education is proper education is a very difficult, arduous thing to do, and very few people are good at it or successful at it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The education systems, mainly, at least in the West anyway, the ones I've experienced, they seem to be teaching kids what to think, but not how to think.
Yep, you got that. By the way, where are you from? Where do you live?
I'm in Scotland.
Okay.
Which used to be the home of some of the best education in the entire world, right? It's famous
I understand.
for
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
the creation of the modern world. And the education system now has to be a far cry from what it used to be. So I find it interesting, and as a man who's in the education field, I think it would be interesting just to get your take on that, because I think there are a number of things that we actually agree on. I mean, what you're saying about the education system is pretty much exactly how I see it, not working in the academic field, but I know academics, I know teachers, I have friends who work in these fields. So I have this concern as well. I understand that you accept that there's a creator. I mean, that's another one, right? I mean, do you not see a parallel between how they teach, or in the mainstream schooling, not religious schooling, but secular state schooling, do you not see a parallel in how they treat something like religion to how they treat something like flat Earth, like in terms of not really having open, rigorous dialogue and discussion about it in earnest and respect, but kind of shoving it to the side, or teaching it in a way that might implicitly sway you to another side without giving a fair airing of the other side?
I see your point, but I think it's a little different. I think there's a little more respect given to religion than to flat Earth. I think
I would agree with that.
And it's I think anymore it's the idea is that we don't want to indoctrinate kids in religion, and so public education tends to avoid it. Now, it hasn't always been the case in my country. That was a part of education at one time, even public education.
Would you not say now that the public education is swayed more towards promoting an atheistic secular worldview, even if just implicitly?
Yeah, I think it's not necessarily intentional on the part of people, but in this country, people have come to accept this notion of separation of church and state, which is not part of our Constitution, though many people think that it is. And so in my lifetime, there's been a continual movement to push any kind of discussion of religion out of the schools and any consideration of God. Not that it's necessarily anti-God. It's just they want to be neutral, and that neutrality ends up in not discussing it at all. And that's really quite a lapse.
Yeah. So I could see that. I mean, that's it. It's like, and that's what I mean when I say it's almost implicit and it's subtle in the way that it's conditioning a lot of people, I would say, to at least not think about it, to have it not be present. And then when they don't think about it, it's like, well, obviously I'm not going to start thinking about a creator or how I should orient my life with that belief if I'm not thinking about it. And schools are telling you hey, we're telling you the things that you should be thinking about, that you should be acting on, how you should be behaving. So, yeah, I just think it's interesting that that's no longer really a part of the education. And that's an interesting point that you made about the separation of church and state not being a part of the Constitution, because you're right, that's a very heavily entrenched modern feature of modern democracies. They say that, the separation of church and state, that's how we keep it legit. But maybe there's some pitfalls to that.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. So how do you teach students to think about the question of how they can discern the truth about Earth and what Earth might be?
Well, again, I've been away from the classroom for a decade now, but I would share with them a little bit of the history of that. One thing I had to deal with was what I call the Columbus myth, that everybody thought the world was flat until the time of Columbus, and Columbus showed otherwise. And if you really analyze that myth, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Columbus sailed from Spain to the Caribbean and back again, and he did it 3 more times. And I asked the question, how does that tell you anything about the Earth's shape? And it really doesn't. So the story doesn't even make any sense. That story was created in the 19th century. And there's a long history as to how and why that came about. There's an evolutionary connection to that, believe it or not. So it's
that
interesting.
Doesn't surprise me.
And we were, I was raised up with that. I was probably in high school when I found out on my own reading, the true story of that. And I've had to battle with that with my students at the university. I would encounter that most of them believe the Columbus myth. And I don't know if it's getting any better today. Maybe there's certainly opportunity for people to properly teach that. But I had to deal with that. And if people are really bought into the Columbus myth, then you have to unteach them a lot of things before you can teach them. I've found that there are a lot of misconceptions that students have with what might do. Most students don't understand the causes of the lunar phases. They don't understand the true cause of the seasons. And I found that I had to burn to the ground what they thought before I could rebuild it, because otherwise you're giving them contradictory information. You have to unconvince them or unlearn them of what they've already learned, and then turn around and then teach them right. And some of the students really appreciated that, but some other students, just barely engaged at all. And I don't think they really got it. And that's sad.
Yeah, that's kind of what we experience here. It is a case of trying to cut through a lot of, like we said, the indoctrination and the stories that were told, like Columbus, that's a good example. And again, to me, that's another example of a pseudoscience or just pure mythos, as you're saying, being pushed in a way that's really tangibly affecting these kids' reality. Like the same way that the Columbus is used.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up. I can't hear what you're saying. Have we lost you?
Yeah, I'm in a tunnel. I'm under a river.
All right.
Sorry, give me 2 minutes.
That's fine.
All right, maybe I'm back. Okay, I think I'm back to surface level now.
I can hear you just fine now.
Okay, that's fine. The satellites have got me back. So I was saying that it would also make me think of Piltdown Man, right? And how that was in the textbooks for 50 years, and a generation or two of kids came up almost being convinced of the claim of Darwinian evolution because of a hoax. In a similar way that
another one is the way they portray Neanderthals. You know, they were shown as being stoop-shouldered and knuckle draggers, and that persisted even longer than the Piltdown hoax did in the literature and education.
And it still goes on. I mean, this caricature of cavemen and Neanderthals is still what, like, 90+% of people think when it comes to, how they're classifying old remains of humans. And then the people who are actually studying them are saying, no, they'd be, like, pretty much indistinguishable from modern humans. The differences are not really any greater than racial differences that we see today in humans.
Yeah. Well, getting back to my experience in the classroom, when I taught my astronomy classes, when I would do my tests, I give 3 or 4 tests a semester, and I would hand out blue books. I don't know if you have those in the UK, but these are little booklets with about 16 pages in it that are blank, that you can give these out, and that nobody has any notes written down or anything on them. And then I give them a sheet of paper with 10 questions on it, and the 10 questions would be, I'd ask them to explain things, and my students, very few of them, in fact, I'd say almost none of them had ever taken a test like that. Most of the tests they'd ever taken were matching, fill in the blank, true and false, sort of things that are easy to grade, even a machine readable stuff. And I had particularly older students, very bright students, that never encountered a test like that. And they were just used to memorizing. And when they went into my test, they were just blown away because they weren't used to doing that. And my test required that you do some thinking. It wasn't a matter of just memorizing facts and figures.
Yeah, exactly. And I would be curious to know, in your experience, if you think you've noticed a decline, let's say, in cognitive ability over the years, or if you haven't, or if you think it's always been the same since you've been doing it. But I agree with you. That's, like we're saying, I mean, it doesn't feel like the education system is teaching people to think. It's just like, it's almost dumbing them down. I mean, I don't know what your view on some kind of concerted effort one way or another to not make the population smart, let's say, but to make them quite uninformed, gullible, naive, whatever you want to say. What would you say? Do you think you've noticed a trend or any change in the cognitive abilities of people generally? And do you pay any mind to the idea that there's potentially some kind of intent behind a decline?
I can't say direct experience, but I can look at textbooks. There was a classic astronomy textbook from the 60s that I still keep as a reference. And that was a standard textbook used 50, 60 years ago in college introductory astronomy classes. And it has some algebra and trig in it. It has all these other concepts that if you tried to use that textbook today, it would be a disaster. I think we've watered down everything, and I don't think it's malevolent so much as it is due to something else. we've become very egalitarian about education. When I was young, not everybody went to college. I was kind of surprised when I learned, I think in fifth grade, when our teacher told us that many of us would not go to college, and she was right. But that's changed. Who doesn't go to college anymore? In the United States, you could wasn't that long ago, if you wanted to be a policeman or go into law enforcement, you simply had to have a high school diploma, have a clean record, and you would go once you're accepted, you go to police academy. They teach you what you needed to know. Now, very few police departments in this country will hire a person unless they have a college degree in criminal justice. And it's not clear to me that you've really taught them much more than they knew before. In order to get everybody to go to college, we have to water down the curriculum. Back 200 years ago, education was quite different because people were taught to read and write, and that was about it. And if you had the ability and the finances to go on beyond that, then your education was very much in depth, very incredibly far beyond what we have today. But we just encourage everybody to go to school today, and that's I think that's the big problem.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That's another thing I say to a lot of people that I meet and I speak to in Scotland, younger people coming up talking about going to uni. Really now, it's swung the other way to the point where there's so many degrees, their value in the work space and reality generally has kind of declined, and you're almost better just going into a trade and getting a trade. Like most people would probably do better in life with a practical trade. But no, that's interesting. I mean, I suppose we'd maybe differ slightly on why we think that's occurring, but I definitely think there's been a decline in, I mean, you can look at, I don't know if you've seen any of like the exam papers from the early 1900s. I mean, there's, you know, in the UK we had a thing called O-levels, which would be like, I guess when you're, let me think, 14, 15, 16, and you're doing high school, like higher-end high school tests. And you can see exam papers from O-levels in, like, the earlier 1900s. And the level of it is like university level today, easily. And these were kids in the 1900s. Like, the maths they're doing, the literature questions that they're getting, geography, history, the depth of the questions, the length of the questions, the answers that would be expected, all of it just way higher level than what we see today. And I suppose I'm interested in what you would think the shift for that is, because to me it's resulted in a lower cognitive ability generally of people to think, like we're saying earlier, like you're taught what to think rather than how to think. I'm curious to why you think that's occurring. And
yeah, that's what I was getting at with the textbook comparison from 50, 60 years ago. You know, the material that an incoming freshman in the university were expected to know has dropped and dropped and dropped. The shift really began in earnest in the 60s in this country. Looking back, the things they were doing is, again, encouraging more and more people to go to college and opening the doors to everybody. Not everybody should do that. And in this country, we're seeing more of almost a subculture of people who are going into trades rather than going to college. I don't know. I'm a little concerned about the direction that's going, but again, I think it's the egalitarian approach we have today to education. Everybody should go to school.
So I'm curious, like, why you think that change is happening specifically. Like you say, like the guy in the 60s reading the textbook was expected to know far more than someone who's coming in today. Why is it, do you think? Do you think it's just because they want to lower the bar so that more people will be in education to like pay fees and stuff like that? Is that kind of what you think, or?
No, I think it's a belief that education is a very positive force for good in society, and this gets into what I would political philosophy, liberals and conservatism. Liberals believe very much in education. If you have people who do bad things, well, it's because they've not been properly educated. And